Joseph Achron. Joseph Achron was born in Łódź, Lithuania, on May 13, 1886. He attended the St. Petersburg Conservatory, where he studied the violin with Leopold Auer and theory with Anatol Lyadov, graduating in 1904. After teaching at the Kharkov Conservatory for 3 years, he toured Russia, Europe, and the Near East as a concert violinist for about 6 years, and settled permanently in the United States in 1925. Some of his most ambitious and significant compositions were written in this country. Among these were 3 violin concertos, 2 violin sonatas, the Golem Suite for orchestra, and the Stempaniu Suite for violin and piano. Achron died in Hollywood, California, on April 29, 1943. When Achron was 25 years old and still living in Russia, he became a member of the music committee of the Hebrew Folk Music Society of St. Petersburg. Its aim was twofold: to encourage research in Hebrew music and to direct the enthusiasm of gifted Russian composers toward the writing of Hebrew music. It was as a direct result of this association, and the stimulus derived from the achievements of this society, that in 1911 Achron wrote a popular composition in a Hebraic vein which to this day is his most famous piece of music. It is the Hebrew melody, Op. 33, for violin and orchestra. The melodic germ of this composition is an actual synagogical chant, amplified by Achron into a spacious melody following several introductory measures of descending, brooding phrases. This melody is first given in a lower register, but when repeated several octaves higher, it receives embellishments similar to those provided a synagogical chant by a cantor. The composition ends with the same descending minor key, phrases, with which it opened. This Hebrew melody, in a transcription for violin and piano by Leopold Auer, has been performed by many of the world's leading violin virtuosos. Adolphe-Charles Adam. Adolphe-Charles Adam, eminent composer of comic operas, was born in Paris on July 24, 1803. He attended the Paris Conservatory, where he came under the decisive influence of Francois Boieldieu, under whose guidance he completed his first comic opera, Pierre et Catherine, first produced at the Opéra Comique in Paris on February 9, 1829. His first major success, Le Chalet, was given on September 25, 1834, enjoying almost 1,500 performances in Paris before the end of the century. Adam subsequently wrote almost 50 other stage works in a light style. With Boieldieu and Auber, he became founder and leading exponent of the Opéra Comique. His most celebrated work in this genre was Le Postilin de Longjumeau, first given at the Opéra Comique on October 13, 1836. This work was frequently heard in the United States in the 1860s and 1870s, but has since lapsed into obscurity. Adam was also a highly significant composer of ballets, of which Giselle is now a classic, of many serious operas, and of a celebrated Christmas song, Nile, or O Holy Night, Cantique de Nile, Minuet, Creations, which has been transcribed for orchestra. In 1847, Adam founded his own theater, the Théâtre National, which a year later, with the outbreak of the 1848 revolution in France, went into bankruptcy. From 1849 on, he was professor of composition at the Paris Conservatory. Adam died in Paris on May 3, 1856. Giselle is one of the proudest achievements of French Romantic ballet. Through the years, it has never lost its immense popularity. With choreography by Jules Parrot and Jean Corelli, it was introduced in Paris on June 28, 1841. Carlotta Grisi appeared in the title role. Giselle was an immediate triumph. Since then, the world's foremost ballerinas have appeared as Giselle, including Fanny Elsler, Taglioni, Pavlova, Karsavina, Markova, Danilova, Margit Fonteyn, and Moira Shearer. What is the secret charm of this ballet? Inquires the famous scenic designer, Alexander Benoit. He goes on to answer. It is mainly due to its simplicity and clearness of plot, to the amazingly impetuous spontaneity with which the drama is developed. There is barely time to collect one's thoughts before the heroine, who but a moment ago charmed everybody with her vitality, is lying stiff and cold and dead at the feet of the lover who deceived her. It is deeply moving, and the magic of a true poet. Consists in making us accept without question any absurdities he may choose to offer us. No one is inclined to criticize while under the spell of this strange idyll. The ballet text was the collaborative creation of Théophile Gautier, Vernou de St. Georges, and Jean Corelli. Gaudier had read a legend by Heinrich Heine into El Allemagny, which described elves in white dresses, designated as willies, who died before their wedding day and emerged from their graves in bridal dress to dance till dawn. Any man an elf met was doomed to dance himself to death. Gaudier, recognizing the ballet potentialities of this legend, decided to adapt it for Carlotta Grisi. He interested Verneuil de St. Georges in assisting him in making this ballet adaptation and Jean Corelli in creating some of the dance sequences. 3 days later, Gaudier revealed in a letter to Heine, the ballet Giselle was accepted. By the end of the week, Adam had improvised the music, the scenery was nearly ready, and the rehearsals were in full swing. The ballet text finds Giselle as a sweet, carefree peasant girl. Betrayed by Albrecht, the Duke of Silesia, she goes mad and commits suicide. Her grave is touched by the magic branch of Mietha, queen of the willies. Giselle arises from the grave as a willie and performs her nocturnal dance. Albrecht, who comes to visit her grave, is caught up by her spell and must dance to his doom. A master of expressive and dramatized melodies, Adam here created a score filled with the most ingratiating tunes and spirited rhythms, all beautifully adjusted to the sensitive moods of this delicate fantasy. From this score, the 20th century English composer Constant Lambert extracted 4 melodic episodes which he made into a popular orchestral suite. Giselle's Dance, Mad Scene, Pas de Dieu, Act 2, and Closing Scene. From the repertory of Adam's operas comes a delightful overture, a favorite in the semi-classical repertory, even though the opera itself is rarely heard. It is the overture to If I Were King, C.J. Adais-Roy. This comic opera was first performed in Paris on November 4, 1852. The libretto was by Denuri and Bracel. In Arabia, the fisherman Zephyrus has managed to save the life of Nemea, beautiful daughter of King Oman. But Nemea is being pursued by Prince Cador, who does not hesitate to employ treachery to win her. Nemea is determined to marry none but the unidentified man who had saved her life. Eventually, the fisherman is brought to the palace, placed in command of the troops, and becomes a hero in a war against the Spaniards. Cador is sent to his disgrace, and Zephyrus wins the hand of Nemea. The oriental background of the opera permeates the atmosphere of the overture. A forceful introduction for full orchestra and arpeggio figures in harp lead to a skipping and delicate tune for first violins against plucked cello strings. The flutes and clarinets respond with a subsidiary thought. A crescendo brings on a strong subject for the violins against a loud accompaniment. After a change of tempo, another light, graceful melody is given by solo flute and oboes. The principal melodic material is then amplified with dramatic effect. Richard Addinsell. Richard Addinsell was born in Oxford, England, on January 13, 1904. After studying law at Oxford, he attended the Royal College of Music in London and completed his music study in Berlin and Vienna between 1929 and 1932. In 1933, he visited the United States, where he wrote music for several Hollywood films and for a New York stage production of Alice in Wonderland. He has since made a specialty of writing music for the screen, his best efforts being the scores for Goodbye, Mr. Chips, Blithe Spirit, Dangerous Moonlight, Dark Journey, and Fire over England. During World War II, he wrote music for several documentary films, including Siege of Tobruk and We Sail at Midnight. Addinsell's most frequently played composition is the Warsaw Concerto for piano and orchestra. He wrote it for the English movie Dangerous Moonlight, renamed in the United States Suicide Squadron. Anton Walbrook here plays the part of a renowned concert pianist who becomes an officer in the Polish Air Force during World War II and loses his memory after a crash. The Warsaw Concerto, basic to the plot structure, recurs several times in the film. It first became popular, however, on records, and after that with pop and salon orchestras. Though the composer's indebtedness to Rachmaninoff's Second Piano Concerto is pronounced, the Warsaw Concerto has enough of its own individuality and charm to survive. Structurally, it is not a concerto but a rhapsody. It opens with several massive chords, arpeggios, and scale passages in the piano. This dramatic opening leads to the sensitive and romantic principal melody, heard in the strings. Later on there appears a second lyric thought, but the rhapsodic character remains predominant. The composition ends with a final statement of the opening phrase of the first main melody. Addinsell is also sometimes represented on semi-classical programs with a light-textured and tuneful composition called Prelude and Waltz for orchestra. This also stems from a motion picture, in this case the British screen adaptation of Noel Coward's Blithe Spirit. Isaac Albéniz. Isaac Albéniz, one of Spain's most distinguished composers, was born in Camprodon, Spain, on May 29, 1860. He was a child prodigy who gave piano concerts in Spain after some spasmodic study in Paris with Marmontel. In 1868, he entered the Madrid Conservatory, but in his 13th year he ran away from home and spent several years traveling about in Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the United States, supporting himself all the while by playing the piano. He was back in Spain in 1875 and soon thereafter undertook music study seriously, first at the Brussels Conservatory and then at the Leipzig Conservatory. He settled in Paris in 1893, where he wrote his first important works, one of these being his first composition in a national Spanish idiom, the Catalonia, for piano and orchestra, in 1899. After 1900, he lived in his native land. From 1906 to 1909, he devoted himself to the writing of his masterwork, the Suite Iberia, consisting of 12 pieces for the piano gathered in 4 volumes. Iberia is a vast tonal panorama of Spain, its sights and sounds, dances and songs, backgrounds. Albéniz died in Cambobanes in the Pyrenees on May 18, 1909. Albéniz may well be regarded as the founder of the modern Spanish nationalist school in music. This school sought to exploit the rhythms and melodies and styles of Spanish folk music within serious concert works, thus providing a musical interpretation to every possible aspect of Spanish life. Albéniz's first work in the national style is also one of his rare compositions utilizing an orchestra. It is the Catalonia, written in 1899 and introduced that year at a concert of the Société Nationale de Musique in Paris. This work is sometimes erroneously designated as a suite, but it is actually a one-movement rhapsody. A single theme, unmistakably Spanish, dominates the entire work. A brief rhythmic middle section for wind, percussion, and a single double bass provides contrast. This middle part is intended as a burlesque on a troupe of wandering musicians playing their favorite tune. The clarinet plays off-key, and the bass drum is off-beat. The original dance melody returns to conclude the work. Cordoba, a haunting nocturne, is the 4th and most famous number from the Cantos de España, a suite for the piano, Op. 232. Cordoba is a vivid tone picture of that famous Andalusian city. Sharp chords, as if plucked from the strings of a guitar, preface an Oriental-type melody which suggests the Moorish background of the city. Fête de Seville, or El Corpus en Sevilla, Festival in Seville, is the 3rd and concluding number from the first volume of Iberia. Besides its original version for the piano, this composition is celebrated in several transcriptions for orchestra, notably those by E. Fernández Arbós and Leopold Stokowski. This music depicts a religious procession in the streets of Seville on the Thursday after Trinity Sunday. At the head of the procession is the priest bearing the host, or blessed sacrament, under a lavishly decorated canopy. As the procession moves, worshippers who crowd the streets improvise a religious chant. Fête de Seville opens with a brusquely accented march melody, against which emerges an improvisational-type melody similar to those sung by worshippers in the street. The march melody and the improvised chant alternate, but it is the chant that is carried to a thunderous climax. Then this chant subsides and fades away into the distance as the composition ends. Navarra is a poignant tonal evocation for piano of the Spanish province below the Pyrenees. Albéniz never completed this work. It was finished after his death by Deodat de Séverac. This composition is perhaps best known in Fernández Arbós' transcription for orchestra. Against the provocative background of a jota rhythm moves a languorous and sensual gypsy melody. Sevillanas, Seville, is the 3rd number from Suite Espanola for piano. It has become famous independent of the larger work and is often heard in transcription. The heart of the piece is a passionate song, typical of those heard in the haunts of Seville. As a background, there is an incisive rhythm suggesting the clicking of castanets. The Tango in D major, Op. 165, number 2 for piano, is not only the most famous one by Albéniz, but one of the most popular ever written. With its intriguing flamenco-like melody and compelling rhythm, it is Spanish to the core, the prototype of all tango music. The original piano version as written by the composer is not often heard. When it is performed on the piano, this tango is given in a brilliant but complex arrangement by Leopold Godowsky. But it is much more famous in various transcriptions, notably one for violin and piano by Fritz Kreisler, and numerous ones for small or large orchestras. Triana is the third and concluding number from the second book of Albéniz, Monumental Suite for Piano, Iberia. Triana, of which this music is a tonal picture, is a gypsy suburb of Seville. In the introduction, random phrases bring up the image of various attitudes and movements of Spanish dances. A triple-rhythmed figure leads to a light and graceful dance melody against a bolero rhythm. As the melody is developed and repeated, it gains in intensity and is enriched in color until it evolves climactically with full force. A transcription for orchestra by Fernandez Arbós is as famous as the original piano version. Hugo Alfvén. Hugo Alfvén was born in Stockholm, Sweden on May 1, 1872. His music study took place at the Stockholm Conservatory and on government stipends, with César Thompson in Brussels and in Germany and France. From 1910 to 1939, he was musical director and conductor of the student chorus at the Uppsala University. Alfvén was a nationalist composer of romantic tendencies who wrote 5 symphonies together with a considerable amount of orchestral and choral music. He died in Fallens, Sweden, on May 8, 1960. Midsummer Vigil Midsommarvecka, Op. 1904, a Swedish rhapsody for orchestra, is his best-known composition. It was produced as a ballet, La Nuit de Saint-Jean, in Paris on October 25, 1925, where it proved so successful that it was given more than 250 performances within 4 years. As a work for symphony orchestra, it has received universal acclaim for its attractive deployment of national Swedish folk song idioms and dance rhythms. The music describes a revel held in small Swedish towns during the St. John's Eve festival. The work opens with a gay tune for clarinet over plucked strings. This is followed by a burlesque subject for bassoon. Muted strings and English horns then offer a broad, stately, and emotional folk song. Repeated by the French horns, this song is soon amplified by the strings. The tempo now quickens, and a rustic dance theme is given softly by the violins. The mood gradually becomes frenetic. The violins offer a passionate subject over a pedal point. A climax is finally reached as the revelry becomes unconfined. Louis Alter. Louis Alter was born in Haverhill, Massachusetts, on June 18, 1902, where he received his academic education in the public schools and his initial instruction in music. Music study was completed with Stuart Mason at the New England Conservatory. In 1924, Alter came to New York, where for 5 years he worked as accompanist for Nora Bayes, Irene Bordoni, and other stars of the stage. He also did arrangements for a publishing firm in Tin Pan Alley. Between 1925 and 1927, he wrote his first popular songs and contributed a few of them to Broadway productions. Since then, he has written many song hits, as well as scores for Broadway musicals and Hollywood films. His best-known songs include A Melody from the Sky and Dolors, both of which were nominated for Academy Awards. Also, Twilight on the Trail. Such a favorite of President Franklin D. Roosevelt that the manuscript, together with a recording by Bing Crosby, repose in the Roosevelt Museum in Hyde Park, New York. Alter has been successful in writing skillful compositions for piano and orchestra in which the popular element is pronounced, encased within a symphonic structure. Some of them are now staples in the symphonic jazz repertory. His best compositions were inspired by the sights, sounds, and moods of New York City. Jewels from Cartier, 1953, as the title indicates, was inspired not by New York, but by one of the city's most famous jewelers when Alter was one day allowed to inspect its collection. In his suite, Alter attempts in 8 sections to translate various jewels into tones. The first movement is Emerald Eyes. Since many beautiful emeralds come from South America, this section emphasizes the rumba beat and other Latin American rhythms. The Ruby and the Rose is a romantic ballad in which voices supplement the instruments of the orchestra. Pearl of the Orient consists of an oriental dance. Black Pearl of Tahiti exploits exotic Polynesian rhythms and its languorous-type melodies. Diamond Earrings is a swirling waltz while Star Sapphire is a begin. In Cat's Eye in the Night, the music suggests a playful kitten darting about in a room. The finale, Lady of Jade, is in the style of Chinese processional music. Manhattan Masquerade, 1932, is the most dramatic of Alter's New York murals. It consists of a Viennese-type waltz played in foxtrot time, a suggestion on the part of the composer that Vienna and New York are not too far apart spiritually. Manhattan Moonlight, 1932, is, on the other hand, atmospheric. It opens with 4 chords in a nebulous Debussy vein. The core of the work is an extended melody for strings against piano embellishments. A light and frivolous mood is then invoked before the main melody returns in an opulent scoring. Manhattan Serenade, 1928, is the most famous of all Alter's instrumental works and the one that first made him known. He published it first as a piano solo, but soon rewrote it for piano and orchestra. Paul Whiteman and his orchestra made it popular in 1929 on records and in public concerts. This work is extremely effective in laying bare the nerves of the metropolis through syncopations and jazz tone colorations. Its main melody is a plangent song to which, in 1940, Howard Johnson adapted a song lyric. Manhattan Serenade is often heard as background music on radio and television programs about New York. Side Street in Gotham, 1938, attempts to portray the city from river to river. The composition begins with a few notes suggesting London Bridge is falling down, which is later elaborated in a vigorous and amusing tempo. The reason this theme is here used is because it is referred to in the lyric of The Sidewalks of New York. Some of the mystery of New York's side streets can also be found in this music. Leroy Anderson. Leroy Anderson is one of America's most successful and best-known composers of light orchestral classics. He was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts, on June 29, 1908. His early musical training took place at the New England Conservatory, after which he studied the bass and organ with private teachers. In 1929, he was graduated from Harvard magna cum laude, and 1 year after that he received there his master's degree in music on a Naumburg Fellowship. For the next few years, he served as organist and choirmaster in Milton, Massachusetts, as a member of the music faculty at Radcliffe College, and as director of the Harvard University Band. In 1935, he became a freelance conductor, composer, and arranger in Boston and New York. As orchestrator for the Boston Pops Orchestra, for which he made many orchestral arrangements over a period of several years, Anderson completed his first original semi-classical composition, Jazz Pizzicato, successfully introduced by the Boston Pops Orchestra in 1939. Since then, the Boston Pops Orchestra has introduced most of Anderson's compositions, many of which proved exceptionally popular in concerts throughout the country and on records. Anderson has also appeared frequently as guest conductor of important American symphony orchestras and has conducted his own compositions with his orchestra for records. In 1958, his first musical comedy, Goldilocks, was produced on Broadway. Beyond possessing a most ingratiating lyric invention and a consummate command of orchestration, Anderson boasts an irresistible sense of humor and a fine flair for burlesque. He is probably at his best in programmatic pieces in which extra-musical sounds are neatly adapted to and often serve as a background for his sprightly tunes, ranging from the clicking of a typewriter to the meowing of a cat. Blue Tango is the first strictly instrumental composition ever to achieve first place on the hit parade. For almost a year, it was the leading favorite on jukeboxes, and its sale of over 2 million records represents Anderson's healthiest commercial success. Scored for violins, this music neatly combines an insistent tango rhythm with a sensual melody in a purple mood. Bugler's Holiday is a musical frolic for 3 trumpets. A Christmas festival provides a colorful orchestral setting to some of the best-loved Christmas hymns, including Joy to the World, Deck the Halls, God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, Silent Night, Jingle Bells, and Come All Ye Faithful. Fiddle Faddle is a merry burlesque escapade for the violins, inspired from a hearing of Paganini's Perpetual Motion. This, then, is a modern style, perpetual motion. In Horse and Buggy, the music nostalgically evokes a bygone day with a sprightly, wholesome tune presented against the rhythms of a jogging horse. The Irish Suite was commissioned by the Era Society of Boston and is a 6-movement adaptation of 6 of Thomas Moore's Irish melodies. They are The Irish Washerwoman, The Minstrel Boy, The Rakes of Mallow, The Wearing of the Green, The Last Rose of Summer, and The Girl I Left Behind Me. Jazz legato and jazz pizzicato are studies in contrasting moods and dynamics. The jazz pizzicato consists of a jazz melody presented entirely by plucked strings. Its companion piece is a broader jazz melody for bowed strings. Plink, plank, plunk also makes effective use of pizzicato strings, this time attempting to simulate the sounds suggested by the descriptive title. Sarabande brings about the marriage between the very old and very new in musical styles. The old classical dance in slow triple time and accented second beat is exploited with a quickening of tempo and with modern rhythmic and melodic embellishments. In Sleigh Bells, jangling sleigh bells and the sound of a cracking whip provide a delightful background to a jaunty tune that has the bite and sting of outdoor winterland. This piece has become something of a perennial favorite of the Christmas season. In the syncopated clock, the rhythm of a clicking grandfather's clock, presented by percussion instruments in a modern rhythm, is placed against a bouncy, syncopated melody. This number has become popular as theme music for the CBS-TV early show. The Trumpeter's Lullaby is a sensitive melody with the soothing accompaniment of a lullaby. The typewriter permits members of the percussion section to imitate the incisive, rigid rhythm of a functioning typewriter, punctuated by the regular tinkle of the bell to provide the warning signal that the carriage has come to the end of a line. Against this rhythm moves a vivacious message in strings. The typewriter was played in the motion picture, But Not For Me, starring Clark Gable, released in 1959. In The Waltzing Cat, an imaginary cat dances gracefully to a waltz melody made up mainly of meows. Daniel Francois Auber. Daniel Francois Esprit Auber, genius of opéra comique, was born in Caen, Normandy, France on January 29, 1782. In his youth he lived in London, where he studied both the business of art, in which he hoped to engage, and music. There he wrote several songs which were heard at public entertainments. After returning to France and settling in Paris in 1804, he gave himself up completely to music. 2 minor stage works with music were privately performed between 1806 and 1811, before his first opera received its premiere performance, Le Sager Militaire in 1813. His first success came 7 years after that with La Berger Châtelaine. From then on, he was a prolific writer of both light and grand operas, many to texts by Eugene Scribe. La Muette de Portishead in 1828 was a triumph, and was followed by such other major successes: Fra Diavolo, 1830, Le Cheval de Bronze, 1835, Le Domino Noir, 1837, and Les Diamants de la Couronne, 1841. His last opera, Rêves d'amour, was completed when he was 87. Auber was one of France's most highly honored musicians. From 1842 until his death, he was director of the Paris Conservatory, and in 1857 he was made by Napoleon Roman III Imperial Maître de Chapelle. Auber died in Paris on May 12, 1871. With Adam and Boieldieu, Auber was one of the founding fathers of the opéra comique. He was superior to his 2 colleagues in the lightness of his touch, surpassing wit and grace of lyricism. But Auber's charm and gaiety were not bought at the expense of deeper emotional and dramatic values. For all their lightness of heart, his best comic operas are filled with pages that have the scope and dimension of grand opera. As Rossini once said of him, Auber may have produced light music, but he produced it like a true master. Overtures to several of his most famous operas are standards in the light classical repertory. The Black Domino, Le Domino Noir, text by Eugene Scribe, was introduced in Paris on December 2, 1837. The central character is Lady Angela, an abbess who attends a masked ball where she meets and falls in love with Horatio, a young nobleman. Numerous escapades and adventures follow before Angela meets up again with her young man. Now released from her religious vows by the Queen, Angela is free to marry him. In the overture, a loud outburst for full orchestra emphasizes a strongly rhythmic theme. A staccato phrase in the woodwind and a return of the initial strong subject follow. This leads into a light dancing motive for the woodwind. Another forte passage is now the bridge to a melodious episode in the woodwind. A change of key brings on a gay bolero melody for clarinets and bassoons in octaves. After this idea is amplified, a Hoda-like melody is given by the full orchestra. The closing section is a brilliant presentation of a completely new Joda melody. The Crown Diamonds, Les Diamants de la Couronne, was first produced in Paris on March 6, 1841, when it scored a major success. But it enjoyed an even greater triumph when it was first performed in England 3 years after that. From then on, it has remained a great favorite with English audiences. The text, by Eugene Scribe and St. George's, is set in 18th century Portugal, where the Queen assumes the identity of the leader of a gang of counterfeiters and uses the crown diamonds to get the money she needs to save her throne. When Don Henrique falls into the unscrupulous hands of these counterfeiters, the Queen saves his life and falls in love with him. The throne is eventually saved, and the crown jewels retrieved. The Queen now can choose Don Henrique as her husband. The overture opens with a sustained melody for the strings that is dramatized by key changes. A rhythmic passage leads to a martial subject for the brass. Several other vigorous ideas ensue in the brass and woodwind. After their development, there comes a lyrical string episode which, in turn, leads into a second climax. Contrast comes with a lyrical idea in the strings. A loud return of the first martial subject in full orchestra marks the beginning of a spirited conclusion. Fra Diavolo was an immediate success when first given in Paris on January 28, 1830. It has remained Auber's best-known comic opera. It has even received burlesque treatment on the Hollywood screen in a comedy starring Laurel and Hardy. The text, by Eugene Scribe, has for its central character a bandit chief by the name of Fra Diavolo who disguises himself as an Italian marquis. He flirts with a lady of noble birth, hides in the bedroom of Zerlina, the innkeeper's daughter, and is finally apprehended by Zerlina's sweetheart, the captain of police. This popular overture opens with a pianissimo drum roll, the preface to a march tune for strings. The march music is extended to other instruments, and as the volume increases, it gives the impression of an advancing army. It attains a fortissimo for full orchestra, then subsides. The overture ends with several sprightly melodies from the first act of the opera. The Mute of Portici, La Muette de Portici, or, as it is sometimes called, Masaniello, is a grand opera that contributed a footnote to the political history of its times. First performed in Paris on February 29, 1828, it had profound repercussions on the political situation of that period, and it is regarded by many as a significant influence in bringing on the July Revolution in Paris in 1830. When first performed in Brussels the same year, it instigated such riots that the occupying Dutch were ejected from that country and Belgium now achieved independence. The text, by Eugene Scribe and Germain de Levine, is based on an episode from history. A successful Neapolitan revolt against the Duke of Arcos, headed by Tommaso Agnello in 1647. In the opera, Masaniello assumes Agnello's part, and toward the end of the opera, after the insurrection is smothered, he is assassinated. The overture begins with stormy music in full orchestra. After the tempo slackens, a sensitive melody is presented by clarinets and bassoons in octaves. The main section of the overture now unfolds, its main theme divided between the strings and the woodwind. After a fortissimo section for full orchestra, a second important melody is heard in the woodwind and violins. The two main subjects are recalled and developed. The overture closes with a coda in which percussion instruments are emphasized. Johann Sebastian Bach. Johann Sebastian Bach was born in Eisenach, Germany, on March 21, 1685. He was the most significant member of a family that for generations had produced professional musicians. His career can be divided into 3 convenient periods. The first was between 1708 and 1717, when, as organist to the ducal chapel in Weimar, he wrote most of his masterworks for organ. During the second period, from 1717 to 1723, he served as Kapellmeister to Prince Leopold in Coethen. During this period, he wrote most of his major works for orchestra, solo instruments, and chamber music ensembles. The last period took place in Leipzig from 1723 until his death, where he was cantor of the St. Thomas Church. In Leipzig, he produced some of his greatest choral compositions. Towards the end of his life, he went blind and became paralyzed. He died in Leipzig on July 28, 1750. As the culmination of the Age of Polyphony, Johann Sebastian Bach's masterworks are, for the most part, too complex and subtle for popular appeal. But from his vast and incomparable output of concertos, sonatas, suites, masses, passions, cantatas, and various compositions for the organ, and for the piano, it is possible to lift a few random items of such melodic charm and simple emotional appeal that they can be profitably exploited for wide consumption. In these less complicated works, Bach's consummate skill at counterpoint and his equally formidable gift at homophonic writing are always in evidence. The air is one of Bach's most famous melodies, a soulful religious song for strings. It can be found as the second movement of his Suite No. 3 in D major for orchestra, but is often performed apart from the rest of the work. August Wilhelmj transcribed this music for violin and piano, calling it the air on the G string. This transcription has been severely criticized as a mutilation of the original. Sir Donald Francis Tovey described it as a devastating derangement. Nevertheless, it has retained its popularity in violin literature, just as the original has remained a favorite in orchestral music. Come Sweet Death, Com, Susurtad, is a moving chorale for voice and accompaniment, a simple and eloquent resignation to death. It does not come from any of Bach's larger works, but can be found in Schimelli's collection, 1736. It has become extremely popular in orchestral transcriptions by Leopold Stokowski and Reginald Stewart, but is also sometimes heard in arrangements for various solo instruments and piano, as well as for the organ. Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, Jesu bleibt mein Freud, is probably Bach's best known and most frequently performed chorale. A stately melody introduced by, then set against, a gracefully flowing accompaniment. This composition comes from the church cantata No. 147, Hers und Mund und Tat und Leben. Various transcriptions have popularized this composition, notably that for piano by Myra Hess, for organ by E. Power Biggs, and for orchestra by Lucien Caillet. The Prelude in E major is a vigorous and spirited piece of music, whose rhythmic momentum does not relax from the first bar to the last. It appears as the first movement of the Partita No. 3 in E major for solo violin. It is perhaps even better known in transcription than in the original version, notably in those for violin and piano by Robert Schumann and Fritz Kreisler, for solo piano by Rachmaninoff, and for orchestra by Stokowski, Riccardo Picmangiagali, Sir Henry J. Wood, and Lucien Caillet. The Siciliano is a beautiful, stately song, the first movement of the Sonata No. 4 in C minor for violin and accompaniment. Stokowski has made a fine transcription for orchestra. The Wise Virgins is a ballet suite comprising 6 compositions by Bach drawn from his literature for the church and transcribed for orchestra by the eminent British composer, Sir William Walton. It was used for a ballet produced at Sadler's Wells in 1940. Frederick Ashton's choreography drew its material from the parable of the wise and foolish virgins in the 25th chapter of the Gospel, according to St. Matthew. But this parable is seen through the eyes of the Italian Renaissance painters. Ashton, wrote Arnold Haskell, has provided the perfect meeting place for music and painting. The inspiration was pictorial, it is equally musical. The movement and unfolding of the narrative follow directly from the Bach music, so brilliantly arranged and orchestrated by William Walton. All 6 movements of the suite are so lyrical and emotional that their impact on listeners is immediate. The first movement, What God Hath Done Is Rightly Done, comes from the opening chorus of a cantata of the same name, number 99, Was Gott tut des ist wohlgeten. A lively melody is first shared by strings and woodwind and then given fanciful embellishments. A strong chorale melody for the brass is then given prominent treatment. The second movement, Lord, Hear My Longing, is a choral from the Passion according to St. Matthew, which is here given the treatment of an organ chorale prelude with a tenderly expressive choral melody in woodwind amplified by strings. The third movement, See What His Love Can Do, is an expansive melody for strings and woodwind against a flowing accompaniment. This music is derived from cantata No. 85, Ich bin ein guter Hirt. This is followed by Ah, How Ephemeral, a dramatic page for full orchestra highlighting a choral for brass taken from Cantata No. 26, Ach wie flüchtig. The fifth section is the most famous. It is Sheep may safely graze, Schafe können sicher weiden, from the secular Cantata No. 208, was mir behagt. An introductory recitative for solo violin leads to a swaying melody for the woodwind. The lower strings then present a pastoral song, which soon receives beautiful filigree work from other parts of the orchestra. The swaying subject for woodwind closes the piece. Sir John Barbirolli also made an effective orchestral transcription of this composition, while Percy Grainger arranged it for solo piano, and Mary Howe for 2 solo pianos. The finale of the suite is Praise Be to God, which is also the finale of Cantata No. 129, Gelobet sei der Herr, mein Gott. This is vigorous music that is an outpouring of pure joy. Michael Balfe. Michael William Balfe was born in Dublin, Ireland on May 15, 1808. The son of a dancing master, Michael was only 6 when he played the violin for his father's classes. In 1823, Balfe came to London, where he studied the violin and composition with private teachers and earned his living as violinist and singer. Additional study took place in Italy in 1825, including singing with Bordogni. Between 1828 and 1833, he appeared as principal baritone of the Italian Opera and several other French theaters in Paris. In 1835, he initiated an even more successful career as composer of English operas, with The Siege of Rochelle, produced that year in London. He continued writing numerous operas, producing his masterwork, The Bohemian Girl, in 1843. Between 1846 and 1856, Balfe traveled to different parts of Europe to attend performances of his operas. In 1864, he left London to retire to his estate in Roney Abbey, where he died on October 20, 1870. The Bohemian Girl is a classic of English opera. It was first produced at Drury Lane in London on November 27, 1843, when it enjoyed a sensational success. It was soon translated into French, German, and Italian, and was extensively performed throughout Europe. The libretto, by Alfred Bunn, was based on a ballet pantomime by Verneuil de St. George's. The setting is Hungary in the 18th century, and its heroine is Arline, daughter of Count Arnheim, who, as a girl, had been kidnapped by gypsies and raised as one of them. She is falsely accused by the Count's men of stealing a valuable medallion from the Count's palace and is imprisoned. Appearing before the Count to ask for clemency, she is immediately recognized by him as his daughter. Melodious selections from this opera are frequently heard. The most famous single melody is I Dreamed That I Dwelt in Marble Halls, which Arline sings in the first scene of the second act as she recalls a dream. The Heart Bowed Down, the Count's song in the fourth scene of the second act as he gazes longingly on a picture of his long-lost daughter, and Then You'll Remember Me, a tenor aria from the third act, are also familiar. Hubert Bath. Hubert Bath was born in Barnstaple, England, on November 6, 1883. He attended the Royal Academy of Music in London, after which he wrote his first opera. For a year, he was conductor of an opera company that toured the world. After 1915, he devoted himself mainly to composition. Besides his operas, tone poems, cantatas, and various instrumental works, he wrote a considerable amount of incidental music for stage plays and scores for the motion pictures. He died in Harefield, England, on April 24, 1945. The Cornish Rhapsody, for piano and orchestra, is one of his last compositions and the most famous. He wrote it for the British motion picture Love Story, released in 1946, starring Margaret Lockwood and Stuart Granger. Lockwood plays the part of a concert pianist, and the Cornish Rhapsody is basic to the story, which involves the pianist with a man in love with another woman. The Rhapsody begins with arpeggio figures, which lead to a strong rhapsodic passage in full chords. A bold section is then contrasted by a gentle melody of expressive beauty, the heart of the composition. A cadenza brings on a return of the earlier strong subject, and a recall of the expressive melody in the orchestra to piano embellishments. The composition ends with massive passages and strongly accented harmonies. Ludwig van Beethoven. Ludwig van Beethoven was born in Bonn, Germany, on December 16, 1770. He received his earliest musical training in his native city, where he early gave strong evidence of genius. He published his first works when he was 11, and soon thereafter was performing publicly on the organ cembalo and the viola. He also disclosed a phenomenal gift ad improvisation. He established permanent residence in Vienna in 1792. 3 years later, he made there his first public appearance, and from then on began to occupy a high position in Viennese musical life as a piano virtuoso. His fame as a composer soon superseded that of virtuose as he won the support of Vienna's aristocracy. He entered upon a new creative phase, as well as full maturity, beginning with 1800, when his first symphony was introduced in Vienna. His creative powers continually deepened and became enriched from that time on. As he restlessly sought to give poetic and dramatic expression to his writing, he broke down the classical barriers so long confining music and opened up new horizons for style and structure. Meanwhile, in or about 1801 or 1802, he realized he was growing deaf, a discovery that swept him into despondency and despair, both of which find expression in a unique and remarkable document known as the Heiligenstadt Testament. Deafness led to personal idiosyncrasies and volatile moods, which often tried the patience of even his closest friends. But it did not decrease the quantity of his musical production, nor prevent him from achieving heights of creative expression achieved by few, if any. He died in Vienna on March 26, 1827, after having ushered in a new age for music with his symphonies, concertos, sonatas, string quartets, and masterworks in other categories including opera and choral music. The grandeur of expression, the profundity of thought, and the independence of idiom we associate with Beethoven is not to be found in his lighter music which, generally speaking, is in a traditional mold, pleasing style, and in an inviting lyric vein. This is not the Beethoven who was the proud democrat, whose life was a struggle with destiny, and who sought to make music the expression of his profoundest concepts. This is rather another Beethoven, the one who liked to dance, though he did it badly, who flirted with the girls, and who indulged in what he himself described as unbuttoned humor. Beethoven wrote 12 contradance contratines in 1801–1802. These are not country dances, as the term contratines is sometimes erroneously translated. The contradance is the predecessor of the waltz. Like the waltz, it is in three-part form, the third part repeating the first, while the middle section is usually a trio in contrasting mood. In 1801–1802, when Beethoven wrote his contradance, he was already beginning to probe deeply into poetic thought and emotion in his symphonies, sonatas, and concertos. But in the contradance, the poet becomes peasant. This is earthy music, overflowing with melodies of folk song vigor and vitalized by infectious peasant rhythms. The contradance number 7 in E-flat major is particularly famous. This same melody was used by the composer for his music to the ballet Prometheus, for the finale of his Eroica symphony, and for his piano variations, Op. 35. The key signatures of the 12 contradance are C major, A major, D major, B-flat major, E-flat major, C major, E-flat major, C major, A major, C major, G major, and E-flat major. A half-dozen years before he wrote his contradance, Beethoven had completed a set of 12 German dances, Deutsche Teens. The form, style, and spirit of the German dance is so similar to the contradance that many Austrian composers use the terms interchangeably. Beethoven's early German dances, like the later contradances, are a reservoir of lively and tuneful semi-classical music with an engaging earthy quality to the melodies and a lusty vitality to the rhythms. Few Beethoven compositions have enjoyed such universal approval with budding pianists, salon orchestras, and various popular ensembles as the Minuet in G. It is not too far afield to maintain that this is one of the most famous minuets in all musical literature. Beethoven wrote it originally for the piano. It is the second of a set of 6 minuets, written in 1795, but published as Op. 167. It is even more celebrated in its many different transcriptions than it is in the original. The composition is in three-part form. The first and third parts consist of a stately classical melody. Midway comes a fast-moving trio of contrasting spirit. The first movement of the Moonlight Sonata is also often heard in varied transcriptions for salon or pop orchestras. The Moonlight Sonata is the popular name of the piano sonata in C-sharp minor, Op. 27, number 2, which Beethoven wrote in 1801 and which he designated as Sonata Quasi Una Fantasia, mainly because of the fantasia character of this first movement. The poetic and sensitive mood maintained throughout the first movement, with a romantic melody of ineffable sadness accompanied by slow triplets, is the reason why the critic Rellstab, and not the composer, provided the entire sonata with the name of Moonlight. To Rellstab, this first movement evoked for him a picture of Lake Lucerne in Switzerland at night time, gently touched by the moonlight. The fact that Beethoven dedicated the sonata to Countess Giulietta Guicciardi, with whom he was then in love, leads to a legend that he wrote this music to express frustrated love, but this was not the case. Another myth about this first movement is that Beethoven improvised this music while playing for a blind boy, as moonlight streamed into the window of his room. After he had finished playing, he identified himself to the awe-stricken youngster. It was the opinion of the eminent critic, Henry E. Krehbiel, that the sonata was inspired by a poem, Die Beterin by Sium, describing a young girl kneeling at an altar begging for her father's recovery from a serious illness. Angels descend to comfort her, and she becomes transfigured by a divine light. Beethoven wrote 2 romances for violin and orchestra, in F major, Op. 50, 1802, and G major, Op. 40, 1803. Rarely do we encounter in Beethoven's work such a fresh, spontaneous, and entirely unsophisticated outpouring of song, a song that wears its beauty on the surface, as in these 2 compositions. The 2 romances are companion pieces and pursue a similar pattern. Each opens with the solo violin presenting the main melody, in the F major accompanied by the orchestra, in the G major, solo. Each then progresses to a pure outpouring of lyricism, followed by virtuoso passages for the solo instrument. In each, violin and orchestra appear to be engaging in a gentle dialogue. The Turkish march, Marcia alla Turca, is one of several numbers, the 4th, comprising the incidental music to a play by Kotzebue, The Ruins of Athens, Die Ruinen von Athen, Op. 113, 1811. The production of this play with Beethoven's music was intended for the opening of a theater in Pest on February 9, 1812. The Turkish marches in the pseudo-Turkish melodic style popular in Vienna in the early 19th century, and it employs percussion instruments such as the triangle which the Viennese then associated with Turkish music. The march, with its quixotic little melody, begins softly, almost like march music heard from a distance. It grows in sonority until a stirring climax is achieved. Then it dies out gradually and ebbs away in the distance. Leopold Auer made a famous transcription for violin and piano, while Beethoven himself transcribed it for piano with 6 variations, Op. 76, 1809. Vincenzo Bellini. Vincenzo Bellini was born in Catania, Sicily, on November 3, 1801. Born to a musical family, he received music instruction in childhood, and while still very young started composing. He then attended the San Sebastiano Conservatory in Naples. During his stay there, he completed a symphony, 2 masses, and a cantata among other works. He made his bow as opera composer with Adelson e Salvini, introduced at the conservatory in 1825. He continued writing operas after that, and having them produced in major Italian opera houses with varying degrees of success. I Capuletti e I Montecchi, given in Venice in 1830, was a triumph. Then came the 2 operas by which Bellini is today most often represented in the repertory, La Sonnambula and Norma, both produced in 1831. In 1833, he came to Paris where he completed his last opera, I Puritani, given in Paris in 1835. He was at the height of his fame and creative powers when he died in Puteaux, near Paris, on September 23, 1835, at the age of 34, a victim of intestinal fever. Bellini was the genius of opera song. His fresh, pure lyricism, perfect in design and elegant in style, elevates his greatest operas to a place of significance. His masterwork is Norma, introduced at La Scala in Milan on December 26, 1831, where it was at first a failure. The libretto by Felis Romani was based on a tragedy by L. A. Saumet. In Gaul, during the Roman occupation, in or about 50 BC, Norma, high priestess of the Druids, violates her vows by secretly marrying the Roman proconsul, Polione, and bearing him 2 sons. Polione then falls in love with Adalgisa, virgin of the Temple of Essus. Unaware that Polione is married, Adalgisa confides to Norma she is in love with him. With Polione's infidelity now apparent, he is brought before Norma for judgment. She offers him the choice of death or the renunciation of Adalgisa. When Polione accepts death, Norma confesses to her people that, having desecrated her vows, she too must die. Moved by this confession, Polione volunteers to die at her side in the funeral pyre. The overture is famous. Loud dramatic chords in full orchestra are succeeded by a soft lento passage. A strong melody is then presented by flutes and violins against an incisive rhythm. There follows a graceful, sprightly, and strongly accented tune in the strings. Both melodies are then amplified, dramatized, and repeated. Particular emphasis is placed on the delicate, accented tune. The overture then proceeds to an energetic conclusion. One vocal episode from Norma is also extremely popular and is often heard in orchestral transcriptions. It is Norma's aria, Casta Diva, surely one of the noblest soprano arias in all Italian operatic literature. It comes in the first act and represents Norma's prayer for peace, and her grief that the hatred of her people for the Roman invaders must also result in their hatred for her husband, Polione, the Roman proconsul. Ralph Benetsky. Ralph Benetsky was born in Moravské Budějovice, Bohemia, on June 5, 1884. He acquired his musical training in Prague and with Felix Model in Munich, after which he devoted himself to light music by composing operettas. While residing at different periods in Vienna, Berlin, and Switzerland, he wrote the scores for over 90 operettas and 250 motion pictures, besides producing about 5,000 songs. His most successful operettas were The Laughing Triple Alliance, My Sister and I, Love in the Snow, Axel at the Gates of Heaven, and The White Horse Inn. He came to live in the United States in 1940, but after World War II returned to Europe. He died in Zurich on October 17, 1957. The White Horse Inn, I Am Weißen Rosel, is not only Benetsky's most celebrated operetta, but also one of the most successful produced in Europe between the 2 world wars, and possibly the last of the great European operettas. It was first performed in Berlin in 1930, after which it enjoyed over 1,000 performances in Europe. Its premiere in America in 1936. The book was adapted by David Friedman, lyrics were by Irving Caesar, William Gaxton and Kitty Carlisle starred, was only a moderate success. The operetta book of the original, freely adapted by Erich Charell and Hans Müller, from a play by Blumenthal and Keitelberg, is set in the delightful resort of St. Wolfgang on Wolfgangsee in Austria, in the era just before World War I. Leopold, head waiter of the White Horse Inn, is in love with its owner, Frau Josepha, who favors the lawyer, Seidler. In a fit of temper, she fires Leopold, but upon learning that Emperor Franz Joseph is about to pay the inn a visit, she prevails upon him to stay on. Leopold makes a welcoming speech to the emperor, during which his bitter resentment against Frau Josepha gets the upper hand. Later on, when Frau Josepha confides to the emperor that she is in love with Seidler, he urges her to consider Leopold for a husband. Leopold then comes to Josepha with a letter of resignation, which she accepts, but only because she is now ready to give him a new position, as her husband. Selections from this tuneful operetta include the main love song, Ich muss ein Wunderbar sein, the ditty Zuschan kann ich nicht, and the lively waltz, I Am Weißen Rosel am Wolfgangsee. It is mainly the worldwide popularity of this operetta, even more than the natural beauty of Wolfgangsee, that brings tourists each year to the White Horse Inn at St. Wolfgang, for a sight of the operetta's setting, and to partake of refreshments on the attractive veranda overlooking Wolfgangsee. The inn is now generously decorated with pictures in which the 2 main songs of the operetta are quoted, supplemented by a portrait of Benetsky. Souvenir ashtrays also carry musical quotations from the operetta. Arthur Benjamin. Arthur Benjamin was born in Sydney, Australia, on September 18, 1893. His music study took place at the Royal College of Music in London. After serving in World War I, he became professor at the Sydney Conservatory, and in 1926 he assumed a similar post with the Royal College of Music in London. Meanwhile, in 1924, he received the Carnegie Award for his pastoral fantasia, and in 1932, his first opera, The Devil Take Her, was produced in London. For 5 years, beginning with 1941, he was the conductor of the Vancouver Symphony. He has written notable concertos, a symphony, and other orchestral music, together with chamber works and several operas including A Tale of Two Cities, which won the Festival of Britain Prize following its premiere in 1953. He also wrote a harmonica concerto for Larry Adler. Though many of his compositions are in an advanced style and technique, Benjamin was perhaps best known for his lighter pieces, particularly those in a popular South American idiom. He died in London on April 10, 1960. The Cotilin, 1939, is a suite of English dances derived from a medley entitled The Dancing School, published in London in 1719. Presented by Benjamin in contemporary harmonic and instrumental dress, these tunes, popular in England in the early 18th century, still retain their appeal. A short introduction built from a basic motive from the first dance leads to the following episodes with descriptive titles: Lord Hereford's Delight for full orchestra, Daphne's Delight for woodwind and strings, Marlborough's Victory for full orchestra, Love's Triumph for strings, Jigget afoot for full orchestra, The Charmer for small orchestra, Nymph Divine for small orchestra and harp solo, The Tatler for full orchestra, and Argal for full orchestra. A figure from the final tune is given extended treatment in the coda. Benjamin's best-known piece of music is the Jamaican Rumba, 1942. This is the second number of 2 Jamaican pieces for orchestra. A light staccato accompaniment in rumba rhythm courses nimbly through the piece as the woodwinds present a saucy melody, and the strings a counter-subject. Consecutive fifths in the harmony, a xylophone in the orchestration, and the changing meters created by novel arrangement of notes in each measure provide particular interest. The Jamaican rumba has been transcribed for various solo instruments and piano, as well as for piano trio. The North American Square Dances, for 2 pianos and orchestra, 1955, is a delightful treatment of American folk idioms. The work comprises 8 fiddle tunes played at old-time square dances. The native flavor is enhanced in the music by suggestions and simulations of feet stamping, voice calling, and the plunking of a banjo. In the introduction, there appear fragments of the first dance. These same fragments return in the coda. There are 8 sections: Introduction and Heller's Reel, The Old Plunk, The Bundle Straw, He Piped So Sweet, Fill the Bowl, Pigeon on the Pier, Calder Fair, and Salamanca and Coda. The 4th and 7th dances are in slow tempo, while all others are fast. Robert Russell Bennett. Robert Russell Bennett was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on June 15, 1894. He began his music study in Kansas City, piano with his mother, violin and several other instruments with his father, and harmony with Carl Busch. While still a boy, he wrote and had published several compositions. He came to New York in 1916, worked for a while as copyist at G. Skirmer, then during World War I served for a year in the United States Army. After the war, he spent several years in Paris studying composition with Nadia Boulanger. During this period, he was twice the recipient of a Guggenheim Fellowship. In 1926-1927, he received honorable mention for his first symphony, in a contest sponsored by Musical America. In 1930, he received 2 awards from RCA Victor, one for Sights and Sounds, an orchestral tone poem, the other for his first successful and widely performed work, the Symphony Abraham Lincoln. Since then, Bennett has worked fruitfully in 3 distinct areas. As a composer of serious works, he has produced several operas, including Maria Malibran, symphonies, and other significant orchestral compositions. As an orchestrator for the Broadway Theatre, he has been involved with some of the foremost stage productions of our times, including musicals by Rodgers and Hammerstein, Jerome Kern, Cole Porter, and Lerner and Lowe, and many others. He has also written compositions of a more popular nature, compositions which, while fully exploiting the resources of serious music, are nevertheless filled with popular or jazz materials. Among the last are his effective symphonic adaptations of music from George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess, Oklahoma, and South Pacific of Rodgers and Hammerstein, and Kiss Me Kate of Cole Porter. In each instance, the main melodies are brilliantly orchestrated and skillfully combined into an integrated synthesis, so that each becomes a coherent musical composition. The March for Two Pianos and Orchestra, 1930, makes delightful use of jazz melodies and rhythms. There are here 4 connected movements, each in march time. The first movement, in a vigorous style, leaps from one brief motive to another without any attempt at development. In the second, a sustained melody, first for solo oboe and later for the piano with full orchestra, is placed against a shifting rhythm. The third is a serious recitative, culminating in an episode in which the classic funeral march is given sophisticated treatment. The fourth movement begins with a marche mignon and concludes with a forceful, at times overpowering, statement of the funeral march theme of the third movement. While the Symphony in D, 1941, is scored for symphony orchestra and has been played by many leading American orchestras, it is music with its tongue in the cheek and is consistently light and humorous. This symphony was written to honor the Brooklyn Dodger baseball team, that is, when they were still in Brooklyn. Ironically enough, an ode to a colorful team by a composer who has been a lifelong rooter of its most bitter rival, the New York Giants, once again when they were still at the Polo Grounds. There are 4 brief movements. The first, subtitled Brooklyn Wins, means to picture the ecstatic joy of the town after the home team wins a game, as the composer has explained. This is followed by a slow andante lamentoso movement, appropriately designated as Brooklyn Loses, music filled with gloom and tears and even fury. The third movement, a scherzo, is a portrait of the club's then 1941 president Larry McPhail and his pursuit of a star pitcher. We hear the Horns Bay Call, then we hear him in Cleveland, Ohio, trying to trade for the great pitcher Bob Feller. He offers Prospect Park and the Brooklyn Bridge as an even trade, but the Cleveland management says no in the form of a big E-flat minor chord. After repeated attempts, we hear the hunting horns again as he resumes the hunt in other fields. The finale is a choral movement, and like that of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, an ode to joy. It is purely fictitious, this text, but it speaks for itself. The subtitle of this finale is The Giants Come to Town. Bennett has written 2 delightful orchestral compositions derived from the songs of Jerome Kern. One is Symphonic Study, a synthesis of some of Kern's best-loved melodies and variations on a theme by Jerome Kern. Both of these compositions are discussed in the section on Kern. Bennett's symphonic treatment of George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess, entitled Symphonic Picture, is commented upon in the Gershwin section, specifically with Porgy and Bess. Bennett's symphonic treatment of the music of Cole Porter's Kiss Me, Kate, and of Oklahoma, and South Pacific is spoken of in the sections devoted to Cole Porter and Richard Rodgers, respectively. Bennett has also orchestrated and adapted into a symphonic suite the music from Richard Rodgers' Victory at Sea, described in the Richard Rodgers section. Hector Berlioz. Hector Berlioz was born in Côte-Saint-André, France on December 11, 1803. As a young man, he was sent to Paris to study medicine, but music occupied his interests, and he soon abandoned his medical studies to enter the Paris Conservatory. Impatient with the academic restrictions imposed upon him there, he left the conservatory to begin his career as a composer. From the very beginning, he set out to open new horizons for musical expression and to extend the periphery of musical structure. His first masterwork was the Symphonie Fantastique, inspired by his love for the Shakespearean actress Harriet Smithson. It was introduced in Paris in 1830, a year in which Berlioz also won the Prix de Rome. In his later works, Berlioz became one of music's earliest romantics. He was a bold innovator in breaking down classical restraint. He helped extend the dramatic expressiveness of music. He was a pioneer in the writing of program music and in enriching the language of harmony, rhythm, and orchestration. Among his major works are the Requiem, Harold in Italy for viola solo and orchestra, the Roman Carnival Overture, the dramatic symphony Romeo and Juliet, and the Damnation of Faust. Berlioz married Harriet Smithson in 1833. It proved to be a tempestuous affair from the outset, finally ending by mutual consent in permanent separation. From 1852 until his death, Berlioz was a librarian of the Paris Conservatory. He was active throughout Europe as a conductor and was a trenchant writer on musical subjects. Among his books is a volume of memoirs. He died in Paris on March 8, 1869. The compositions by which Berlioz is most often heard on semi-classical programs are three excerpts from The Damnation of Faust: The Dance of the Sylphs, Dance des Sylphs, The Minuet of the Will-o'-the-Wisps, Menuet des Few Follets, and Rakoczy March, Marche Hongroise. The Damnation of Faust, Op. 24, described by the composer as a dramatic legend, took many years for realization. It was based on a French translation of Goethe's Faust, published in 1827. A year later, Berlioz completed a musical setting of 8 scenes as part of an ambitious project to prepare a huge cantata based on the Faust legend. He did not complete this project until 18 years after that. Upon returning to it, he revised his earlier material and wrote a considerable amount of new music. This work was first performed in oratorio style in Paris on December 6, 1846, and was a fiasco. It was given a stage presentation in Monte Carlo in 1903. Since then, it has been performed both in concert version and as an opera. The Dance of the Sylphs is graceful waltz music, its main melody assigned to the violins. It appears in the second part of the legend. Faust is lulled to sleep by sylphs who appear in his dream in a delicate dance which brings up for him the image of his beloved Marguerite. Minuet of the Will-o'-the-Wisps comes in the third part of the legend. Mephisto summons the spirits and the will-o'-the-wisps to encircle Marguerite's house. The dance tune is heard in woodwind and brass. After the trio section, the minuet melody is repeated twice, the second time interrupted by chords after each phrase. The Rakoczy March is based on an 18th-century Hungarian melody. It is logically interpolated into the Faust legend by the expedience of having Faust wander about in Hungary. A fanfare for the brass leads to the first and main melody, a brisk march subject begun quietly in the woodwind. It gains in force until it is exultantly proclaimed by full orchestra. A counter-subject is then heard in strings. After the march melody returns, it again gains in volume until it is built up into an overpowering climax. Leonard Bernstein. Leonard Bernstein was born in Lawrence, Massachusetts, on August 25, 1918. Early music study took place with private piano teachers, and subsequently with Helen Coates and Heinrich Gebhard. He was graduated from Harvard in 1939, after which he attended the Curtis Institute of Music, a pupil of Fritz Riener in conducting, and 3 summer sessions of the Berkshire Music Center as a student and protege of Serge Koussevitzky. He made a sensational debut as conductor with the New York Philharmonic in 1943, appearing as a last-minute substitute for Bruno Walter, who had fallen ill. Since that time, he has risen to the front rank of contemporary symphony conductors, having led most of the world's leading organizations, and being appointed music director of the New York Philharmonic in 1958. As a serious composer, he first attracted attention with the Jeremiah Symphony in 1944, which was performed by most of America's leading orchestras, was recorded, and received the New York City Music Critics Award. He subsequently wrote other major works for orchestra, as well as the scores to successful ballets, an opera, and several Broadway musical comedies that were box office triumphs. The last of these included On the Town, 1944, Wonderful Town, 1953, and West Side Story, 1957. Bernstein has also distinguished himself as a musical commentator and analyst over television, concert pianist, and author. Whether writing in a serious or popular vein, Bernstein consistently reveals himself to be a master of his technical resources, endowed with a fine creative imagination, a strong lyric and rhythmic gift, and a restless intelligence that is ever on the search for new and fresh approaches in his writing. High on the list of favorites in the semi-classical repertory are the orchestral suites he adapted from his 2 popular and successful ballets. Facsimile, choreography by Jerome Robbins, was introduced in New York in 1946. The ballet scenario revolves around 3 lonely people, a woman and 2 men, who find only frustration and disenchantment after trying to find satisfactory personal relationships. The orchestral suite from this vivacious score, vitalized with the use of popular melodies and dance rhythms, is made up of 4 parts. I solo. The principal musical material here is found in a solo flute. This is a description of a woman standing alone in an open place. Roman 2. Pas de Dieu, Woman meets man, and a flirtation ensues to the tune of a waltz. The scene achieves a passionate climax and is followed by a sentimental episode, romanticized in the music by a subject for muted strings and 2 solo violins and solo viola. The love interest dies, the pair become bored then hostile. Roman 3. Pas de trois. The second man enters. This episode is a scherzo with extended piano solo passages. A triangle ensues between the 2 men and 1 woman, there is some sophisticated interplay among them, and finally there ensue bitter words and misunderstandings. Roman 4. Coda. The 2 men take their departure, not without considerable embarrassment. Fancy Free was Bernstein's first ballet, and it is still his most popular one. He completed his score in 1944, and it was introduced by the Ballet Theatre, which had commissioned it on April 18 of that year. It was a success of major proportions, received numerous performances, then became a staple in the American dance repertory. It is, wrote George Amberg, the first substantial ballet entirely created in the contemporary American idiom, a striking and beautifully convincing example of genuine American style. The scenario, by Jerome Robbins, concerned the quest of girl companionship on the part of 3 sailors on temporary shore leave. Bernstein's music, though sophisticated in its harmonic and instrumental vocabulary, is filled with racy jazz rhythms and idioms and with melodies cast in a popular mold. The orchestral suite is made up of 5 parts: Dance of the 3 Sailors, Scene at the Bar, Pas de Deux, Pantomime, 3 variations, Gallop, Waltz, Danzon, and Finale. When this suite was first performed, in Pittsburgh in 1945, with Bernstein conducting, the composer provided the following description of what takes place in the music. From the moment the action begins, with the sound of a jukebox wailing behind the curtain, the ballet is strictly young America of 1944. The curtain rises on a street corner with a lamppost, side street bar, and New York skyscrapers tricked out with a crazy pattern of lights, making a dizzying background. 3 sailors explode onto the stage. They are on shore leave in the city and on the prowl for girls. The tale of how they meet first one girl, then a second, and how they fight over them, lose them, and in the end take off after still a third, is the story of the ballet. Fancy Free was expanded into a musical comedy by Betty Comden and Adolph Green, for which Bernstein wrote his Broadway score. Called On the Town, it started a 1-year Broadway run on December 28, 1944, and subsequently was twice revived in off-Broadway productions, and was made into an outstanding screen musical. Georges Bizet. Georges Bizet was born in Paris on October 25, 1838. Revealing a pronounced gift for music in early childhood, he was entered into the Paris Conservatory when he was only 9. There, as a pupil of Marmontel, Halévy, and Benoist, he won numerous prizes, including the Prix de Rome in 1857. In that year, he also had his first stage work produced, a 1-act opera, Le Docteur Miracle. After his return from Rome to Paris, he started to write operas. Les Percheurs de Pearls, Pearl Fishers, and La Jolie Fille de Perth were produced in Paris in 1863 and 1867, respectively. Success came in 1872 with his first suite from the incidental music to Daudet, l'Arlésienne. After that came his masterwork, the opera by which he has earned immortality, Carmen, introduced in Paris 2 months before his death. Bizet died in Bougival, France on June 3, 1875. His gift for rich, well-sounding melodies, and his feeling for inviting harmonies and tasteful orchestration make many of his compositions ideal for programs of light music, even salient portions of Carmen. Agnus Dei is a vocal adaptation to a liturgical Latin text of the intermezzo from Bizet's incidental music to l'Arlésienne. It is also found as the second movement of the l'Arlésienne Suite No. 2. A dramatic dialogue between forceful strings and serene woodwinds leads into a spiritual religious song. The Arlésienne Suite No. 1 is made up of parts from the incidental music, which Bizet wrote for the Provençal drama of Alphonse Daudet, The Woman of Arles, l'Arlésienne. The play, with Bizet's music consisting of 27 pieces, was given at the Théâtre du Vaudeville in Paris in 1872. Out of this score, the composer selected 4 excerpts and assembled them into an orchestral suite, which has become his most celebrated instrumental composition and his first success as a composer. A knowledge of the plot and characters of the Dodit play is by no means essential to a full appreciation of Bizet's tuneful suite. The first movement, Prelude, begins with a march melody based on an old French Christmas song. This is subjected to a series of variations. After the march tune has been repeated vigorously by the full orchestra, there appears a pastoral interlude, scored originally for saxophones, but now usually heard in clarinets. This, in turn, is succeeded by a passionate song for strings, with brass and woodwind accompaniment. The second movement is a minuet, whose principal theme is a brisk and strongly accented subject. In the trio section, the clarinet appears with a flowing lyrical episode. As the violins take this material over, they become rapturous. The harp and woodwind provide intriguing accompanying figures. A brief adagietto comes as the third movement. This is a sensitive romance for muted strings. In the finale, Carillon, we get a picture of a peasant celebration of the feast of Saint Eloi. The horns simulate a three-note chime of bells, which accompanies a lively dance tune, first in strings, then in other sections of the orchestra. A soft interlude is interposed by the woodwind. Then the lively dance reappears, once again to be accompanied by vigorous tolling bells simulated by the horns. There exists a second suite made up of 4 more numbers from the incidental music to L'Arlésienne. This was prepared after Bizet's death by his friend, Ernest Gouraud. This second suite is rarely played, but its second movement, Intermezzo, is celebrated in its liturgical version as Agnus Dei, which see above. The other movements are Pastoral, Minuet, and Farandole. If the name of Bizet has survived in musical history and will continue to do so for a long time to come, it is surely because of a single masterwork, his opera Carmen. This stirring music drama, based on the famous novel of Prosper Mérimée, adapted for Bizet by Mailhac and Halévy, never fails in its emotional and dramatic impact. Carmen is the seductive gypsy girl who enmeshes 2 lovers, the bullfighter Escamillo and the sergeant Don José. Both she and Don José meet a tragic end on the day of Escamillo's triumph in the bull ring. The background to this fatal story of love and death is provided by the Spanish city of Seville, its streets, bull ring, taverns, and nearby mountain retreat of smugglers. Carmen was introduced at the Opéra Comique on March 3, 1875. Legend would have us believe it was a fiasco, and further that heartbreak over this failure brought about Bizet's premature death 2 months after the opera was first heard. As a matter of historic truth, while there were some critics at that first performance who considered the text too stark and realistic for their tastes, Carmen did very well indeed. By June 18th, it enjoyed 37 performances. At the start of the new season of the Opéra Comique, it returned to the repertory to receive its 50th presentation by February 15, 1876. It was hailed in Vienna in 1875, Brussels in 1876, and London and New York in 1878. Many critics everywhere were as enthusiastic as the general public, and with good reason. For all the vivid color of Spanish life and backgrounds, and all the flaming passions aroused by the sensual Carmen, were caught in Bizet's luminous, dramatic score. The prelude to Carmen represents a kind of résumé of what takes place in the opera, and with some of its musical material. It opens with lively music for full orchestra describing the festive preparations in Seville just before a bull fight. After a sudden change of key and several chords, the popular second-act song of Escamillo, the bullfighter, is first given quietly in strings, then repeated more loudly. Then there is heard an ominous passage against quivering strings which, in the opera, suggests the fatal fascination exerted by Carmen on men. This is repeated in a higher register and somewhat amplified until a dramatic chord for full orchestra brings this episode, and the overture itself, to a conclusion. The prelude to Act 2 is constructed from a motive of an off-stage, unaccompanied little song by Don José in the same act praising the dragoons of Alcala. The prelude to Act 3 is actually an entr'acte, a gentle little intermezzo, which Bizet originally wrote for L'Arlésienne. The prelude to Act 4 is also an entr'acte, this time of dramatic personality. The brilliant and forceful music is based upon an actual Andalusian folk song and dance. It sets the mood for the gay festivities in a public square on the day of a gala bullfight with which the 4th act opens. It is sometimes a practice at concerts of semi-classical or pop music to present not merely one of the 4 orchestral preludes, but also at other times salient musical episodes from the opera, arranged and assembled into fantasias or suites. These potpourris or suites are generally made up of varied combinations of the following excerpts. From Act 1, The Changing of the Guard, Carmen's seductive and extremely popular aria, the habanera El amor est un oiseau rebelle, which was not by Bizet but borrowed by him from a song by Sebastian Iradier, C. Iradier. The duet of Micaela and Don José, Qui sait de quel daemon, and Carmen's Se Gaidil, Prise des Ramparts de Séville. From Act 2, The March of the Smugglers, Carmen's Chanson Bohème, the rousing Toreador song of Escamillo, and Don José's poignant flower song to Carmen, La fleur que tu m'avais jetée. From Act 3, Carmen's card song, En vain pour weiter, and Micaela's celebrated air, Gi disquerin ni m'épouvante. From Act 4, the chorus, march, and finale. Utilizing many of these selections, Ferruccio Busoni and Vladimir Horowitz each prepared striking concert fantasias for solo piano, Pablo de Sarasate for violin and piano, and Franz Waxman for violin and orchestra for the motion picture, Humoresque, starring John Garfield. Children's Games, Jeux d'Enfance, is a delightful suite of 12 pieces for piano, 4 hands, for and about children. Bizet wrote it in 1871, but shortly afterwards orchestrated 5 of these numbers and assembled them into a suite, Op. 22. The first movement is a march entitled Trumpeter and Drummer, Trompette et Tambour, music punctuated by trumpet calls and drum rolls, accompanying a troop of soldiers as it approaches and then disappears into the distance. This is followed by a tender berceuse for muted strings, the doll, La Poupée. The third movement is the top, La Toupée, an impromptu in which the violins simulate the whir of a spinning top while the woodwinds introduce a jolly dance tune. The fourth movement, Little Husband, Little Wife, Petit Mari, Petite Femme, is a quiet little dialogue between husband and wife, the former represented by first violins and the latter by the cellos. The suite ends with the ball, Le Bal, a gallop for full orchestra. The Dance Bohemian is a popular orchestral episode that comes from a comparatively unknown and early Bizet opera, La Jolie Fille de Perth, introduced in Paris in 1867. This vital dance music appears in the second act, but it is also often borrowed by many opera companies for the fourth act ballet of Carmen. The harp leads into, and then accompanies, a soft, sinuous dance melody for the flute. The tempo rapidly quickens, and the mood grows febrile. The strings take over the dance melody in quick time, and other sections of the orchestra participate vigorously. La Patrie Overture, Op. 1873, is music in a martial manner. A robust, strongly rhythmed march tune is immediately presented by the full orchestra. After some amplification, it is repeated softly by the orchestra. The second main theme is a stately folk melody first given by the violins, clarinets, and bassoons, accompanied by the double basses. This new subject receives resounding treatment in full orchestra and is carried to a powerful climax. After a momentary pause, a third tune is heard, this time in violas and cellos accompanied by brasses and double basses, and a fourth, in violas, clarinets, and English horn, with the muted violins providing an arpeggio accompaniment. Then, the stirring opening march music is recalled and dramatized. The overture ends in a blaze of color after some of the other themes are brought back with enriched harmonies and orchestration. This music was written for a play of the same name by Sardo. Luigi Boccherini. Luigi Boccherini was born in Lucca, Italy, on February 19, 1743. After studying music with various private teachers in Rome, he gained recognition as a cellist both as a member of theater orchestras in Lucca and later on tour throughout Europe in joint concerts with Filippo Manfredi, violinist. He served as court composer in Madrid from 1785 to 1787, and from 1787 until 1797 for Friedrich Wilhelm Roman II of Prussia. His last years were spent in Madrid in poverty and poor health, and he died in that city on May 28, 1805. Boccherini, a contemporary of Haydn, was a prolific composer of symphonies, concertos, and a considerable amount of chamber music, which were all important in helping to develop and crystallize a classical style of instrumental writing, and in establishing the classic forms of instrumental music. Despite the abundance of his creation in virtually every branch of instrumental music, and despite the significance of his finest works, Boccherini is remembered today by many music lovers mainly for a comparatively minor piece of music. The sedate minuet, which originated as the third movement of the string quintet in E major, Op. 13, number 5. Transcribed for orchestra, and for various solo instruments and piano, even for solo harpsichord, this light and airy minuet has become one of the most celebrated musical examples of this classic dance form. Several of Boccherini's little-known melodies from various quintets and from his Sinfonia No. 2 in B-flat were used by the contemporary French composer, Jean Francaix, for a ballet score, from which comes an enchanting little orchestral suite. The ballet was the school of dancing, Scuola di Ballo, with book and choreography by Leonard Bernstein. It was introduced by the Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo in 1933. The book was set in the dancing school of Professor Rigaudin. The professor tries to palm off one of his backward pupils on an impresario while withholding his star. In the end, all pupils leave him in disgust. The suite is in 4 parts. The first consists of Lecken and Menuet, the second, Larghetto, Rondo, and Dispute, the third, Presto, Pastoral, and Dance Allemande, the last, Scene du Notaire and Finale. An unidentified program annotator goes on to explain. An occasional stern note in the Lecken and strong chords in the Menuet suggest the teacher. The violin and bassoon play a duet which very clearly pictures the inept pupil. Further atmosphere is furnished by a guitar-like accompaniment heard on the harp from time to time. One is soon acquainted with the characters who reappear in the various sections. The Larghetto closely resembles a movement in one of Haydn's symphonies, which suggests a tempting line of speculation. The orchestration of the Rondo and the syncopation of the Dance Allemande are noteworthy. Francois Boieldieu. Francois-Adrien Boieldieu, genius of opéra comique, was born in Rouen, France on December 16, 1775. After studying music with Charles Broch, Boieldieu became a church organist in Rouen in his 15th year. 2 years later, his first opera, La Fille Coupable, was successfully given in the same city. In 1796, he came to Paris, where from 1797 on his operas began appearing in various theaters, climaxed by his first major success, Le Calife de Bagdad, in 1801. In 1798, he was appointed professor of the piano at the Paris Conservatory. From 1803 until 1811, he lived in Russia writing operas for the imperial theaters and supervising musical performances at court. After returning to Paris in 1811, he reassumed his significant position in French music. From 1817 to 1826, he was professor of composition at the Paris Conservatory, and in 1821 he was made Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. All the while he kept on writing operas and enjoying considerable popularity. His most significant work was the opéra comique La Dame Blanche, a sensation when introduced in Paris in 1825. Ill health compelled him to abandon his various professional activities in 1832. Supported by an annual government grant, he withdrew to Jarcy, where he spent the last years of his life devoting himself mainly to painting. He died there on October 8, 1834. Boieldieu, with Adam and Auber, was one of the founders of French comic opera, and his best works are still among the finest achieved in this genre. The overture to the Caliph of Baghdad, Le Calife de Bagdad, is Boieldieu's most famous piece of music. The opera was a triumph when introduced at the Opéra Comique in Paris on September 16, 1801. The libretto, by Saint-Just, is set in Baghdad where Issam is a benevolent caliph, but given to mischievous pranks and tricks, including parading around the city in various disguises. Once, as an army officer, he meets and makes love to Zeltub. Her mother, suspicious of him, orders his arrest. When the caliph reveals himself, he also discloses his intentions were honorable and that he intends making Zeltub his bride. The overture opens with a mellow song for strings. When the tempo changes, a sprightlier tune is heard in strings and brought to a forceful climactic point. The music now assumes a dramatic character, after which a new subject, again in a sensitive lyrical vein, is offered by the strings. The overture to La Dame Blanche, The White Lady, is also popular. La Dame Blanche is the composer's greatest work in the opéra comique form. It was received with such sensational acclaim when introduced in Paris on December 10, 1825, that temporarily at any rate, the sparkling comic operas of Rossini, then very much in vogue, were thrown into a shade. In time, La Dame Blanche received universal acceptance as a classic in the world of opéra comique. Between 1825 and 1862, it enjoyed over 1,000 performances in Paris. By World War I, the total passed beyond the 1,500 mark. The libretto, by Eugen Scribe, is based on 2 novels by Sir Walter Scott, The Monastery and Guy Mannering. The setting is Scotland, and the White Lady is a statue believed to be the protector of a castle belonging to the Laird of Avenel. The castle is being administered by Gaveston, who tries to use the legend of the White Lady for his own selfish purposes, to gain possession of the family treasures. Anna, Gaveston's ward, impersonates the White Lady to help save the castle and its jewels for the rightful owner. The vivacious overture is made up of several of the opera's principal melodies. The introduction begins with a motive from the first act finale and is followed by the melodious and expressive Ballad of the White Lady. The allegro section that follows includes the drinking song and several other popular arias, among these being the ballad of Robin Adair, which appears during the hero's first act reverie and as a concert piece in the third act. Giovanni Bolzoni. Giovanni Bolzoni was born in Parma, Italy, on May 14, 1841. He attended the Parma Conservatory, then achieved recognition as a conductor of operas in Perugia and Turin. In 1887, he became director of the Liceo Musicale in Turin. Bolzoni wrote 5 operas, a symphony, overtures, and chamber music, but all are now in discard. He died in Turin on February 21, 1919. About the only piece of music by Bolzoni to survive is a beguiling little minuet, which comes from an unidentified string quartet, and which has achieved outstanding popularity in various transcriptions, including many for salon orchestras, with which it is a perennial favorite. Carrie Jacobs Bond. Carrie Jacobs Bond, whose art songs are among the most popular by an American, was born in Janesville, Wisconsin on August 11, 1862. Coming from a musical family, she was given music instruction early and made appearances as a child prodigy pianist. After marrying Dr. Frank L. Bond, a physician, she went to live in Chicago where her husband died suddenly, leaving her destitute. For a while she earned a living by renting rooms, taking in sewing, and doing other menial jobs. Then she began thinking of supplementing this meager income with the writing of songs. To issue these compositions, she formed a modest publishing firm in New York with funds acquired from her New York song recital. For a long time, her office was in a hall bedroom. Her first publication, just before the end of the century, was 7 songs, which included I Love You Truly and Just a Weary for You, each of which she subsequently published as separate pieces. In 1909, she achieved a formidable success with the famous ballad, The End of a Perfect Day, of which more than 5 million copies of sheet music were sold within a few years. Her later songs added further both to her financial security and her reputation. She was invited to give concerts at the White House, received awards for achievement in music from various organizations, and was singled out in 1941 by the Federation of Music Clubs as one of the 2 outstanding women in the field of music. She died in Hollywood, California, on December 28, 1946. Carrie Jacobs Bond knew how to write a song that was filled with sentiment without becoming cloying, that was simple without becoming ingenuous, and which struck a sympathetic universal chord by virtue of its mobile and expressive lyricism. Besides I Love You Truly, Just a Weary for You, and The End of a Perfect Day, her most famous songs included his lullaby, Life's Garden, I've Done My Work, and Roses Are in Bloom. Her songs are so popular that they have been often heard in various transcriptions for salon orchestras and band. Alexander Borodin. Alexander Borodin was born in St. Petersburg, Russia, on November 11, 1833. He was trained in the sciences, having attended the Academy of Medicine in St. Petersburg and in 1858 receiving his doctorate in chemistry. He continued after that to devote himself to scientific activities, both in and out of Russia. He produced several significant papers, and from 1859 to 1862 served on an important scientific mission. He had also received some musical training in his boyhood. In 1862, he began to direct his energies with equal vigor to music as well as to science. He soon joined 4 colleagues, Mussorgsky, Balakirev, Cui, and Rimsky-Korsakov, in forming a national school of composition henceforth identified as the Mighty Five, or the Russian Five. Like the other members of this group, Borodin concerned himself with the creation of a national Russian musical art, well grounded in Russian folk song and dance, Russian culture and history. In this style he produced 3 symphonies, the folk opera Prince Igor, 2 string quartets, and various operas and instrumental compositions. He differed from the other members of the Russian Five by his partiality to Oriental melodies, harmonies, rhythms, and instrumental colors, and by his preference for exotic subjects. Borodin died in St. Petersburg on February 27, 1887. In the Steppes of Central Asia, 1880, is a popular tone poem for orchestra, one of several tableaux vivants, living pictures, commissioned from various composers to honor the 25th anniversary of the reign of Tsar Alexander Roman II. Each tableau vivant was intended to portray an incident from the Russian past or a picture of a Russian scene. Borodin prepared his own programmatic note to explain his music. It appears in the published score. Over the uniformly sandy steppes of Central Asia come sounds of a peaceful Russian song. Along with them are heard the melancholy strains of Oriental melodies, then the stamping of approaching horses and camels. A caravan, accompanied by Russian soldiers, traverses the measureless waste. With full trust in its protective escort, it continues its long journey in a carefree mood. Onward the caravan moves. The songs of the Russians and those of the Asiatic natives mingle in common harmony. The refrains curl over the desert and then die away in the distance. The peaceful Russian song is given by the clarinet, while the melancholy strains of Oriental melodies is an expressive song for English horn. These 2 melodies are the core of a composition that is free in form. The Nocturne Nautano is a haunting, poetic song for strings, the 3rd movement of the composer's String Quartet No. 2 in D major, 1885. It is often heard apart from the rest of the work, particularly in various transcriptions for orchestra or for violin and piano. In 1953, furnished with lyrics and adapted into a popular song by Robert Wright and George Chet Forrest, it was heard in the Broadway musical Kismet as This Is My Beloved, and became an outstanding hit. The Polovtsian dances come from Prince Igor, a folk opera with libretto by Vladimir Stasov based on an old Russian chronicle. It was introduced at the Imperial Opera in St. Petersburg in 1890. The setting is 12th century Central Asia, where a Tartar race, known as the Polovtsi, capture Prince Igor and his son, Vladimir. Though captives, Prince Igor and his son are regaled by the leader of the Tartars with a lavish feast and oriental dances. It is at this point in the opera, Act 2, that the popular Polovtsian dances appear. They are exciting oral experiences because of their primitive rhythms, exotic oriental melodies, and flaming instrumental colors. One of the dances is a poignant melody for flute and oboe. Another is a dance of savage men in which the main melody in clarinet is set against a sharply accented phrase of 4 descending notes. A third is barbaric, a syncopated melody for strings accompanied by crash of cymbals. A fourth is a haunting oriental song divided by violins and cellos. This last melody was used by Robert Wright and George Chet Forrest for their popular song hit of 1953, Stranger in Paradise, in their Broadway musical, Kismet. The concluding dance is again in a savage manner. A passionate melody is begun by the woodwind and carried on by the strings while receiving a vigorous horn accompaniment. Felix Borowski. Felix Borowski was born in Burton, England, on March 10, 1872. He received his musical training at the Cologne Conservatory and with private teachers in England. In 1897, he settled in the United States, where he later became a citizen. From 1897 to 1916, he was professor of harmony and counterpoint at Chicago Musical College, and from 1916 to 1925, its president. His career in music criticism began in 1905. From 1907 to 1917, he was music critic of the Chicago Record Herald, and from 1942 until his death, of the Chicago Sun. He was also program annotator for the concerts of the Chicago Symphony from 1908 on, some of these annotations being published in the books Standard Concert Guide and Encyclopedia of the Symphony. Borowski died in Chicago, Illinois on September 6, 1956. As a composer, Borowski produced 3 symphonies, 3 string quartets, several ballet pantomimes, various tone poems, and other instrumental compositions. His major works are now rarely given, but his smaller salon pieces have retained their popularity through the years. The best of these are the Adoration, for violin and piano, the La Coquette and Valsette for piano, all transcribed for orchestra. All 3 pieces are in simple song structure and unashamedly romantic in their lyricism and emotional content. The uninhibited sentimentality of Adoration has made that piece a particular favorite. Johannes Brahms. Johannes Brahms was born in Hamburg, Germany, on May 7, 1833. He received instruction in music from his father, Otto Cesana, and Eduard Marxsen. At 14, he gave his first public concert as pianist, in which he introduced one of his own compositions. In 1853, he toured with the Hungarian violinist, Eduard Reményi, as his accompanist. During this period, he met and aroused the interest of such notable musicians as Joachim, Liszt, and Schumann. The last of these was one of the first to give Brahms public recognition, through a glowing article in the new Zeitschrift Für Musik. After a considerable amount of travel in Germany and Austria, and after holding various musical positions, Brahms established himself permanently in Vienna in 1863. The promise he had shown in his early piano and chamber music became fully realized with his first piano concerto in 1857, the German Requiem written between 1857 and 1868, and the first symphony completed in 1876. In his later orchestral, piano, and chamber music, he assumed a position of first importance in the German Romantic movement, the spokesman for absolute music, the genius who succeeded in combining respect for classical discipline and tradition with the Romanticists' bent for emotion, poetry, and flexible thought. Brahms died in Vienna on April 3, 1897. The supreme craftsmanship, mature thought, and profound feelings of Brahms' music do not lend themselves to popular consumption. Occasionally, though not frequently, he chose to give voice to a lighter mood, as he did in his ever-popular Hungarian dances. In such music, as in his more ambitious works, he is always the master of form and style, and a powerful and inventive creator. The cradle song, Wiegenlied, is Brahms' universally loved art song, one of the most famous lullabies ever written. It is the 4th in a collection of 5 songs, Op. 49, 1868. Its lyric is a folk poem, Gute Gute Nacht. In its many and varied transcriptions, this lullaby has become an instrumental favorite. The Hungarian Dances was originally published in 1869 in 2 volumes for 4-hand piano. The first book contained dances nos. 1 through 5, while the second book had nos. 6 through 10. Brahms took special pains to point out that these melodies were not his own, but were adaptations. On the title page, there appeared the phrase, arranged for the piano. Brahms further refused to place an opus number to his publication as another indication that this was not original music. And in a letter to his publisher, Simrock, he explained he was offering this music as genuine gypsy children which I did not beget, but merely brought up with bread and milk. Despite Brahms' open candor about the origin of these melodies, a storm of protest was sounded by many newspapers and musicians accusing Brahms of plagiarism. Fortunately, the general public refused to be influenced by this unjust accusation. The 2 volumes of Hungarian dances were a formidable success, the greatest enjoyed by Brahms up to that time. In 1880, Brahms issued 2 more volumes of Hungarian dances, still for 4-hand piano. Book 3 had dances nos. 11 through 16, and Book 4, nos. 17 through 21. This time, many of the melodies were original with Brahms, even if modeled after the style and idiosyncrasies of actual Hungarian folk dances and gypsy melodies. The Hungarian dances are most popular in transcriptions for orchestra, Brahms himself transcribed dances Nos. 1, 3, and 10, Andreas Helen Nas, 2, 4, and 7, Dvorak Nos, 7 through 21, and Albert Parlow the rest. Walter Goher and Leopold Stokowski also made transcriptions of several of these dances for orchestra. In addition, Brahms adapted Book 1 for piano solo and Joachim all the dances for violin and piano. The dances range from sentimental to passionate moods. They abound with abrupt contrasts of feeling and dynamics. They are often vital with vertiginous rhythms and changing meters. These gypsy melodies, both the gay and the sad, warm the heart like Tokay wine. The pulse of the rhythm is similarly intoxicating. As Walter Niemann wrote of these dances, they are pure nature music, full of unfettered, vagrant, roving spirit, and a chaotic ferment, drawn straight from the deepest well springs of music by children of nature. It seems impossible to imprison them in the bonds of measure, time, and rhythm, to convert their enchantingly refreshing, uncivilized character, their wild freedom, their audacious contempt for all order into a civilized moderation and order. Yet Brahms was able to discipline this music with modern techniques without robbing it either of its personality or popular appeal. He has maintained, continues Niemann, and preserved the essential, individual genuine features of gypsy music in his musical idiom. The dances sound like original Hungarian folk music. And for this reason, they delight and enchant everybody, the amateur by their natural quality, the specialist by their art. The most famous of these dances is the fifth in F-sharp minor. Its passionate, uninhibited dance melody released at once by the strings against a strong rhythm. The following are some other popular dances. Number 1 in G minor. A slow and languorous dance unfolds in strings and then is contrasted by a slight, tripping theme in woodwind. A second languorous dance melody follows in the strings. Number 6 in D-flat major. A slow, syncopated melody begins sensually, but soon gains in tempo and volume. A second arresting dance tune is then offered by strings against strong chords in the rest of the orchestra. Number 7 in a major. This dance opens with a vivacious melody in strings, but through most of the piece, a comparatively restrained mood is maintained. Number 12 in D minor. The first dance melody is presented in a halting rhythm by the woodwind against decorative figures in the strings. This is followed by two other dance tunes, the first in strings with trimmings in the woodwind, and the second in full orchestra. Number 19 in B minor and number 21 in E minor. Both are fleet and graceful both in melody and rhythm. The waltz in a flat major, a graceful dance which is given without any introduction or coda, originated as a piece for piano duet, the 15th of a set of 16 such waltzes op. 39, 1865. All of Brahms' waltzes reveal their Viennese identity in their charm and lightness of heart. Some are derivative from the waltzes of Johann Strauss Roman II, but the one in a major is more in the character of a Schubert Liedler than a Strauss waltz, though it does boast more delicacy and refinement than we usually find in peasant dances. David Hochstein's transcription for violin and piano is in the concert violin repertory. Charles Wakefield Cadman. Charles Wakefield Cadman was born in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, on December 24, 1881. As a boy, he played the organ in a church near Pittsburgh and wrote a march that was published. His main music study took place with private teachers, Leo Oehmler, Luigi von Kunitz, and Emil Pohr. From 1908 to 1910, he was the music critic of the Pittsburgh Dispatch. Meanwhile, a meeting in 1902 with the lyric writer Nellie Richmond Eberhardt turned him to the writing of songs in which he achieved his initial outstanding successes as composer. Some of these were inspired by the American Indian. Later researches in the field of American Indian ceremonials and music led him to write his opera Chainwise, produced by the Metropolitan Opera in 1918, as well as several significant instrumental works including the Thunderbird Suite and To a Vanishing Race. From 1917 until his death, he lived in California, where he wrote several major orchestral and chamber music works, but none in the American Indian idiom, with which he became famous. He died in Los Angeles on December 30, 1946. The American Suite, for strings, 1938, is an engaging piece of music in which Cadman makes use of several different American folk idioms. In the first movement, he borrows his melodies from the tribal music of Omaha Indians. In the second movement, we hear Negro folk tunes indigenous to South Carolina. And in the third movement, two old fiddle tunes are effectively employed, Sugar in the Gourd and Hoop-de-Dendo. At Dawning is one of Cadman's two most famous songs. It sold millions of copies of sheet music and records and has been translated into many languages. Though originally published in 1906, it reposed forgotten and unknown on the shelves of the publisher Oliver Ditson until John McCormack sang it at one of his recitals in 1909 and was given an ovation. At Dawning was transcribed for violin and piano by Fritz Kreisler. Dark Dancers of Mardi Gras for orchestra with piano, 1933, is one of Cadman's most popular symphonic compositions. The composer explains, "The work takes its name from the Negro side of the Mardi Gras, though no Negro themes are used. The Negroes of New Orleans have a Mardi Gras of their own. The fantasy is supposed to reflect the fantastic, the grotesque, the bizarre spirit of the carnival." The original theme goes into a major key in the central section, and might represent the romantic feeling of the king and queen and the court in carnival fashion. From the Land of the Sky Blue Water is the second of Cadman's two outstandingly successful songs. It is one of 4 songs with lyrics by Nellie Richmond Eberhardt appearing in American Indian Songs, Op. 45, a cycle which was published in Boston in 1909 and in the same year received a prize in a contest sponsored by the Carnegie Institute. This song was first swept to national fame by the prima donna, Lillian Nordica, in her song recitals. It soon entered the repertory of virtually every leading concert singer in America. Fritz Kreisler transcribed it for violin and piano. Lucien Caillet. Lucien Caillet was born in Dijon, France on May 22, 1891. After attending the Dijon Conservatory, he came to the United States in 1918 and settled first in Pennsylvania and later in California. He has distinguished himself by his skillful symphonic transcriptions of compositions by Johann Sebastian Bach, Mussorgsky, and others. In his own works, he frequently makes skillful use and astute adaptations of some famous pieces of popular music. The Fantasia and Fugue on O, Susanna, 1942, for orchestra has for its point of departure the famous song of Stephen Foster, Oh, Susanna. Caillet's composition begins with a preface, a tutti for orchestra which quotes the melody only partly. This leads into a Fantasia section featuring the solo string quartet and presenting a quiet version of the melody. A fugue follows, the germ of the Susanna melody found in first and second violins in unison. In Pop Goes the Weasel for orchestra, 1938, Caillet brings the full resources of his harmonic and instrumental skill to a famous American folk tune. Pop Goes the Weasel is a Western 2-part melody, long a favorite of country fiddlers since before the Civil War. After presenting this melody, Caillet subjects it to intriguing variations, sometimes with comic effect. Alfredo Catalani. Alfredo Catalani was born in Lucca, Italy, on June 19, 1854. After receiving preliminary instruction in music from his father, he was allowed to enter the Paris Conservatory without examinations. He concluded his music study at the Milan Conservatory, where in 1886 he succeeded Ponchielli as professor of composition. In 1880, he had his first opera, Elda, produced in Turin. He continued to confine himself to the stage, his most successful operas being Loreley in 1890 and La Wally in 1892. In his own time, and shortly thereafter, his operas were outstandingly successful in Italy. Today they are remembered almost exclusively because of some orchestral excerpts. Catalani died in Milan on August 7, 1893. The most popular episodes from Catalani's 2 most famous operas are dances often performed by salon orchestras. The Dance of the Waves, Danza delle Ondine, and The Waltz of the Flowers, Valzer dei Fiori, appear in Loreley, an opera introduced in Turin in 1890. In this opera, the action takes place on the banks of the Rhine. Walter, about to marry Anna, is loved by the orphan girl, Loreley. When Loreley learns she is about to lose her beloved, she calls upon the nymphs and the sprites of the Rhine to help her. Throwing herself into the river, she becomes one of them. During the wedding ceremonies, Loreley appears and entices Walter away from his bride. Anna dies of grief, and Walter meets his doom in the Rhine, to which he is helplessly drawn through enticements by the sprites and by Loreley. The Dance of the Waves takes place in the last act. After Anna's funeral procession passes by, Walter comes to the edge of the Rhine, grief-stricken. Out of the waters come the sprites to dance seductively before Walter and to beckon him on into the river. The Waltz of the Flowers is a graceful, even gentle, dance performed in the second act during the wedding ceremonies of Walter and Anna. The Waltz of the Kiss, Valzer del Bacio, is a segment from La Wally, Catalani's most famous opera, which was such a particular favorite of Arturo Toscanini that not only did he conduct it frequently in Italy, but he also named his son after its heroine. La Wally was introduced at La Scala in Milan in 1892. The text, by Luigi Allicca, was based on a novel by Wilhelmine von Hillern. The setting is 19th-century Switzerland, where Wally and Hagenbach are in love and meet their death in an avalanche. All the while Wally is being sought after by Gelner, whom she detests. The Waltz of the Kiss is a caressing piece of music from the second act which accompanies a dance by Wally and Hagenbach, in which they first discover they are in love and yield to passionate kissing while the hateful Gelner watches. Otto Cesana. Otto Cesana was born in Brescia, Italy, on July 7, 1899. He came to the United States in boyhood and studied music with private teachers. After working in Hollywood, where he wrote a considerable amount of music for motion pictures, he came to New York to become arranger for Radio City Music Hall and for several important radio programs. In his own music, he has been particularly successful in using within large forms popular American elements, at times folk idioms. In a more serious attitude, he has produced half a dozen symphonies and various concertos for solo instruments and orchestra. Negro Heaven for Orchestra is one of his more popular attempts to use an American folk idiom within a symphonic mold. He explains, "Here follows a musical interpretation of the fluctuating moods that seize the colored man, now gay, now sad, always, however migrating towards carefreeness and abandon, as exemplified in the return of the first subject, which is soon followed by one of those superlative moods, a Negro in the throes of nostalgia." Swing Septet 1942, for string orchestra, guitar, and percussion is in 3 short movements, the first in sonata form and the last 2 in 3-part song form. "The chief purpose," says the composer, "is to give the string players an opportunity to compete with the ad-lib boys who, while they improvise the wildest phrases imaginable, are floored whenever an approximation of that material is set down on paper." Emmanuel Chabrier. Emmanuel Chabrier was born in Ambert, France, on January 18, 1841. He was trained as a lawyer. From 1862 to 1880, he was employed at the Ministry of the Interior in Paris. But he had also received a sound musical training with private teachers. Composition began for him in earnest in the 1870s, with 2 of his operettas receiving performances in Paris between 1877 and 1879. In 1879, he made a pilgrimage to Germany to hear Wagner's music dramas, whose impact upon him proved so overwhelming that he finally decided to give up his government work and concentrate on music. Returning to Paris in 1880, he published the pieces Pittoresques for piano. Following a visit to Spain, he produced in 1883 his first major work for orchestra and realized with it his first major success as a composer, the Rhapsody Espana. He also wrote 2 operas, Gwendoline produced in 1886 and Leroy Malgré Lui introduced 1 year later. Some of his best writing was for the piano and included such distinguished works as the Habanera, Beret Fantasque, and Trois Valses Romantiques. Chabrier became a victim of paralysis in the last 2 years of his life, and just before his death he began losing his sanity. He died in Paris on September 13, 1894. While in his operas, he revealed his profound indebtedness to the Wagnerian idiom. Chabrier was at his best either in music that interpreted Spain or to which he brought a natural bent for laughter, gaiety, and the grotesque. Espana, an orchestral rhapsody, is his most famous composition, as popular in the semi-classical literature as it is in the symphonic repertory. Chabrier wrote it in 1883 after a Spanish holiday, and its premiere in Paris on November 4 of that year was a sensation. This rhapsody is built from 3 principal subjects, 2 borrowed from Spanish folk melodies and 1 Chabrier's own. A nervous rhythm in plucked strings leads to a strongly accented malagna, first heard in the wind instrument. Different sections take it over before soaring strings arrive with a lyrical haute melody. Chabrier's own theme, a stately subject for trombones, is then heard, set against the background of the malagna melody. The French waltz king, Waldteufel, used Chabrier's themes from España for one of his most famous waltzes, also entitled España. The Joyeuse Marche, 1888, reveals the composer in one of his satirical moods. Chabrier wrote it at first as a piano composition to be used for a sight reading class at the Bordeaux Conservatory. It proved too difficult to fulfill this function, and Chabrier decided to orchestrate it, calling it Joyeuse Marche and presenting it as one of his more serious endeavors. The music is in a burlesque style, believed to be a musical description of drunken musicians staggering home after a festive evening. The work opens with an orchestral flourish, following which the oboe offers a capricious subject. This gaiety is maintained in the lively second theme for the violins. The Suite Pastorale, 1880, is an orchestral adaptation of 4 of the 10 piano pieces in Pieces pittoresques. In the first, Idyll, a beautiful melody is accompanied by plucked strings. The second, Danse Villageoise, is a country dance in which the lively dance tune is first heard in clarinets. The third piece, Sue's Boys, has a pastoral character, while the concluding number, Scherzo Valse, is a protracted piece of pulsating music. George Chadwick. George Whitefield Chadwick was born in Lowell, Massachusetts, on November 13, 1854. Most of his music study took place in Germany. When he was being graduated from the Leipzig Conservatory in 1879, his overture Rip Van Winkle received its premiere performance. He then studied organ and composition with Reinberger in Munich. After returning to the United States in 1880, he became a teacher of harmony and composition at the New England Conservatory, rising to the post of director in 1897. He was also active for several years as director of the Worcester Music Festival. He died in Boston on April 4, 1931. Chadwick was a prolific composer of symphonies, concertos, and various other orchestral and choral works. He never freed himself from the influence of German Romanticism, with which he had been infected during his student days. He wrote with a sure craftsmanship, usually filling his classical structures with winning melodies and often lush harmonies and orchestration. 2 compositions for orchestra are of particular popular appeal, Jubilee and Nile. Both are movements from the Symphonic Sketches, 1895, which received its world premiere in Boston in 1908. The other 2 movements, the third and fourth, are Hobgoblin and a Wagram Ballad. Jubilee is a vigorous tonal picture of a carnival. A spirited melody is loudly presented by the full orchestra and is elaborated upon. A second virile subject is then presented by bass clarinet, bassoons, violas, and cellos. Following a lively return of the opening carnival theme, the woodwind and horns appear with a lyrical subject. The music then gains in vitality until it comes to a rousing conclusion with a coda built from the carnival motive. Nile has been described as a little Christmas song. It is a haunting orchestral nocturne in which a serene Yuletide melody is offered by the English horn. Cécile Chaminade. Cécile Chaminade was born in Paris on August 8, 1857. Music study took place in Paris with Marsic and Goddard, among others. In 1875, she launched her career as concert pianist by touring Europe in programs that often included her own compositions. At her American debut, on November 7, 1908, she appeared as soloist with the Philadelphia Orchestra in a performance of her own Concertstück. She wrote many other ambitious works including a symphony, 2 orchestral suites, and ballets. She died in Monte Carlo on April 18, 1944. Though Chaminade staked her future as composer on her larger, serious works for orchestra and the ballet stage, she is today remembered almost exclusively for her slight morsels of the salon variety. Most of these originated as compositions for the piano. Her piano music numbers about 200 works including arabesques, etudes, impromptus, valse caprices, and so forth. Ottoni, a sentimental melody, and Serenade Espagnole in a pseudo-Spanish style come from her piano music. Ottoni from the concert etudes, Op. 35. It has been transcribed for popular orchestra by Mellecrino. Serenade Espagnole has been adapted for violin and piano by Fritz Kreisler. Chaminade's most popular piece, Scarf Dance, comes from a ballet, Calerhai, produced in Marseille in 1888. It is often heard in its original orchestral version and in various transcriptions for solo piano and solo instrument and piano. Gustave Charpentier. Gustave Charpentier was born in Dieuze, France, on June 25, 1860. He received his musical training in the conservatories in Lille and Paris, winning the Prix de Rome in 1881. During his stay in Rome, he wrote impressions of Italy for orchestra, with which he realized his first success upon its premiere performance in Paris in 1892. Charpentier's fame, however, rests securely on a single opera, Louise, a triumph when introduced in Paris on February 2, 1900, and since become recognized as one of the major achievements of the French lyric theater. A sequel, Julian 1913, was a failure. From 1913 on, Charpentier wrote almost nothing more, living a bohemian existence in the Montmartre section of Paris, where he died on February 18, 1956. Impressions of Italy, a suite for orchestra, 1890, is a nostalgic picture of 5 Italian scenes. The first movement is Serenade, in which is described a picture of young men emerging from a bistro at midnight, singing love songs under the windows of their girlfriends. At the Fountain depicts girls parading with dignified steps near a waterfall by a ravine. From the distance come the sounds of a shepherd's tune. On Muleback tells of evening as it descends on the Sabine Mountains. The mules trot along, and there rises the song of the muleteer, followed by the sweet love song of girls riding in their carts to the village. On the Heights presents Noontime on the Heights overlooking Sorrento. All is peace, though the toll of bells can be heard from a distance. The finale is a musical tribute to a great city, Naples. In this music, we see the crowds of the city, the parading bands. A tarantella is being danced in the streets. The strains of a sentimental folk song drift in from the quay. Evening falls, and fireworks electrify the sky. Frédéric Chopin. Francois Frédéric Chopin, genius of music for the piano, was born in Zelezowa Wola, Poland, on February 22, 1810. He began to study the piano at 6. 1 year later, he made his first public appearance and wrote his first piece of music. His later music study took place privately with Joseph Elsner and at the Warsaw Conservatory, from which he was graduated with honors in 1829. In that year, he visited Vienna, where he gave 2 successful concerts of his works. He left Poland for good in 1830, settling permanently in Paris a year after that. He soon became one of the most highly regarded musicians in France, even though he gave only a few public concerts. In 1837, he first met the writer, George Sand, with whom he was involved emotionally for about a decade, and under whose influence he composed some of his greatest music. Always sensitive in physique and of poor health, Chopin suffered physically most of his adult life. He died in Paris on October 17, 1849, and was buried in Père Lachaise. Chopin produced 169 compositions in all. Practically all of them are for the piano, and most within the smaller forms. In writing for the piano, he was an innovator who helped change the destiny of piano style and technique. He is often described as the poet of the keyboard, by virtue of his sensitive and deeply affecting lyricism, usually beautifully ornamented, his always exquisite workmanship, and his profound emotion. Many of his works are nationally polished in expression. The Etude in E major, Op. 10, No. 3, 1833, is one of 2 of Chopin's most famous works in the etude form. While an etude is essentially a technical exercise, Chopin produced 27 pieces for piano which, though they still probe various technical problems, are nevertheless so filled with poetic thought and musical imagination that they belong in the realm of great art and must be numbered with his most significant compositions. That in E major is one of his most beautiful melodies, a soulful song rather than a technical exercise. Chopin himself regarded this as one of his most inspired pages. One of the many transcriptions of this composition existing is for the voice. The so-called revolutionary etude, C minor, Op. 10, No. 12, 1833, was inspired by the tidings received by Chopin while he was traveling from Vienna to Paris that Warsaw had fallen to the Russians. His first impulse was to rush back home and join in the battle. He was dissuaded from doing this by his family, and instead he sublimated his intense patriotic feelings by writing a fiery piece of national music, full of the spirit of defiance. Since then, this etude has become as inextricably associated with Poland and its national aspirations and ideals as, for example, is Sibelius, Finlandia with Finland. This etude was repeatedly played over the Polish radio when Nazi Germany first attacked Poland in 1939, a continual inspiration to the defenders of Warsaw. It was the last piece of music played over the Polish radio before the Germans took over. In the Fantaisie Impromptu in C-sharp minor, Op. 66, 1834, Chopin makes a structural compromise between the forms of the fantasy and the impromptu. In doing so, he produced one of his best-known melodies, a melody that appears after a fast bravura opening. This is a flowing, sentimental song that was used for the popular American tune, I'm Always Chasing Rainbows. The Funeral March is surely the most celebrated funeral music ever written. It is found as the third movement of the Sonata No. 2 in B-flat minor, for piano, Op. 35, 1839. In various arrangements, especially for orchestra, for band, and for organ, this music has accompanied the dead to their final resting place in every part of the civilized world. In three-part form, the first section consists of a slow, mournful march. In the middle trio, a more reflective mood is projected, almost like a kind of gentle recollection of the dead and the good he had performed. The opening mournful tread returns after this trio to bring the composition to its conclusion. The 55 mazurkas are among the most national of Chopin's compositions, those in which he most fervently expressed his strong feelings about his native land. The mazurka is a polished dance in 3/4 time, somewhat slower in tempo than the waltz, and highly varied in rhythm and emotion. In Chopin's mazurkas we find, on the one hand, brief mood pictures, and on the other, a fiery romantic temperament which expresses itself in rapid and at times abrupt alternations of feeling from the gay to the melancholy, from the energetic to the pensive. One of the most beautiful of the mazurkas is that in a minor, Op. 17, No. 4, 1833, of which Stokowski made an excellent orchestral arrangement. One of the most dramatic is that in B-flat minor, Op. 24, No. 4, 1835, orchestrated by Stokowski, Auber, among others. Two other Chopin mazurkas that have been orchestrated are found in Les Sylphides, see below, that in D major, Op. 33, No. 2, 1838, and C major, Op. 67, No. 3, 1835. Chopin wrote 19 nocturnes, each one a slow, poetic, and atmospheric piece of night music. Chopin loved the night, wrote James Gibbons Huneker, and its soft mysteries, and his nocturnes are true night pieces, some with agitated, remorseful countenance, others seen in profile only, while many others are whisperings at the dusk. The most celebrated of Chopin's nocturnes is that in E-flat major, Op. 9, No. 2, 1833, truly a whispering at the dusk. This is a beautiful, romantic song that begins without preliminaries. As this spacious melody unfolds, it acquires even new facets of beauty through the most exquisite embellishments. Among the many transcriptions that have become popular, besides those for orchestra, is one for violin and piano by Pablo de Sarasate, and another for cello and piano by David Popper. There are two Chopin polonaises that are particularly favored by audiences everywhere. One is the heroic, the other the military. Chopin was especially successful in endowing artistic dimensions and significance to this old courtly folk dance, which is technically characterized by its syncopations and accents on the half-beat. He wrote 12 for piano. The heroic, in a flat major, Op. 53, No. 6, 1842, is fiery music, its first robust theme being the reason why the entire work has been designated as heroic. This main melody was borrowed for the American popular song, Till the End of Time, a big hit in 1945. Sigmund Spieth has pointed up the interesting fact that while Till the End of Time was at the head of the hit parade, in 1945, the Polonaise itself from which this song was derived was in 15th place, competing with all the light and serious music of the world. And one of the reasons why the Polonaise suddenly became so popular was because it was featured prominently in the screen biography of Chopin released that year, A Song to Remember. The military Polonaise, in a major, Op. 40, No. 1, 1839, is one of Chopin's most commanding pieces of music. Both principal themes have a pronounced military character, though the second is somewhat more subdued and lyrical than the first. Glazanov's transcription for orchestra, for the Ballet Chopiniana, is one of several adaptations. Of Chopin's 26 preludes, 2 should be singled out for their enormous popular appeal. Chopin's preludes are brief compositions suggesting a mood or picture, but at the end leaving the impression with the listener that much more could be spoken on that subject. These preludes, as Robert Schumann wrote, are sketches, the beginnings of studies, or, if you will, ruins, eagle's pinions, wild and motley and pell-mell. But in every piece we find, in his own pearly handwriting, this is by Frédéric Chopin. Even in his pauses, we recognize him by his agitated breathing. There are 24 pieces in Op. 28, 1839, each one in one of the keys of the major or minor scale, beginning with C major and a minor, and concluding with F major and D minor. The most popular is that in a major, one of the shortest in the group, a 16-bar melody in 2 short sentences. This is not only one of Chopin's simplest lyrical thoughts, but also one of his most eloquent. Among the orchestral transcriptions is the one found in the ballet Les Sylphides, see below. The second of Chopin's most popular preludes is the so-called Raindrop, in D-flat major, Op. 28, number 15. Some of the depression experienced by Chopin during a miserable stay in Majorca with George Sand, where he was plagued by illness, bad weather, and the antagonism and suspicions of his neighbors, can here be found. The melody is a somber reflection, through which is interspersed a repetitious figure that seems to suggest the rhythm of falling raindrops, the reason why this piece acquired its familiar nickname. The belief that Chopin was inspired to write this music by listening to the gentle sound of falling rain on the roof of his Majorca house is apocryphal. Les Sylphides, one of the most popular works in the classic ballet repertory, makes extensive use of some of Chopin's best-known compositions for the piano, orchestrated by Stravinsky, Alexander T. Cherepnine, Glazunov, and Lyadov. With choreography by Mitchell Fokine, it was first presented by Diaghilev's Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo in Paris on June 2, 1909 with Pavlova, Karsavina, and Nijinsky as principal dancers. There is no storyline to this ballet. In place of characters, there are only dancers dressed in long white dresses and a danseur in black and white velvet. In place of an actual plot, there is only atmosphere and mood. A subdued, introspective overture, prelude in a major, Op. 28, number 7, leads to the rise of the curtain on an ancient ruin within a secluded wood. Girls in white are transfixed in a tableau, then they begin dancing to the strains of the nocturne in a flat, Op. 32, number 2. After that come various dances to the following Chopin compositions: Waltz in G-flat, Op. 70, number 1, Mazurka in C major, Op. 67, number 3, Mazurka in D major, Op. 33, number 2, a repetition of the opening a major prelude, Waltz in a flat, Op. 69, number 1, the Eladio a repetition of the opening a major prelude, Waltz in C-sharp minor, Op. 64, number 2, Waltz in E-flat, Op. 18, the Grand Valse Brillante. Chopin's 14 waltzes are the last word in aristocratic elegance and refinement of style. They are abundant with the most beguiling lyrical ideas. Perhaps the best loved of all these waltzes is that in C-sharp minor, Op. 64, number 2, 1847. The waltz opens without preliminaries with music of courtly grace. 2 other equally appealing subjects follow. The so-called minute waltz, in D-flat major, Op. 64, number 1, is one of the shortest of Chopin's compositions for the piano. The term minute does not refer to the 60 seconds supposedly required for its performance. Actually, that performance takes less than a minute, but to the French term, minute, meaning small. Eric Coates, one of England's most highly esteemed and widely performed composers of light music, was born in Hucknall, England, on August 27, 1886. While attending the Royal Academy of Music in London, where he specialized in the viola under Lionel Turdes, he supported himself by playing in several of London's theatre orchestras. Upon graduating from the Academy, Coates became violist with several string quartets, including the Hamburg String Quartet, with which he toured South Africa in 1908. From 1912 to 1918, he was first violist of the Queen's Hall Orchestra. Meanwhile, in 1911, he realized his first success as composer of light music when his miniature suite was introduced at a promenade concert. After 1920, he devoted himself almost completely to composition, producing ballets, rhapsodies, suites, marches, and so forth that were heard around the world. In 1930, his valse serenade Sleepy Lagoon achieved a phenomenal success in London. With lyrics by Jack Lawrence and in a popular song arrangement by Dr. Albert Serme, it made in 1942 17 appearances on the American hit parade, twice in first place. Coates appeared as guest conductor throughout the music world, visiting the United States in 1946 and 1955, on both occasions conducting concerts of his music over the radio networks. In 1957, he became president of the British Light Music Association. He died in Chichester, England, on December 21, 1957. In 4 Centuries, a Suite for Orchestra, 1941, Coates created a 4-movement work, each of which was in a musical style of a different century. The first movement is a fugue, the second pavane, the third valse, and the last is called jazz. London Suite, 1932, for orchestra, is one of his best-known works inspired by the city dearest to his heart. As he himself wrote, "My best inspiration is to walk down a London street, and a tune soon comes to me. When I can think of nothing, I walk down Harley Street, and there is a lamp post. Every time I catch sight of it, a tune comes to my mind. That lamp post has been my inspiration for years." The most celebrated movement of his suite is the stirring Knightsbridge March, one of the most popular marches by an Englishman, perhaps second only in universal appeal to Elgar's Pomp and Circumstance. It has been used as the theme music for a program on the BBC, and when first used, the radio station was swamped with over 20,000 letters asking for its identification. 2 other highly familiar movements from this suite are Westminster and Covent Garden. The former is a meditation, introduced by the chiming of bells of the Westminster clock, and followed by tunes both gay and pensive, suggesting different moods of people strolling in London streets below. The second is a tarantella, a lively dance recalling the fact that the famous opera house, Covent Garden, has also distinguished itself for the performances of comic and light operas. The Three Bears is a realistic tonal picture of the famous fairy tale of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. An expressive andante section is intended to depict the query of the three bears, "Who's been sitting in my chair?" In the gentle waltz section that follows, Goldilocks goes to sleep in the small bear's bed. A vigorous fast section demonstrates how the three bears discover Goldilocks and chase her wildly. They finally give up the pursuit, go home in good humor, while Goldilocks returns to her grandmother to tell her of her adventure that day. In The Three Elizabeths, 1944, Coates provides sensitive lyrical portraits of 3 English queens: Queen Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, widow of King George Roman VI, and Elizabeth Roman II. Peter Cornelius. Peter Cornelius was born in Mayence, Germany, on December 24, 1824. After studying theory with Dane in Berlin from 1845 to 1852, he became a passionate advocate of the music of the future, as promulgated by Liszt and Wagner. It was Liszt who introduced Cornelius' comic opera, The Barber of Baghdad, in Weimar in 1858. Liszt was finally forced to resign his conducting post in Weimar because of the hostility of the audiences to this masterwork. From 1865 on, Cornelius lived in Munich, where he was reader to King Ludwig Roman II and professor of harmony at the Royal Conservatory. He died in Mayence on October 26, 1874. He was a composer of operas and songs, but is today remembered almost exclusively for The Barber of Baghdad, one of the most delightful comic operas in the German repertory. The Barber of Baghdad, Der Barbier von Bagdad, whose world premiere took place in Weimar on December 15, 1858, Liszt conducting, has an amusing text written by the composer himself. The plot concerns a rendezvous between Nuruddin and Margiana, daughter of the Caliph. Nuruddin's friend, the Barber of Baghdad, stands guard. This amatory adventure is brightened by a series of episodes and accidents in which Nuruddin, mistaking his friend for the Caliph, seeks refuge in a chest in which he almost suffocates. All turns out well in the end. The Caliph offers his parental blessings to Nuruddin and Margiana. The overture is famous. Its main melody is a chromatic oriental subject which represents the barber. Another significant episode is the theme with which the overture opens, a tender melody for woodwind and muted strings. These two ideas, and several subsidiary ones derived from the opera score, are developed with considerable good humor and merriment until a dramatic conclusion is realized in the coda. Noel Coward. Noel Coward, one of England's most brilliant and versatile men of the theatre in the 20th century, was born in Teddington on December 16, 1899. He made his stage debut in 1911 in a fairy play, and for the next few years appeared regularly in various other productions. His career as performer was interrupted by military service during World War I. After the war, he decided upon a career as writer. His first major success came with the play The Vortex in 1924. From then on, he wrote dramas and comedies which placed him in the front rank of contemporary playwrights. But his achievements in the theater do not end here. He has also distinguished himself as an actor, nightclub entertainer, producer, lyricist, composer, and on occasion even as a conductor. He wrote the texts, lyrics, and the music to several musical productions, the most famous of which is the operetta Bittersweet in 1929. Other musicals by Coward include Year of Grace, 1928, Words and Music, 1932, Conversation Piece, 1934, and After the Ball, 1954. Out of some of these have come such celebrated Coward songs as Mad About the Boy, Mad Dogs, and Englishmen, Someday I'll Find You, and I'll Follow My Secret Heart. An anthology of 51 Noel Coward songs from his various musical productions, called the Noel Coward Songbook, was published in New York in 1953. Never having received any musical training, Coward can play the piano only in a single key, and must call upon the services of an amanuensis to get his melodies down on paper. Bittersweet is his most famous musical, first produced in London on July 18, 1929, and in New York on November 5, 1929. It was twice adapted for motion pictures, the first time in 1933 in England, and the second time in 1940 in the United States in a production starring Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy. In Bittersweet, Noel Coward made a conscious effort at writing a romantic, sentimental, nostalgic operetta in the style so long favored in Vienna. Indeed, it was a hearing of a recording of Johann Strauss, Die Fledermaus, that proved to be the immediate stimulus in the writing of his text. The setting is for the most part Vienna, and the time the 1880s. Sari, an English girl, is about to marry an English man of means when she suddenly decides to elope with Karl, a music teacher. They go to live in Vienna. Karl comes to his sudden death in a duel, after which Sari continues to live in Vienna where she becomes a famous singer. In her old age, after an absence of half a century, she returns to London. 3 melodies from Bittersweet have become extremely popular. The first is a nostalgic waltz, I'll See You Again, from the first act, the love song of Sari and Karl. The song recurs again in the third act, and its closing measures serve to bring the play to a dramatic conclusion. Zigeuner, also sung by Sari, is, as its name suggests, in the gypsy style so favored by the Viennese public. The third famous melody from Bittersweet is If Love Were All. I'll Follow My Secret Heart comes from Conversation Piece, first produced in London on February 16, 1934, and in New York the same fall. The setting of this sentimental and nostalgic operetta is the English resort town of Brighton in 1811, where Paul, a duke-turned-adventurer, and Melanie, a Parisian chanteuse, are involved in a stormy romance that ends happily. As sung by Yvonne Printemps in London, I'll Follow My Secret Heart was the pivot on which the story rotated, and the main reason for this operetta's enormous success. César Cui. César Cui was born in Vilna, Russia, on January 18, 1835. He was graduated as an engineer from the St. Petersburg Engineering Academy in 1857, following that he served for many years as a topographer, as an authority on fortifications, and as an engineering professor. All the while his principal avocation was music, which he had studied from childhood on. Between 1864 and 1900, he was active as music critic for various Russian newspapers and journals. As a composer, he belonged to the nationalist group known as the Russian Five or Mighty Five. But unlike his distinguished colleagues, Balakirev, Rimsky-Korsakov, Mussorgsky, and Borodin, his influence proved far greater than his music. He wrote many operas and large orchestral works, but none have remained alive in the repertory. He was probably at his best in miniature for the piano and in his songs. He died in St. Petersburg on March 24, 1918. It is with one of his miniatures that his name is still remembered. This piece is the Oriental, a composition originally for violin and piano, the ninth number in a suite of 24 pieces collectively entitled Kaleidoscope, Op. 50. The principal melody is in Oriental style, introduced and then accompanied by a persistent rhythm, which in the original version is produced by plucked strings, while the melody itself is first given by the piano. This melody is soon taken over by the violin. Transcriptions for orchestra have made this a salon favorite. Claude Debussy. Achille Claude Debussy, father of musical impressionism, was born in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, France, on August 22, 1862. From 1873 to 1884, he attended the Paris Conservatory, where he was both a rebellious and a brilliant student. He won many prizes, including the Prix de Rome in 1884. In the compositions written in Rome under the provisions of the Prix, he already revealed his independence of thought and unorthodoxy of style. After returning from Rome to Paris, he became influenced not only by the Impressionist movement in French art and the Symbolist movement in French literature, but also by the iconoclastic musical approaches and idioms of Erik Satie. Debussy now began to develop his own techniques and mannerisms and to crystallize his highly personal style. His first masterworks appeared between 1892 and 1893, the orchestral prelude, the Afternoon of a Faun et l'après-midi d'un Faun, and his string quartet. With later works for orchestra and for solo piano, and with his remarkable opera, Pelléas and Melisande, introduced at the Opéra Comique on April 30, 1902, he brought musical impressionism to its highest technical development and to its most advanced stage of artistic fulfillment. He became the musical poet of the most subtle suggestions, elusive moods, and delicate impressions. A victim of cancer, Debussy suffered severely in the closing years of his life. He died in Paris on March 25, 1918, on a day when the city was being bombarded by the Germans during World War I because of the war. His death passed unnoticed except by a handful of friends. Debussy's greatest works are, to be sure, too complex in technique and too subtle in style to enjoy ready consumption by the general public. But a few of his compositions have a wide appeal because their charm and sensitivity are easily comprehended, even at first hearing. One of these is the delightful piano suite, Children's Corner, 1908, written by the composer for the delight of his little daughter, Choo Choo. In it, Debussy evokes the imaginative world of the child, but he also produces unsophisticated descriptive music that is readily appreciated by the very young. Debussy used English rather than French titles for this work because he wished to suggest the kind of stories and games that involve an English governess and a French child. André Caplet's orchestration of this suite is famous. There are 6 brief movements. The first, Dr. Gradus ad Parnashum, is a satire on young pianists and their struggles with 5-finger exercises. This is followed by Jimbo's Lullaby, a tender lullaby crooned by a child to his toy elephant named Jimbo. In the third movement, Serenade for a Doll, the child turns from his pet elephant to his pet doll to croon to it a sensitive serenade. The Snow is Falling is a tone picture of a snowfall, seen by a child from his window. The Little Shepherd is a pastoral piece of music. The most famous movement of the suite is the last one, Gilliwag's Cakewalk, in which the composer exploits the style and rhythm of a Negro dance popular in America in the 19th century, the cakewalk. In this movement, the composer maliciously interpolates a fragment from the prelude of Wagner's Tristan and Isolde. The beloved Clair de Lune, Moonlight, is probably the composer's most celebrated melody. This is a poetic, sensitive evocation of the peace and beauty of a moonlight light. It comes from his Suite Bergamasque for piano, 1890, where it can be found as the third of 4 movements. Orchestral transcriptions have made this piece of music world-famous. The Girl with the Flaxen Hair, La Fille aux Cheveux de Lin, is an exquisite portrait, in the composer's most felicitous impressionist style. It is the 8th number of his Preludes for the Piano, Book 1, 1910, and like Clair de Lune is often heard in various orchestral transcriptions. Arthur Hartmann's adaptation for violin and piano is also familiar. The Petite Suite, Little Suite, for Piano Duet 1889 is early Debussy, more in the romantic vein of Delibes than in the provocative idiom Debussy later made famous. As orchestrated by Henry Busser, it is in the repertory of many salon and pop orchestras. There are 4 short movements. The first, En bateau, in a boat, is particularly popular. In the orchestration, a gentle barcarolle melody for flute suggests the gentle course of the boat in a placid lake. This is followed by turns by a vigorous episode and a passionate section, both of them for the strings. The flute then restores placidity, and the opening sensitive melody returns in the violins. Quartet, March, is a pert little march tune shared by the woodwind and strings. Menuet is of classic grace, while the finale, Ballet, has a compelling rhythmic vigor. Reverie, 1890, is a brief, atmospheric piece for the piano which has become a favorite with Americans, because in 1938 it was adapted into the popular song, My Reverie. Léo Delibes. Léo Delibes was born in Saint-Germain-du-Val, France, on February 21, 1836. After attending the Paris Conservatory from 1848 on, he became an accompanist for the Théâtre Lyrique and organist of the Church of Saint-Jean et Saint-François in Paris in 1853. Between 1855 and 1865, he wrote a dozen operas, none of them successful. In 1865, he was appointed chorus master of the Grand Opera, where he was encouraged to write music for ballet. The first of these was La Source in 1866, renamed Nela when later given in Vienna. His most successful ballets were Coppelia in 1870 and Sylvia in 1876, both still vital in the repertory. In 1873, his most important opéra comique, Le Roi et la Dot, was introduced by the Opéra Comique. Delibes' most important opera, Lakmé, was first performed on April 14, 1883 by the Paris Opéra. Meanwhile, in 1881, Delibes was appointed professor of composition at the Conservatory. 3 years after that, he became a member of the French Academy. He died in Paris on January 16, 1891. Delibes is often described as the creator of modern ballet music. He was the first composer to write symphonically for the dance, to bring to ballet music the fullest creative and technical resources of the skilled serious composer. Thus, he opened a new field of compositions which later composers, Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, and Ravel, among many others, cultivated with fertility. The elegance of Delibes' style, the caressing warmth of his lyricism, the richness of his harmonic and rhythmic language, the delicacy of his orchestration endow his ballet music with interest even when it is divorced from its choreography. Coppelia is a staple in the classic ballet repertory. It was introduced at the Paris Opera on May 25, 1870, choreography by A. Saint Leon and scenario by C. Nuiter and A. Saint Leon based upon The Sandman, a story by E.T.A. Hoffman. Coppelia is the first successful ballet to utilize the subject of a doll become human. Coppelia is a doll created by Dr. Coppelius. She comes to life and gets out of control. France, thinking she is human, falls in love with her. But when he realizes she is but a doll, he becomes reconciled with his former sweetheart, Swanhilda. Delibes' score is one of the earliest in ballet to make successful use of such folk dances as the mazurka and the czardas. Because of his success in this direction, many later composers of ballet music were encouraged to follow suit. An orchestral suite adapted from the score never ceases to delight audiences at both symphonic and semi-classical concerts. It opens with the Valse Lente, a suave waltz to which Swanhilda dances as she strives to attract the attention of Coppelia, of whom she is jealous. This is followed by the mazurka, a gay episode danced by a group of villagers after France has mistaken Coppelia for a human and salutes her. The ballade then comes as a pensive interlude. To this music, Swanhilda puts a stalk of wheat to her ear, following a long-existing superstition to discover if France has been faithful to her. When the answer is in the negative, she breaks the stalk savagely before his very eyes. Theme Slave Verrier is danced by Swanhilda. This section comprises a tuneful Polish melody and 5 variations. The stately and at times fiery Czardas, which concludes the first act, is a corybantic in which all villagers join. Valse de la Poupée, or Dance of the Doll, is probably the most familiar musical number in the entire ballet, an elegant waltz danced by Swanhilda as she assumes the dress and imitates the actions of Coppelia. The Nayla Waltz, or Pas des Fleurs, was written by Delibes in 1867 as an intermezzo for the revival in Paris of Adolphe Adam's opera Le Corsaire, in Paris. When Delibes' early ballet, La Source, was introduced in Vienna as Nayla, this waltz was interpolated into the production. A short, vigorous introduction for full orchestra and several notes in the basses lead to the lilting waltz melody in strings, with the woodwinds soon joining in. Ernst von Dohnanyi made an effective transcription of this waltz for the piano. Leroy l'a dit, The King Said So, is an opéra comique with libretto by Edmond Gondanet, introduced at the Opéra Comique in Paris on May 24, 1873. The plot revolves around a peasant boy whom a marquis is trying to pass off before the king as his own son. The peasant makes the most of this situation, to the continual embarrassment and chagrin of the marquis, who finally manages to get rid of him by marrying him off to a maid with whom the boy is in love. The popular overture to this light opera opens with a brisk march in full chords. A gracious little melody then unfolds in the strings. After a return of the march music in a more subdued vein, a romantic song is offered by the clarinets against plucked strings. The music now grows livelier, as a principal thought is given by chattering strings and woodwind. Extended use is now made of the first graceful melody. The opening march is at last recalled to bring the overture to a boisterous end. The second of Delibes' famous ballet Sylvia was introduced at the Paris Opera on June 14, 1876. The choreography was by Louis Merante and the text by Jules Barbier and Baron de Rienich. The classical subject is derived from mythology. Aminta, a shepherd, comes to a sacred grove seeking a huntress he had once seen there. She is Sylvia, who soon appears with her nymphs. She is later captured by Orion, the black huntsman. But her escape is effected by Eros, and she and Aminta are reunited in love. Like Coppelia, Sylvia has a popular orchestral suite adapted from the ballet score. After a brief prelude comes Les Chasseresses, the Huntresses, sprightly music with which Sylvia and her nymphs make their first appearance. To its rhythmic strains, they dance before a statue of Eros. A gentle intermezzo follows, describing the nymphs as they rest near a stream. In the Valse Lent, Sylvia dances to a graceful musical episode. The barcarolle highlights a saxophone solo. To this background music appears a ship bearing Eros, disguised as a pirate. The most celebrated single number in the entire suite comes next, the pizzicato, a delicate dance performed by Sylvia disguised as a slave. The Cortege de Bacchus, March of Bacchus, is the dynamic music with which a bacchanalian rite is being celebrated. Gregore Dinicu. Gregore Dinicu, who was born in Bucharest, Romania, on April 5, 1889, is a gypsy violinist who became popular in leading Romanian cabarets and restaurants. In 1939, he visited the United States, scoring a major success with his gypsy orchestra at the New York World's Fair. His Hora Staccato, for violin and piano or violin and orchestra, a virtuoso piece of folk character, is his only composition to become famous outside Romania. Jascha Heifetz, the famous virtuoso, heard Dinicu play it in Romania and was so delighted with it that he transcribed it, and popularized it both at his concerts and on records. The hora is an exciting Romanian folk dance with lively rhythms and a vertiginous melody that shifts flexibly from major to minor or modal scales. These traits are all found in Dinicu's electrifying hora staccato. Gaetano Donizetti. Gaetano Donizetti was born in Bergamo, Italy, on November 29, 1797. His early music study took place in Bergamo and Naples and was completed at the Liceo Filarmonico in Bologna. Despite his strong bent not only for music, but also for art, literature, and architecture, he aspired for a military career. While serving in the Austrian army, he completed his first opera, Enrico di Borgogna, introduced in Venice in 1818. Success came 4 years after that in Rome with Zaure di Granada. Now exempted from further military duty, Donizetti was able to devote himself entirely to composition. Between 1822 and 1829, he wrote 23 operas. In 1830, he achieved renown throughout Europe with Anna Bolna, introduced in Milan. In the 5 succeeding years, he produced 2 masterworks by which he is still represented in the operatic repertory: L'Elixir de Mare in 1832 and Lucia di Lammermoor in 1835. From 1837 to 1839, he was the director of the Naples Conservatory. In 1839, he went to live in Paris, where he wrote and had produced several highly successful operas, including The Daughter of the Regiment and La Favorita in 1840 and Don Pasquale in 1843. Soon after this, he returned to his native city, where he was stricken by a mental disorder and for a time confined to an asylum. He died in Bergamo on April 8, 1848. The facility with which Donizetti wrote his 67 operas is apparent in the easy flow of his lovable melodies and in the spontaneity of his orally agreeable harmonies. He also possesses a fine theatrical gift, and much of his best music combines delightful lyricism and affecting emotion with dramatic force. The Daughter of the Regiment, La Fille du Régiment, or La Figlia del Reggimento, was first performed at the Opéra Comique in Paris on February 11, 1840. The French libretto by Jean-François Bayard and Vernet de Saint-Georges was translated into Italian by the composer. The setting is Tyrol in 1815, then being invaded by Napoleon's troops. Marie is the vivandière, canteen manager, of the 21st Regiment of the French Army. In love with Tonio, who is suspected by the French of being a spy, she is able to prevail on the troops to save his life. But Marie is soon compelled to be separated from both Tonio and the French soldiers when it is discovered that she is the long-lost niece of the Countess of Birkenfeld and must return with her aunt to her castle. The Countess wants Marie to marry the Duke of Krakenthorpe. When the French troops, with Tonio among them, storm the Birkenfeld castle and want to reclaim Marie, the Countess now reveals that Marie is not her niece but her daughter, and thus must obey her wishes. However, the French soldiers finally prevail on the Countess to permit Marie to marry Tonio. The most popular selections from this tuneful and occasionally martially stirring opera are Marie's moving tribute to her regiment, Ah, chacun le sait, chacun le dit, and her tender farewell as she is about to leave for Birkenfeld, Il faut partir mes bons compagnons, and a spirited French war song to victory, Rataplan, all from the first act. And from the second act, Marie's moving aria, Par l'orange et l'opulence, the orchestral entr'acte, Tyrolean, and the dramatic paean to France, Salut à la France, with which the opera ends. Don Pasquale is a classic in the literature of opera buffa. It received its premiere in Paris on January 3, 1843. Its libretto, by the composer and Giacomo Ruffini, is based on a libretto created by Angelo Anelli for another opera. The central character is an old bachelor who objected to the marriage of his young nephew with a beautiful widow, Norina. To teach him a lesson, Norina puts on a disguise, involves the old man in a mock marriage, and then tortures him with her shrewish ways. Pasquale finally becomes so relieved to discover that he has merely been the victim of an intrigue, rather than a catastrophic marriage, that he does not hesitate any longer to give Norina and his nephew his consent to their marriage. In the case of Don Pasquale, its overture is heard far more often than potpourris of principal sections. It opens with heavy descending chords which lead into an opulent song for cellos, soon assumed by horns and the woodwind. The heart of the overture is a saucy melody for strings. The music now becomes dramatized with transitional material, but a new gay melody is offered by the woodwind and strings. The main string melody and the succeeding sprightly tune are recalled to finish the overture in a gay mood. L'Elixir de Mare, the Elixir of Love, like Don Pasquale, is a delightful comic opera, one of the most effervescent ever written. It received its first performance in Milan on May 12, 1832. The libretto, by Felice Romani, was based on Eugene Scribe's Le Philtre. Nemorin, in love with Adna who rejects him, purchases a love elixir from the quack, Dr. Dulcamara. But a sudden inheritance from his uncle, which forthwith makes Nemorino extremely popular with the girls, proves even more potent in winning Adna's love than the potion itself. Orchestral selections from his gay opera include one of the best-loved tenor arias in the operatic repertory. It is Una furtiva lagrima, a soulful song by Nemorino in the second act, with which he hopes to console Adna when he sees her jealousy, suddenly aroused by the fact that he had become the favorite of the village girls. Other familiar episodes include a merry comic number, Judite, in which Dr. Dulcamara boasts of the power of his potions, and a beautiful aria, Quanto I grav bella, in which Nemorino discloses his love and longing for Adna, both in the first act. Lucia di Lammermoor is Donizetti's most famous grand opera, and the title role has been favored by the world's foremost coloratura sopranos. The libretto, by Salvatore Camerano, was based on the Sir Walter Scott romance, The Bride of Lammermoor. The opera was first performed in Naples on September 26, 1835. Lucia, sister of Lord Ashton, is in love with Edgar, but in planning to have her marry the wealthy Lord Arthur Bucklaw, Lord Ashton uses lies and wiles to convince his sister that Edgar does not love her. On the day of the signing of the marriage contract between Lucia and Bucklaw, Edgar invades the Lammermoor castle and curses its family. Maddened by her grief, Lucia kills her husband soon after the wedding and then dies. When Edgar learns that Lucia has loved him all the time, he commits suicide. The favorite selections from this opera include one of the most famous ensemble numbers in all opera, the sextet Kai mi Frina. It is sung in Act 2, Scene 2, by Lucia, Edgar, Bucklaw, Raymond, Ashton, and Alissa after Edgar had invaded the Lammermoor castle and witnessed the signing of the marriage contract between Lucia and Bucklaw. Each of the characters here gives voice to his or her personal reaction to this dramatic situation. Lucia speaks of her despair at the treachery of her brother. Edgar wonders why he does not commit an act of vengeance. Lord Ashton is led to sympathy at his sister's despair. Lucia's companion, Alissa, and Bucklaw hope that bloodshed might be averted, and Raymond, a chaplain, invokes divine help. Another highly popular excerpt from the opera offered in orchestral potpourris includes Lucia's Mad Scene from Act 3, Scene 2, Arden Giel Incensi. Dressed in a white gown, Lucia appears and mistakes her brother for her beloved Edgar, who she believes has come to marry her. Then she entreats those around her to place a flower on her grave and not to weep at her death, Spargi demero pianto. Several other selections often played include Lucia's lyrical cavatina from Act 1, Scene 2, Quando rapida Anastasi, as she thinks of her beloved Edgar, the love duet of Lucia and Edgar from the same scene, Verano a ti Salora, and the wedding music from Act 3, Scene 1 that precedes the Mad Scene, Dimenso Giubilo. Franz Drdla. Franz Drdla was born in Sar, Moravia on November 28, 1868. He attended the conservatories in Prague and Vienna, winning at the latter place first prize in violin playing and the medal of the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde. After serving for several years as a violinist in the orchestra of the Vienna Court Opera, he toured Europe as a concert violinist. From 1923 to 1925, he lived in the United States, making many concert appearances. He died in Bad Gastein, Austria, on September 3, 1944. Drdla's most famous compositions are slight but lyrical pieces for the violin, of which he wrote over 250. His most famous composition is The Souvenir, with its familiar upward skip in the main melody and its broad sentimental middle section in double stops. In a similarly sentimental and gentle melodic vein, they might aptly be described as instrumental songs, are the Romance, Serenade in a No, One, and Vision. All are familiar to violin students and to lovers of light classics in transcriptions for orchestra. Riccardo Drigo. Riccardo Drigo was born in Padua, Italy, on June 30, 1846. He first became famous as conductor of orchestral concerts at the Imperial Theatre in St. Petersburg. After World War I, he continued his activities as conductor in his native city. He died there on October 1, 1930. Drigo was the composer of ballets and operas, none of which have survived. He is today remembered almost exclusively for two slight but well-loved items. One is the melodically suave serenade, popular in every conceivable transcription. It comes out of a ballet entitled I Milioni d'Arlecchino, Harlequin's Millions, and consequently is sometimes known as the Harlequin Serenade. The other is Valse Blüti, an elegant waltz melody, which the composer originally wrote for salon orchestra, but which is in the violinist's repertory by virtue of a famous transcription. Arkady Dubensky. Arkady Dubensky was born in Vyatka, Russia, on October 15, 1890. After being graduated from the Moscow Conservatory in 1909, he played the violin in the orchestra of the Moscow Opera. In 1921, he came to the United States, where he later became a citizen. He served as violinist of the New York Symphony Society, and after that of the New York Philharmonic Orchestra, until his retirement in 1953. Dubensky had written many works for orchestra, whose sound technique and fresh approaches command respect. One or two of these are of popular appeal without sacrificing sound musical values. Of particular interest is the Stephen Foster Suite for Orchestra, 1940, in which Dubensky quotes 5 Stephen Foster songs: My Old Kentucky Home, Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair, Some Folks, I See Her Still in My Dreams, and Camptown Races. The composer goes on to explain, the first part represents to me a beautiful summer evening in the country. From far away I hear a choir, coming gradually closer and then fading into the distance. It sings to me the wonder song, My Old Kentucky Home. The second part is built around Jeannie with the light brown hair. Here the melody is given to a tenor solo, with a soft, gentle orchestral accompaniment beginning with a short introduction. The last 2 parts are for orchestra. The fourth part centers around the song, I See Her Still in My Dreams. It is a dreamy song, and I have given it the character of an intermezzo played by string orchestra, muted. If this movement is played in slow tempo and pianissimo, it sounds not at all realistic, but like the dream it portrays. The fifth part, Camptown Races, is the focal point of the suite. The theme is treated in a number of different keys and always in a different character. Sometimes it is delicate and graceful, and sometimes rude and robust, but always it is gay. Paul Dukas. Paul Dukas was born in Paris, France, on October 1, 1865. After attending the Paris Conservatory, where he won prizes in counterpoint and fugue as well as the second Prix de Rome, he served as music critic for several Parisian journals. From 1910 to 1912, he was professor of orchestration at the Paris Conservatory, and from 1927 until his death its professor of composition. His first successful work was a concert overture, Polyécoute, introduced in Paris in 1892. His symphony in C major, first heard in 1897, enhanced his reputation, while his orchestral Schurz, The Sorcerer's Apprentice, also introduced in 1897, made him famous. Being exceptionally fastidious and self-critical, Dukas did not produce many compositions, but the best of these are works so aristocratic in technique and subtle in musical content that they make a direct appeal only to sophisticated music lovers. These works include the opera Ariane et Barbe Bleue, first performed in Paris on May 10, 1907, the ballet La Peri, introduced in Paris on April 22, 1912, and some piano music. Towards the end of his life, Dukas destroyed several of his earlier works, deeming them unsuitable for survival. He was one of France's most revered musicians. He was made Chevalier of the Legion of Honor in 1906, and in 1918 elected a member of the Conseil de l'Enseignement Supérieur at the Paris Conservatory. He died in Paris on May 17, 1935. The Sorcerer's Apprentice, L'Apprenti Sorcier, Scherzo for Orchestra, 1897, is Dukas' most famous composition, the one that made him known throughout the world of music. It is so witty, so vivid in its pictorial writing that it has become a favorite of both the very young and the mature. The program, which the music follows with amazing literalness, comes from Goethe's ballad Der Zauberlehrling, which, in turn, was adapted from a famous folk tale. The story goes something like this. An apprentice to a magician has come upon his master's secret formula for turning a broom into a human being and making it perform human tasks. The apprentice decides to try out this incantation for himself while the master is away and watches with amazement as the broom acquires human powers. He orders the broom to fetch water, a command meekly obeyed. Pail after pail of water is carried into the magician's shop by the broom until the place is rapidly being inundated. The apprentice now tries to arrest the water-fetching activity of the broom, but he does not know the proper incantation to achieve this or to strip the broom of its human powers. In terror, the apprentice attacks the broom with a hatchet. The broom, split into 2 brooms, now becomes two humans performing the ritual of bringing water into the den. In despair, the apprentice cries out for his master, who arrives in time to bring the broom back to its former inanimate state, and to restore order. The atmosphere of mystery and peace prevailing in the magician's den is created in the opening measures with a descending theme for muted violins, while different woodwinds give a hint of the principal subject, a roguish tune describing the sorcerer's apprentice. This subject finally appears in the double bassoon, and is then repeated by the full orchestra. The call of trumpets suggests the incantation pronounced by the apprentice. A brisk theme for bassoons against pluck strings describes the parade of the broom back and forth as it brings the water, and arpeggio figures in the orchestra depict the water itself. The music then portrays the mounting terror of the apprentice as he is unable to arrest the march of the broom. After an overwhelming climax, at which point the apprentice splits the broom into two with a hatchet, the saucy march tune is doubled to inform us that two brooms are now at work. A shriek in the orchestra simulates the panic-stricken call of the apprentice. After the master arrives and sets things in order, the music of the opening measures is repeated to suggest that once again the magician's den is pervaded by peace and mystery. The Sorcerer's Apprentice was made into an animated motion picture by Walt Disney. The Duca's music performed on the soundtrack by the Philadelphia Orchestra under Stokowski. It was part of a program collectively entitled Fantasia, which came to New York on November 13, 1940. Antonin Dvorak. Antonin Dvorak was born in Mühlhausen, Bohemia, on September 8, 1841. As a boy, he studied the violin with the village schoolmaster. He subsequently attended the organ school in Prague. After completing his studies, he played in various orchestras in Prague, including that of the National Theatre from 1861 to 1871, where he came under the influence of Smetana, father of Bohemian national music. Dvorak first attracted interest as a composer with hymnus, a choral work introduced in 1873. 2 years later, he won the Austrian State Prize for a symphony, and in 1878, he became famous throughout Europe with the Slavonic dances. In 1883, he was appointed organist of the St. Adalbert Church in Prague. From 1892 to 1895, he was the director of the National Conservatory in New York. During this period, he was influenced in his compositions by the folk music of the American Negro and Indian. From 1901 until his death, he was director of the Prague Conservatory. He died in Prague on May 1, 1904. A prolific composer of operas, symphonies, chamber and piano music, and songs, Dvorak stood in the forefront of the Romantic composers of the late 19th century and among the leading exponents of Bohemian national music. He was gifted with an expressive melodic gift, a strong and subtle rhythmic pulse, and an inventive harmonic language. Whatever he wrote was charged with strong emotional impulses, whether he used the style of Bohemian folk music or those of the American Negro and American Indian. The Carnival Overture, Carnival, written in 1891, is one of 3 overtures planned by the composer as a cycle to portray 3 great creative forces of the universe: nature, life, and love. A unifying element among them was a melody intended to describe the unchangeable laws of nature. Eventually, Dvorak abandoned this plan and published the 3 overtures separately, calling them in nature in Der Natur, Op. 91, Carnival, Op. 92, and Othello, Op. 93. Dvorak himself provided a description of the music of Carnival Overture. He aimed to describe a lonely, contemplative wanderer reaching the city at nightfall, where a carnival of pleasure reigns supreme. On every side is heard the clangor of instruments, mingled with shouts of joy and the unrestrained hilarity of the people giving vent to their feelings in songs and dances. The overture begins with a lively section portraying the gaiety of the carnival. A subdued melody in the violins brings relaxation, but the hubbub soon returns. Another gentle episode depicts a pair of lovers in a secluded corner. The principal melodic material in this part is offered by the solo violin and by the English horns and flutes. The brilliant opening material returns. It is with this spirit of revelry that the overture ends. The Humoresque in G-flat major is the 7th in a set of 8 humoresques for piano, 1894. This delightful, elegant piece of music in three-part song form has been transcribed not only for orchestra, but for every possible instrument or combinations of instruments, and is undoubtedly the most popular composition by the composer. It was Fritz Kreisler, the famous violin virtuoso, who helped make the work so famous. Kreisler visited Dvorak in 1903 and asked him for some music. Dvorak showed him a pile of compositions, most of it completely unknown. Among these was the G-flat major humoresque. Kreisler transcribed it for violin and piano, introduced it at his concerts, later recorded it, and made it universally popular. As we know it today, the humoresque is not the way Dvorak intended it to sound. Dvorak wanted it to be a light, whimsical piece of music, a humoresque, in fast tempo. Kreisler transcribed it in a slower tempo and more sentimental mood, and it is in this style that humoresque is now known and loved. The Indian Lament is one of several compositions by Dvorak influenced by the idioms of American Indian music. While serving as director of the National Conservatory in New York, he paid a visit to the town of Spillville, Iowa. There 3 Iroquois Indians visited him and entertained him with authentic Indian music. Dvorak was so taken with this strange and haunting lyricism and the primitive rhythms that he wrote several major works incorporating these idioms. One was a sonatina in G major for violin and piano, Op. 100, 1893. Its slow movement is a delicate song embodying the intervallic peculiarities of authentic American Indian music. Fritz Kreisler edited this movement and named it Indian Lament, the version in which it has become famous. Gaspar Casado transcribed this movement for cello and piano. Dvorak's Largo is the second movement of his Symphony No. 5 in E minor, better known as the Symphony from the New World, 1893. This is the symphony written by Dvorak during his visit to the United States as director of the National Conservatory. One of his students was Harry T. Burleigh, who brought to his attention the music of the Negro spiritual. These melodies moved Dvorak so profoundly that he urged American composers to use the style, technique, and personality of these Negro songs as the basis for national American music. As if to set an example, Dvorak wrote several compositions in which his own melodic writing was strongly influenced by the Negro spiritual. The most significant of these was his symphony, which received its world premiere in the United States, at a concert of the New York Philharmonic Orchestra on December 15, 1893, Anton Seidl conducting. The main spacious, poignant melody of the Largo movement, given by English horn over string harmonies after a few preliminary chords, so strongly simulates the personality of a Negro spiritual that it was long thought that Dvorak was indulging in quotation. This is not true. The melody is Dvorak's own. Many transcriptions of this melody exist. One is the familiar song, Goin' Home, lyrics by William Arms Fisher, also one of Dvorak's pupils. Another is a composition for violin and piano by Fritz Kreisler called Negro Spiritual Melody. A third is an adaptation for salon orchestra by Sigmund Rammerg. This Largo movement has 2 other melodies besides the basic one in the Negro spiritual style. One is heard in flute and oboe, and the second in the oboe. The Scherzo Capriccioso in D-flat major, Op. 66, 1883, is one of the composer's liveliest and most dynamic larger works for orchestra, but in an idiom that is neither Bohemian nor American. It is in 2 sections. The first is the Scherzo, opening with an energetic subject for horns that is a kind of a motto theme for the entire work. The principal melody that follows is stated by full orchestra. After that comes a waltz-like tune for violins. The second part of the composition, a trio, is introduced by an expressive melody for English horn. A secondary theme then comes in the strings and wind. The principal idea of the first section now receives extended treatment before the second theme of the second part returns in a modified form. The work ends with a coda in which effective use is made of the opening motto subject. Dvorak achieved international fame for the first time with the first set of 8 Slavonic dances, Op. 46, published in 1878. He had been recommended to the publisher Simrock by Brahms. It was the publisher who suggested to Dvorak that he write Slavonic dances similar to the Hungarian dances which Brahms had made so popular. Dvorak wrote his first set for piano 4 hands, but these instantly proved so successful that Simrock prevailed on Dvorak to orchestrate them. In 1886, Dvorak wrote a second set of 8 Slavonic dances, Op. 72, once again both for four-hand piano and for orchestra. Though the melodies and harmonic schemes in all these dances are Dvorak's, they have caught the essence of the Slavonic folk song and dance, and to such a degree that their authentic national character has never been questioned. Karel Hofmeister wrote, "Something of the Slavic character speaks in every phrase of them, the stormy high-spirited mood of the Furiants, the whimsical merriment, the charm, the touch of coquetry, the ardent tenderness of the lyrical passages." The following are among the best known of these dances. C major, Op. 46, number 1 accord sustained through one measure is followed by a whirlwind presto passage. After a sudden pianissimo, we hear a second rhythmic melody. Music of a more serene character appears in flute and strings after a change of key. A forced climax is evolved to set the stage for the return of the opening whirlwind subject. E minor, Op. 46, number 2, a poignant melody is here contrasted with a dynamic rhythmic section. Fritz Kreisler transcribed this dance for violin and piano. A-flat major, Op. 46, number 6, a dance melody with a strong rhythmic impulse is the opening subject. Pianissimo chords lead to a new virile subject, but there soon comes a decisive change of mood with 2 expressive melodies. This dance, however, ends dynamically. G minor, Op. 46, number 8. This is one of the gayest of the Slavonic dances, alive in its electrifying changes of dynamics and tonality. E minor, Op. 72, number 2, this is one of the best loved of all these dances, a song of rare sensitivity and sadness, only temporarily alleviated by the more optimistic music of the middle section. Fritz Kreisler transcribed it for violin and piano. A-flat major, Op. 72, number 8. Here, as in the preceding E minor dance, the emphasis is on tender, elegiac song in strings. A dramatic middle section provides some relief, but the gentle moodiness of the opening section soon returns. Fritz Kreisler transcribed it for violin and piano. Songs My Mother Taught Me is one of Dvorak's most celebrated songs. It is one of 7 gypsy songs, based on Slavonic gypsy folk idioms, gathered in Op. 55, 1880. The lyrics are by Adolphe-Charles. This nostalgic, delicate melody has enjoyed numerous transcriptions, including one for violin and piano by Fritz Kreisler and another for cello and piano by Alfred Grunfeld. Sir Edward Elgar. Sir Edward Elgar was born in Broadheath, near Worcester, England on June 2, 1857. He studied the organ with his father and the violin with Adolf Politzer in London. In 1885, he succeeded his father as organist of St. George's Church in Worcester. 2 years after his marriage to Alice Roberts, which had taken place in 1889, he withdrew to Malvern, where he lived the next 13 years, devoted completely to serious composition. Several choral works were performed at various English festivals before Elgar achieved outstanding success. First with the Enigma Variations for Symphony Orchestra, introduced in London in 1899, and then with his oratorio, The Dream of Gerontius, whose premiere took place in Birmingham in 1900. From then on, Elgar assumed a position of first importance in English music by virtue of his 2 symphonies, vast amount of orchestral, choral and chamber music, and songs. He was generally regarded one of the most significant English composers since Purcell in the 17th century. Elgar was knighted in 1904, appointed Master of the King's Music in 1924, and made a baronet in 1931. He died in Worcester, England, on February 23, 1934. It is not difficult to understand Elgar's enormous popularity. Together with an elegant sense of structure and style and a consummate musicianship, he had a virtually inexhaustible fund of ingratiating lyricism. His best works are conceived along traditional lines. They are romantic in concept and poetic in content. These qualities, and with them a most ingratiating sentiment, are also found in his semi-classical pieces. The Bavarian dances for orchestra come from the Bavarian Highlands, a set of choral songs based on Bavarian folk songs adapted by Elgar's wife, Alice, and set for chorus with piano and orchestra, Op. 27, 1895. 3 folk tunes were subsequently adapted by the composer for orchestra. Collectively called Bavarian dances, the individual dances were subtitled by the composer, the dance, lullaby, and the marksman. These dances were first introduced in London in 1897 and have since enjoyed universal acceptance in some cases for their peasant rhythmic vigor, and in others for their atmospheric charm. The Caccani Overture in London Town, for orchestra, Op. 40, 1901, describes London as represented by its parks and open spaces, the bands marching from Knightsbridge to Buckingham Palace, Westminster with its dignified associations of church and state, in the words of Sir George Grove. The composer himself revealed he wanted to portray in his music the sights witnessed by a pair of lovers as they stroll through the city. The hubbub of the city is depicted in the opening measures, following by an intensely romantic section highlighted by a broad melody for strings, reflecting the feelings of the lovers as they stop off momentarily to rest in a public park. They continue their walk, hear the approaching music of a brass band, then enter a church where organ music is being played. The lovers continue their walk. The animated life of the city streets, once again, is reproduced, and the earlier romantic melody telling of their emotional ardor for each other is repeated. In the South, Alassio, a concert overture for orchestra, Op. 50, 1904, was written one spring while the composer was vacationing in southern Europe. This work reflects Elgar's intense love of nature. The following quotation appears in the published score: "A land which was the mightiest in its old command and is the loveliest, wherein were cast the men of Rome. Thou art the garden of the world." The overture opens with a gay tune for clarinets, horns, violins, and cellos. It receives vigorous treatment and enlargement before a pastoral section is given by the woodwind and muted strings, a description of a shepherd and his flock. The overture then alternates between stress and tranquility, with great prominence being given to the shepherd's melody. A viola solo then leads to the recapitulation section. Pomp and Circumstance is a set of 5 marches for symphony orchestra, Op. 39. The composers wanted these marches to provide such music with symphonic dimensions in the same way that dance music, polonaise or waltz, etc., acquired artistic stature at the hands of Chopin, among others. The phrase pomp and circumstance comes from Shakespeare's Othello. The 5 marches are in the keys of D major, A minor, C minor, G major, and C major. The first 2 were written in 1901, the third in 1905, the fourth in 1907, and the fifth in 1930. The most famous of these is the second in A minor, one of Elgar's most frequently performed compositions, and music as often identified with the British Empire as God Save the King. It opens in a restless, vigorous vein and erupts into a spacious melody for strings which Lawrence Houseman subsequently set to lyrics, Land of Hope and Glory. Elgar once again used this same melody in his Coronation Ode for King Edward VII in 1902. The opening brisk, restless music is recalled after a full statement of the melody. The first in D major has a vigorous introduction, after which unison strings come forth with a robust march tune. The opening introduction is subsequently used as a transition to the trio, in which a soaring melody is set against a uniform rhythmic beat. The fourth in G major, known as Song of Liberty, is also familiar. Once again, the opening consists of spirited march music, and once again, the heart of the composition is a broad and stately melody for the strings. This melody receives extended treatment, which culminates with a rousing statement by the full orchestra. Salut d'Amour for chamber orchestra, Op. 12, 1889, is a nostalgic and sentimental piece of music in 3-part song form that has become a salon favorite. It is also famous in a transcription for violin and piano. Duke Ellington. Edward Kennedy, Duke Ellington, was born in Washington, D.C. on April 29, 1899. His career as a popular musician began in his adolescence when he performed jazz pieces on the piano in an ice cream parlor in Washington, and after that formed his own jazz group. In 1923, he came to New York, where he soon thereafter formed a jazz band which performed at the Kentucky Club in Harlem. Discovered by Irving Mills, the publisher, Ellington was booked for the Cotton Club, where he remained several years and established his fame as an outstanding exponent of real jazz, as pianist, conductor of his orchestra, composer, and arranger. He has since joined the all-time greats of jazz music, acclaimed in nightclubs, on the Broadway stage and Hollywood screen, over the radio, on records, and in triumphant tour throughout the music world. As a composer, Ellington is famous for his popular songs, Mood Indigo, Sophisticated Lady, and so forth, and short instrumental jazz pieces, Black and Tan Fantasy, Creole Rhapsody, East St. Louis Toodaloo, etc. All this falls within the province of either popular music or jazz, and for this reason cannot be considered here. Ellington has also produced a rich repertory of larger works for orchestra, which have a place in the permanent library of semi-classical music, in the same way that Gershwin's larger works do. Skillfully utilizing the fullest resources of jazz techniques, styles, and idioms, Ellington has created in these larger works an authentically American music. He himself prefers to consider many of these works as Negro music, rather than jazz. Nevertheless, in their blues harmonies, jazz colorations, and melodic and rhythmic techniques, these works represented jazz music at its very best. Perhaps the most distinguished of these symphonic jazz works is Black, Brown, and Beige, an extended work which Ellington introduced with his orchestra in Carnegie Hall, New York, in 1943, and which he described as a tonal parallel of the Negro in America. The first movement, Black, is a musical picture of the Negro at work, singing at his labors on the docks and levees in the slavery period before the Civil War. An alto saxophone solo brings on a plangent spiritual, Come Sunday. The second movement, Brown, represents the wars in which Negroes have participated. A tenor solo sings an eloquent blues of the unsettled condition of the Negro after the Civil War. The contemporary Negro is the inspiration for the finale, Beige, utilizing jazz idioms and styles in portraying the period of the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Many facets of Negro life are drawn in brief musical episodes, including the Negro church and school, and the Negro's aspiration towards sophistication. The work ends on a patriotic note, prophesying that the Negro's place in the American way of life is secure. George Enescu. George Enescu was born in Livni, Romania, on August 19, 1881. He studied the violin at the conservatories of Vienna and Paris, winning highest honors in both places. Following the completion of his studies in 1899, he launched a successful career both as concert violinist and as composer. For several years, he was the court violinist to the Queen of Romania, besides making outstandingly successful appearances on the concert stage throughout Europe. His debut as composer took place in Paris before his 16th birthday, with a concert devoted entirely to his own works. Success came in 1901 with his Romanian Rhapsody No. 1. Enescu also distinguished himself as a conductor. When he made his American debut, on January 2, 1923, with the Philadelphia Orchestra in New York City, it was in the triple role of violinist, conductor, and composer. After World War I, Enescu divided his residence between Paris and his native Romania while touring the music world. He made his last American appearance in 1950 on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of his debut as violinist. Once again, he appeared in the triple role of violinist, conductor, and composer. He suffered a stroke in Paris in July 1954 and died there on May 4, 1955. After his death, his native village and a street in Bucharest were named after him. Enescu was Romania's foremost 20th-century composer. His major compositions range freely over several different styles from nationalism to neoclassicism to ultramodernism. But the works with which he first gained world fame, and which have since had the widest circulation, are those in a national Romanian style, with Oriental-like melodies and propulsive rhythms all modeled after the exotic folk songs and dances of the Romanian gypsies. In such a style are his two Romanian Rhapsodies for orchestra, No. 1 in A major, Op. 11, No. 1, 1901, No. 2 in D major, Op. 11, No. 2, 1902. The first Rhapsody is the one played more often. It opens with a languorous subject for clarinet which is soon assumed by other woodwind, then by the strings, and after that, in a quickened tempo, by the full orchestra. A passionate gypsy tune follows in the strings, and this is succeeded by an abandoned dance melody in first violins and the woodwind, and an Oriental-type improvisation in solo flute. Now the mood becomes more frenetic, with a rapid succession of whirling folk dance tunes and rhythms that are carried to a breathtaking climax. Relaxation finally comes with a gentle oriental melody in clarinet, but this is only a passing phase. The rhapsody ends in a renewed outburst of vitality. In comparison to the first, the second rhapsody is an emotionally reserved piece of music. After a solemn declaration by the strings, there comes an equally sober and restrained folk song in the strings. The dark mood thus projected becomes further intensified with a theme for English horn against tremolo strings and continues throughout most of the rhapsody, except for a brief interpolation of a vigorous dance melody by the solo viola. Leopold. Leopold was born in Olmütz, Austria, on February 2, 1873. The son of a military bandmaster, he early received music instruction from his father. Then, after attending the Vienna Conservatory, he conducted theater orchestras in Berlin, Hamburg, and Cologne. An opera, Parelli, was unsuccessfully produced in Berlin before Fall settled permanently in Vienna to devote himself to the writing of those charming operettas in an abundantly lyric vein and graceful, sophisticated manner which the Austrian capital favored. His greatest successes were The Dollar Princess in 1907, The Rose of Stambul, Die Rose von Stambul in 1916, and Madame Pompadour in 1923. He died in Vienna on September 15, 1925. Fall's most famous operetta is The Dollar Princess, Die Dollarprinzessin, selections from which are often given on salon programs. The Dollar Princess, book by A. M. Wilner and F. Grunbaum based upon a comedy by Gatti Trotha, was introduced in Vienna on November 2, 1907. Its first American performance took place on September 6, 1909 at the Knickerbocker Theatre in an adaptation by George Grossmith, Jr. Some songs by Jerome Kern were interpolated into the New York production. The Dollar Princess is the heroine of the operetta, Alice Cowder, pampered daughter of a New York coal magnate who goes in pursuit of Freddie. When at a lavish party at the Cowder mansion, she brazenly announces her intention of marrying Freddie without previously consulting him, he leaves her in disgust and goes off to Canada, where he becomes a successful businessman. He cannot forget Alice, however. He brings the Cowders to Canada on a pretext of discussing with the father a business deal, when he confesses his love to Alice, who no longer is brazen or arrogant. A Viennese operetta must by necessity have a major waltz number, and The Dollar Princess is no exception. Will sei dan Leben treu und heiß, from Act 1, is the most important melody of the operetta. When other selections from this operetta are given, they invariably include also the lilting title song from Act 2 and the seductive little duet, Wer Tanzen Ringelreihen hin einmal unter. Manuel de Falla. Manuel de Falla, Spain's most significant 20th century composer, was born in Cadiz on November 23, 1876. After studying music with private teachers in his native city, and with J. Trajo and Felipe Pedrell in Madrid, he completed in 1905 La Vida Breve, a one-act opera that received first prize in a competition for native Spanish operas sponsored by the Academia de Bellas Arts. From 1907 to 1914, he lived in Paris, where he absorbed French musical influences and became a friend of Debussy and Ravel. In 1914, he was back in his native land. From 1921 to 1939, he lived a retiring existence in Granada, devoting himself to serious composition. He left his native land in 1939 because of his disenchantment with the Franco regime, which he had originally favored. Until his death on November 14, 1946, he lived in seclusion in Alta Gracia, in the province of Córdoba, in Argentina. Falla's art is deeply embedded in the soil of Spanish folk songs and dance. His major works, which number a mere handful, are all evocations of the spirit of Spain in music, which, though never a direct quotation from Spanish sources, is nevertheless Spanish to the core in details of melody, harmony, and rhythm. His principal works include a harpsichord concerto, Nights in the Gardens of Spain Noches en los Jardins de España, for piano and orchestra, the ballet El Amorbrujo, and the opera The Three-Cornered Hat, El Sombrero de Tres Picos. In Falla's most effective national idiom are two popular Spanish dances. The ritual fire dance, Danza Ritual del Fuego, is the seventh section from the ballet, El Amorbrujo, 1915. Trills with the searing intensity of hot flame lead into a languorous Spanish melody for the oboe, behind which moves an irresistible rhythm. This is followed by a second subject more intense in mood, loudly proclaimed by unison horns, and after that repeated quietly by muted trumpets. Throughout, this dance has an almost savage ferocity, the music continually punctuated by piercing chords. The dance is finally brought to a frenetic conclusion. The composer himself made a highly effective transcription of this dance for solo piano, and Gregor Dinicu for cello and piano. The Spanish dance number 1 comes from the second act of the opera, La Vida Breve, with which Falla first achieved recognition. An impulsive rhythmic opening serves as the background for a bold and sensual gypsy melody for horns and strings. The piece ends with rich chords for full orchestra. Fritz Kreisler made a fine transcription of this dance for violin and piano. Gabriel Fauré. Gabriel Urbain Fauré was born in Pamiers, France, on May 12, 1845. His music study took place in Paris with Niedermeyer and Saint-Saëns. After that, he served as organist in Reims and Paris, and held the important post of organist at the Madeleine Church in Paris from 1896 on. In 1896, he also became professor of composition at the Paris Conservatory, where from 1905 until 1920, he was director. In 1909, he was elected member of the Académie des Beaux-Arts, and in 1910 made commander of the Legion of Honor. In the last years of his life, he suffered from deafness. He died in Paris on November 4, 1924. Fauré was one of France's major composers, creator of a considerable library of piano and chamber music, as well as works for symphony orchestra which included Pelléas and Melisande, a suite 1898, and the Ballade for Piano and Orchestra, 1881. His music is filled with classic beauty, serenity, and a most delicate sensibility, and thus makes an appeal only to a highly cultivated music lover. But a few of his works have such melodic charm and appealing moods that they cannot fail to cast a spell even on the untrained listener. Après un rêve is a song, the first in a set of 3 published as Op. 7, 1885, lyrics by Ramin Bussain. Exquisite in its sensitive lyricism, this melody has become popular in many transcriptions, some for orchestra, one for violin and piano by Mischa Elman, and another for cello and piano by Pablo Casals. Dali, 1893-1896, is a suite of 6 pieces for children, which the composer originally wrote as a piano duet for Dolly Bardach, daughter of a woman who later became Debussy's wife. Henry Rabaud orchestrated this suite in 1906, and it was first performed in connection with a ballet staged at the Théâtre des Arts in Paris. In this music, the composer looks back on childhood and the world of the child with poetic insight and occasionally a gentle sense of humor. In this respect, this suite is not unlike Children's Corner of Debussy. It opens with Berceuse, a gentle melody for the woodwind, which Jacques Thibaud arranged for violin and piano. This is followed by Miao, a little quartet for muted trumpets. A flute solo dominates Le Jardin de Dali, while Kitty Valse is a light and vivacious waltz tune. In Tendresse, the melody is first heard in strings. A tranquil middle section presents the solo oboe above a harp accompaniment. The closing movement, Le Pas Espagnol, is gay and brilliant music that pays homage to Chabrier, composer of Hispana. The Pavane, for orchestra, Op. 50, 1887, is music of stately, classic beauty over which hovers the Hellenic spirit so often found in Fauré's most significant works. Against an insistent rhythm, the flute offers the haunting refrain of the pavane. This dance melody is soon shared by the other woodwind, after which it unfolds completely in violins and the woodwind other strings providing a rhythmic pizzicato accompaniment. A transition in the strings then leads us back to the graceful mood and the gentle lyricism of the pavane melody. The same subdued and classic repose we find in the pavane distinguishes another of Fauré's popular compositions, the Sicilian for cello and piano, Op. 78, 1898. Transcriptions for orchestra of this composition are even more famous than the original version. Friedrich Flauth. Friedrich Freiherr von Flauto was born in Teutendorf, Mecklenburg, on April 26, 1812. He was descended from a family that traced its nobility back several centuries. After studying music in Paris with Anton Reicha and Johann Pixis between 1828 and 1830, he wrote his first opera, Peter und Katharina. Success came first with Alessandro Stradella, introduced in Hamburg in 1844, and was solidified in 1847 with the opera by which he is still remembered, Martha. From 1856 to 1863, he was intendant of the Schwerin Court Theatre. He went into retirement in 1880 and died in Darmstadt, Germany, on January 24, 1883. The ebullient melodies with which Flauto flooded his operas made him extremely popular in his day. This same joyous lyricism keeps the overtures to Alessandro Stradella and Martha fresh in the orchestral repertory. Alessandro Stradella, introduced in Hamburg on December 30, 1844, was based on a romantic episode in the life of a 17th-century opera composer. The libretto was by Wilhelm Friedrich. Stradella elopes with Leonora, whose guardian hires assassins to kill the composer. But Stradella's singing has such an effect on the assassins that they are incapable of murdering him. They let him go, and in the end the guardian himself is moved to forgive the composer and sanction his union with Leonora. The overture opens with a solemn chant for the brass, Stradella's song in the last act. Vigorous transitional material leads to a robust song for full orchestra, which is soon repeated expressively by the strings. A sprightly tune for strings, the bell chorus of the second act, is given prominent treatment and developed climactically. The mood now alternates between lightness and gaiety with an occasional intrusion of a strong dramatic effect. Martha received its premiere in Vienna on November 25, 1847. The libretto, by Friedrich Wilhelm Reis, was based on a ballet pantomime by Werner de St. George's. Martha is Lady Harriet in disguise as a servant girl for the sake of an amusing escapade, and the opera is concerned with her amatory adventures with Lionel and that of her maid with Plunkett at the Richmond Fair. The complications that ensue when the men discover this deception are eventually happily resolved. The overture begins with a slow introduction, which leads into a larghetto section where considerable attention is paid to the main melody of the quintet at the close of the third act, Mag der Himmel Uch Vergeben. The tempo quickens as the lively country dances of the opera are presented. A crescendo reaches towards a fortissimo restatement of the main theme of the third act quintet, and the overture ends with a brief and energetic coda. Salon orchestras often present potpourris of this opera's main melodies. Two are always dominant in such potpourris. The Last Rose of Summer, Qui sola, Virgin Rosa, an aria sung by the heroine in the second act, is a melody familiar to all. It is not by Flauto, but from an old Irish song, The Groves of Blarney, set to a poem by Thomas Moore. The second famous melody from Martha is the beautiful tenor aria from the third act, M. Aperi, in which Lionel expresses his grief when he feels he has lost Martha for good. Stephen Foster. Stephen Collins Foster, America's foremost song composer, was born in Lawrenceville near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on July 4, 1826. He received no formal musical training. Tioga Waltz in 1841 was his first piece of music to get performed. About a year after that, Foster published his first song, Open Thy Lattice, Love. His initial success came with Oh, Susanna, for which he received only $100. But Oh, Susanna became so popular soon after its publication in 1848 that it became the theme song, with improvised lyrics, of the 49ers on their way to California. Beginning with 1848, he wrote songs for Ed Christie's minstrels, at first allowing some of them to appear as Christie's own creations. It was within the context of the minstrel show that such permanent Foster favorites as Camptown Races and Old Folks at Home were first performed. Both songs were outstandingly successful, and because of a favorable contractual arrangement with a New York publisher, Foster was earning handsome royalties. Now feeling financially secure, Foster married Jane Denny McDowell in 1850, a relationship that was unhappy almost from the beginning. In 1860, Foster came to New York with the hope of furthering his career as a composer. But by now, he was virtually forgotten by the public, and publishers paid him only a pittance for his last songs, many of them mostly hack pieces. Always disposed towards alcohol, Foster now became a habitual drunkard, living in the most abject poverty in a miserable room on the Bowery. He died at Bellevue Hospital on January 13, 1864. Foster was the composer of numerous songs which in various orchestral arrangements are basic to the repertory of every salon or pop orchestra. His greatest songs were inspired by the Negro. They are the eloquent expressions of Northern sentiment about slavery in the South. Foster's most famous Negro songs are Old Folks at Home, or Swanee River, Masses into Cold, Cold Ground, My Old Kentucky Home, and All Black Joe. When Foster first wrote Old Folks at Home, his inspiration was an obscure Florida river by the name of Petty. But while writing his song, he thought Petty not sufficiently euphonious for his purpose. He went to a map of Florida to find another river, came upon Suwannee, which he contracted to Swanee. Foster was also successful in the writing of sentimental ballads. Here his most important songs were Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair, written for and about his wife, and Beautiful Dreamer. Besides orchestral adaptations of individual songs, Foster's music is represented on orchestral programs by skillful suites or ingenious symphonic transcriptions of individual songs by other composers. Arkady Dubensky's Stephen Foster Suite is discussed in the section on Dubensky, and Lucien Caillet's Fantasia and Fugue on O, Susanna, in the Caillet section. Other composers to make symphonic use of Foster's melodies are Mario Castelnuovo Tedesco, humoresques on Foster themes, Morton Guild, Foster Gallery, and Alan Shulman, O, Susanna. Rudolf Frimmel. Rudolf Frimmel was born in Prague, Czechoslovakia, on December 7, 1879. He received his musical training at the Prague Conservatory, after which he toured Europe and America as assisting artist and accompanist for Jan Kubelik, the noted violin virtuoso. In 1906, Frimmel established permanent residence in the United States, making several appearances as concert pianist, twice in the performance of his own concerto in B-flat. He now published piano pieces, instrumental numbers, and songs which attracted the interest of two publishers, Gus Schermer and Max Dreyfus. When, in 1912, Victor Herbert stepped out of an assignment to write the music for the operetta The Firefly, both Schermer and Dreyfus recommended Frimmel as his replacement. The Firefly made Frimmel famous. Until 1934, he continued writing music for the Broadway stage, achieving further triumphs with Rose Marie in 1924, The Vagabond King in 1925, and The Three Musketeers in 1928. After 1934, Frimmel concentrated his activity on motion pictures in Hollywood. Frimmel belongs with those Broadway composers of the early 20th century, whose domain was the operetta modeled after German and Austrian patterns. As long as the operetta was popular on the Broadway stage, Frimmel remained a favorite, for his ingratiating melodies, pleasing sentimentality, winning charm, and strong romantic flair were in the best traditions of the operetta theater. But when the vogue for operettas died down and the call came for American musicals with native settings and characterizations, realistic approaches, and a greater cohesion between text and music, Frimmel's day was over. He has produced nothing of significance since the middle 1930s and very little of anything else. But the music he wrote for his best operettas has never lost its appeal. The Firefly, book and lyrics by Otto Harbach, was introduced in New York on December 2, 1912. The plot concerned a little Italian street singer by the name of Nina, enchantingly played by Emma Trentini. She disguises herself as a boy to get a job aboard a yacht bound for Bermuda, and is first accused and then cleared of the charge of being a pickpocket. Many years later, she reappears as a famous prima donna when she is finally able to win the wealthy young man with whom she had fallen in love while working on the yacht. Orchestral potpourris from The Firefly always include three of the songs Emma Trentini helped to make famous: Janina Mia, The Dawn of Love, and Love is Like a Firefly. The melodious duet, Sympathy, is also popular. The Donkey Serenade, now regarded as one of the favorites from the Firefly score, was not in the original operetta when it was produced on Broadway. Frimmel wrote it in collaboration with Herbert Stothart for the motion picture adaptation of the operetta released in 1937 and starring Jeanette MacDonald and Alan Jones. This appealing Spanish-type melody is set against an intriguing rhythm suggesting the jogging movement of a donkey. This rhythm precedes and closes the number, which has become as celebrated in an instrumental version as it is as a song with lyrics by Chet Forrest and Bob White. Rose Marie, book and lyrics by Otto Harbach and Oscar Hammerstein Roman II, came to Broadway on September 2, 1924, where it remained for more than a year. The rest of the country became acquainted with this lovable operetta at that time by means of 4 road companies. The setting is the Canadian Rockies, and the love interest involves Rose Marie and Jim, the latter falsely accused of murder. The Canadian Mounted Police, headed by Sergeant Malone, help to clear Jim and to bring the love affair of Rose Marie and Jim to a happy resolution. Selections in orchestral adaptations most often heard from this operetta include 2 of Frimmel's most famous songs, the title number and Indian Love Call. A third delightful song was found in Totem Tom Tom. Rose Marie was adapted for motion pictures 3 times, once in a silent version. The Vagabond King had for its central character the French vagabond poet of the 15th century, Francois Villon, who is made king for a day. This musical was based on the romance of J. H. McCarthy, If I Were King, adapted by Brian Hooker. The Vagabond King, which opened on September 21, 1925, was one of Frimmel's greatest successes, mainly because of such rousing numbers as The Song of the Vagabonds, the caressing waltz melody, Waltz Huguette, and the love song, Only a Rose, all often heard in orchestral adaptations. The Vagabond King was made into motion pictures twice, most recently in 1956, starring Kathryn Grayson and Orst. Julius Fučík. Julius Fučík was born in Prague, Czechoslovakia, on July 18, 1872. He was a pupil of Antonin Dvorak in composition. After playing the bassoon in the German opera in Prague in 1893, he became bandmaster of the 86th and 92nd Austrian regiments, in which he won renown throughout Europe. He died in Leitmeritz, Czechoslovakia, on September 25, 1916. Fučík wrote numerous dance pieces and marches for band. The most popular of these is the stirring march, Entrance of the Gladiators, which became popular throughout the world and is still frequently played by salon orchestras as well as bands. Sir Edward German. Sir Edward German was born Edward German Jones in Whitchurch, England, on February 17, 1862. He attended the Royal Academy of Music in London, where, in 1895, he was elected Fellow. Meanwhile, in 1888-1889, he became the musical director of the Globe Theatre in London. The incidental music he wrote there that year for Richard Mansfield's production of Richard Roman III proved so popular that Sir Henry Irving commissioned him to write similar music for his own presentation of Henry Roman VIII. German subsequently wrote incidental music for many other plays, including Romeo and Juliet, 1895, As You Like It, 1896, Much Ado About Nothing, 1898, and Nell Gwyn, 1900. He also produced a considerable amount of concert music, including 2 symphonies and various suites, tone poems, rhapsodies, and a march and hymn for the coronation of George V in 1911. German was knighted in 1928, and in 1934 he received the Gold Medal of the Royal Philharmonic Society. He died in London on November 11, 1936. German is most famous for his incidental music for the stage. He combined a graceful lyricism with a consummate skill in orchestration. He also possessed to a remarkable degree the capacity of simulating the archaic idioms of Old English music of the Tudor and Stuart periods. Thus, the greatest charm of his writing lies in its subtle atmospheric recreation of a bygone era, but a lightness of touch and freshness of material are never sacrificed. Of his incidental music, perhaps the most famous is that for Shakespeare's Henry Roman VIII, introduced at the Lyceum Theatre in London in 1892 in Sir Henry Irving's production. German's complete score consists of an overture, 5 entr'actes, a setting of the song Orpheus and His Lute, and other pieces. But what remain popular are 3 delightful Old English dances from the first act. The style and spirit of Old English music are here reproduced with extraordinary effect. The 3 are Morris Dance, Shepherd's Dance, and Torch Dance. The best sections of his incidental music to Anthony Hope's Nell Gwyn, produced at the Prince of Wales Theatre in 1900, also are revivals of Old English dances: Country Dance, Merrymaker's Dance, and Pastoral Dance. Other delightful dances, often in an Old English folk style, are found in his incidental music to As You Like It: Children's Dance, Rustic Dance, and Woodland Dance, and Romeo and Juliet, Pavane, and Torch Dance. German also wrote several operettas, the most famous being Merry England, text by Basil Hood, first performed at the Savoy Theatre in London on April 2, 1902. The setting is Elizabethan England, and the plot involves the love affair of Sir Walter Raleigh and the Queen's maid of honor, which upsets Queen Elizabeth since she herself has designs on Sir Walter. German's score is filled with the most delightful old-world jigs, country dances, glees, and melodies imitating the style of old-time madrigals. In addition, there is here an impressive patriotic song, The Yeomen of England, Queen Elizabeth's effective air, O Peaceful England, a rousing drinking song by Sir Walter Raleigh, a poignant ballad by the Maid of Honor, and an equally moving love duet by the Maid of Honor and Sir Walter Raleigh. Because of its effective music, rich with English flavors, Merry England has survived as one of the most popular English operettas of the 20th century, and has often been revived in London. Among German's many concert works for orchestra, one of the most famous is the Welsh Rhapsody, 1902. This is a skillful symphonic adaptation of Welsh tunes, the last of which, Men of Lerch, is utilized by the composer to bring his rhapsody to a powerful culmination. The other Welsh folk songs used earlier by the composer in this rhapsody are Loudly Proclaim O'er Land and Sea, Hunting the Hare, Bells of Aberdory, and David of the White Rock. George Gershwin. George Gershwin was born in Brooklyn, New York on September 26, 1898. Though he received serious musical training in piano from Charles Hambitzer and in harmony and theory from Edward Kilney, he early set his sights on popular rather than serious music. When he was 15, he found a job as song plugger and staff pianist in Tin Pan Alley, where he soon began writing songs. The first to get published was When You Want 'Em You Can't Get 'Em in 1916. In the same year, another of his songs, The Making of a Girl, appeared for the first time on the Broadway stage in The Passing Show of 1916. Gershwin's first complete score for Broadway was La, La, Lucille, and his first smash song hit was Swanee, both in 1919. Between 1920 and 1924, Gershwin wrote the music for 5 editions of the George White Scandals, where he first demonstrated his exceptional creative gifts. His most famous songs for the Scandals were I'll Build a Stairway to Paradise and Somebody Loves Me. For one of the editions of the Scandals, he also wrote a one-act Negro opera to a libretto by Buddy De Silva, originally called Blue Monday, but later retitled 135th Street. Late in 1923, Paul Whiteman, the orchestra leader, commissioned Gershwin to write a symphonic work in a jazz style for a concert Whiteman was planning for Aeolian Hall in New York. That jazz composition, introduced on February 12, 1924, was the Rhapsody in Blue with which Gershwin achieved world renown, and which once and for all established the jazz idiom and jazz techniques as significant material for serious musical deployment. From then on, until the end of his life, Gershwin continued to write concert music in a popular style, growing all the time in technical assurance, in the command of jazz materials, and in the inventiveness of his melodic, rhythmic, and harmonic writing. In the eyes of the world, he assumed a position of first significance among American composers. For the symphony orchestra, he wrote the Piano Concerto in F, an American in Paris, Cuban Overture, variations on I Got Rhythm, and the Second Rhapsody. For solo piano, the 3 piano preludes. For the stage, his monumental folk opera, Porgy and Bess. While devoting himself to the concert field, Gershwin did not neglect the popular Broadway theater. He produced a library of remarkable songs for such productions as Lady Be Good, 1924, OK, 1926, Funny Face, 1927, and Girl Crazy, 1930. The best of these included Fascinating Rhythm, Lady Be Good, Someone to Watch Over Me, Clap Yo Hands, 's Wonderful, I Got Rhythm, Embraceable You, and But Not For Me. The lyrics for these and other Gershwin song classics were written by his brother, Ira. In 1930, Gershwin revealed a fresh bent for mockery and satire, together with a new skill for more spacious musical writing than that required for a song, in Strike Up the Band, a satire on war. These qualities in Gershwin's music came to full ripeness in 1930, one with the political satire of the I Sing, the first musical ever to win the Pulitzer Prize for drama. In 1931, Gershwin wrote his first original score for motion pictures, Delicious, When he returned to Hollywood in 1936, he settled there permanently and wrote the music for several delightful screen musicals, among these being Damsel in Distress, Shall We Dance, and The Goldwyn Follies. The songs he wrote for the last-named revue, they included Love Walked In and Love Is Here to Stay, were the last pieces of music he was destined to write. He died in Hollywood, California on July 11, 1937, a victim of a cystic tumor on the right temporal lobe of the brain. His screen biography, Rhapsody in Blue, was produced in 1945. In 1951, the screen musical, An American in Paris, whose score included several of Gershwin's songs as well as the tone poem that gave this picture its title, received the Academy Award as the Best Picture of the Year. Porgy and Bess was adapted for motion pictures in a Samuel Goldwyn production in 1959. It would be difficult to overestimate Gershwin's importance in American music. To the popular song, he brought the technical skill of a consummate musician, endowing it with a rhythmic, melodic, and harmonic language it had rarely before known. By that process, he often lifted it to the status of true art. To serious music, he contributed the vitality and the spirit, as well as the techniques and idioms, of American popular music. Serious musicians throughout the world were inspired by his example to create a serious musical art out of the materials of American popular music. Since his untimely death, his artistic stature has grown in all parts of the civilized world. There will be few today to deny him a place of honor among America's foremost composers. An American in Paris is a tone poem for symphony orchestra inspired by A European Vacation in 1928. It received its world premiere in New York on December 13, 1928, Walter Damrosch conducting the New York Philharmonic Orchestra. In this music, the composer describes the nostalgia of an American tourist for home and his experiences as he strolls along the boulevards of Paris. It opens with a walking theme, a sprightly little tune for strings and oboe. Our American is beginning his stroll. As he walks, he hears the piercing warnings of taxi horns. Gershwin's score calls for the use of actual Parisian taxi horns. The American passes a café and stops for a moment to listen to the sounds of a music hall melody, presented by the trombones. Then he resumes his stroll, as a second walking subject is heard in the clarinet. A solo violin, which Deems Taylor interpreted as a young lady accosting our tourist, provides a transition to two main melodies, in both of which the American's growing feeling of homesickness finds apt expression. The first is a blues melody for muted trumpets, the second, a Charleston melody for two trumpets. The blues melody receives climactic treatment in full orchestra. After a hasty recollection of the second walking theme, the composition comes to a vigorous conclusion. As Mr. Taylor goes on to explain, the tourist now decides to make a night of it. It will be great to get home, but meanwhile, this is Paris. The concerto in F for piano and orchestra was the immediate consequence of Gershwin's phenomenal success with the Rhapsody in Blue. The concerto was commissioned in 1925 by the New York Symphony Society and its conductor, Walter Damrosch. They introduced it in Carnegie Hall on December 3, 1925, with the composer as soloist. This work, like its eminent predecessor, is in a jazz style, but unlike the first version of the Rhapsody in Blue, it boasts Gershwin's own orchestration. From this time on, Gershwin would always prepare his own orchestrations for his serious concert music. There are three movements. The first, Allegro, begins with a Charleston theme shared by the woodwind and timpani. The main body of this movement is given over to a spicy jazz tune first heard in the bassoon and after that in full orchestra, to a tender melody for solo piano, and to a lilting waltz for strings with decorative treatment by the piano. The second movement, Andante con moto, is lyrical throughout, and at times subtly atmospheric and poetic. Muted trumpet, against harmonies provided by three clarinets, set the romantic stage for the felicitous lyrical thoughts that ensue, a brisk, jazzy, strikingly rhythmic idea for the piano, and a broad, sensual melody for strings. This movement ends in the same sensitive atmospheric mood with which it began. In the finale, Allegro con brio, dynamic forces are released. Main themes from the first two movements are recalled with a particularly effective recapitulation of the second theme of the first movement in the strings. The Cuban Overture was written in 1932 after a brief visit to Havana and was introduced at the Louison Stadium in New York, Albert Coates conducting, on August 16, 1932. This is a concert overture for orchestra utilizing native percussion Cuban instruments. The work has 3 sections played without interruption. The first consists of 2 melodies, a Cuban theme in strings followed by a second lyrical subject, which is placed against the contrapuntal background of fragments from the first Cuban theme. A solo clarinet cadenza leads to the middle section, which is a 2-voice canon. The ensuing finale makes considerable use of earlier thematic material and ends with an electrifying presentation of a fully projected rumba melody in which prominent use is made of Cuban percussion instruments: Cuban stick, bongo, gourd, and maracas. The folk opera, Porgy and Bess, was Gershwin's last work in the field of serious music, and his greatest. It took Gershwin over 2 years to write his opera, a period during which he spent some time in the opera's setting of Charleston, South Carolina, absorbing not only local color, but also native Negro music whose style he skillfully assimilated into his own writing. He completed his opera in the summer of 1935. On September 30, its world premiere took place in Boston, and on October 10, it began its New York run. It cannot be said that either critics or audiences were fully aware at the time that they were hearing a masterwork. Some of the Boston and New York scribes found things to admire in the opera, but most of them were highly critical. Allen Downs said, "It does not utilize all the resources of the operatic composer or Pierce very often to the depths of the pathetic drama." Lawrence Gilman found Gershwin's emphasis on the popular element a disturbing blemish, while Virgil Thomson did not hesitate at the time to refer to it as a fake. The run of 124 performances in New York, followed by a 3-month tour, represented a box office failure. Gershwin himself remained convinced he had written a work of first importance, but regrettably, he did not live to see his faith in his opera justified beyond his wildest hopes or aspirations. Revived in New York in 1941, it had an 8-month run, the longest of any revival in Broadway history. More important still, many critics revised earlier estimates. Virgil Thomson now spoke of it as a beautiful piece of music and a deeply moving play for the lyric theater. Allen Downs said that Gershwin had here taken a substantial step and advanced the cause of native opera. The New York Music Critics Circle singled it out as the most important musical revival of that season. But still greater triumphs awaited the opera. In 1952, a Negro cast toured Europe under the auspices of the State Department. Before that tour was over, several years later, the opera had been heard throughout Europe, the Near East, in countries behind the Iron Curtain, the Soviet Union, and Latin America. Everywhere it enjoyed acclaim realized by few contemporary operas anywhere. There were not many dissenting voices in the universal judgment that Porgy and Bess was one of the most significant operas of the 20th century, and certainly one of the most popular. And its popularity was further enhanced by the stunning production given it by Samuel Goldwyn in motion pictures in 1959. The text of the opera was based on the play Porgy by Dorothy and Du Bois Hayward, produced by the Theatre Guild in New York in 1927, which in turn had been adapted from Du Bois Hayward's novel of the same name. The opera text and lyrics were written by Du Bois and Dorothy Hayward with several additional lyrics by Ira Gershwin. The tragic love affair of the cripple Porgy and Bess, a lady of easy virtue, is set in the Negro tenement, Catfish Row, in Charleston, South Carolina. Porgy has found true happiness with Bess for the first time in his life. When Crown, Bess' old sweetheart, returns to claim her, Porgy kills him but manages to elude the law after having been detained a while. Upon returning to Catfish Row, he discovers that his Bess had succumbed to the lure of dope, and the gay life in New York offered her by Sportin' Life. Heartbroken, Porgy jumps in his goat cart to follow Bess to New York and try to bring her back. The main melodic sections of the opera have provided the material for several delightful suites. The most famous is a symphonic picture by Robert Russell Bennett, commissioned by Fritz Riener, the conductor of the Pittsburgh Symphony, in 1942. Bennett created out of the score an integrated tone poem faithful to Gershwin's own harmonic and orchestral intentions. The tone poem, or suite, is made up of the following sequences in the order of their appearance: Scene of Catfish Row with the Peddler's Calls, opening Act 2. Summertime and opening of Act 1, I Got Plenty of Nuttin', Storm Music. Bess, You Is My Woman Now, It Ain't Necessarily So, and the finale, Oh Lawd, I'm on My Way. George Gershwin himself prepared an orchestral suite from his opera score in 1936 and conducted it in performances with several major American orchestras in 1936–1937. This manuscript, long forgotten, was found in the library of Ira Gershwin and was revived in 1959 by Maurice Abravanel and the Utah Symphony. Now named Catfish Row to distinguish it from other suites prepared by other musicians, it had 5 sections: Catfish Row, Porgy Sings, Fugue, Hurricane, and Good Morning, Brother. Beryl Rubinstein transcribed 5 of the principal melodies from the opera for piano, and Jascha Heifetz for violin and piano. The 3 piano preludes are famous not only in their original version, but also in transcriptions for symphony orchestra. The first prelude in B-flat major is rhythmically exciting, highlighting the basic elements of the tango and the Charleston. The second, in C-sharp minor, is the most famous of the set. This is an eloquent 3-part blues melody. The concluding prelude, in E-flat major, once again like the first one, has greater rhythmic than melodic interest, a lively expression of uninhibited good feelings. Besides transcriptions for orchestra by Roy Bargy, Gregory Stone, and several others, these preludes have been adapted for violin and piano by Heifetz, for trumpet and piano by Gregory Stone, and for saxophone and piano by Sigurd Rascher. The Rhapsody in Blue was Gershwin's first work for symphony orchestra, and it is the composition with which he first won fame, fortune, and artistic significance. It was commissioned by Paul Whiteman for an all-American music concert planned by that bandleader for Aeolian Hall, New York, on February 12, 1924. With the composer at the piano, the Rhapsody appeared as the 10th and penultimate number of a long program, but it was the work that gave Whiteman's concert its main interest and significance. The critics the following day were divided in their opinion. On the one hand, Henry T. Fink considered it superior to the music of Schoenberg and Mulhaude. Equally high words of praise came from Gilbert W. Gabriel, William J. Henderson, Allen Downs, Deems Taylor, and Carl Van Vechten. In the opposite camp stood Pitt Sanborn and Lawrence Gilman, who described the work as meaningless repetition, and trite, feeble, and conventional. But the opposing opinions notwithstanding, the Rhapsody in Blue immediately became one of the most famous pieces of serious music by an American. It was transcribed for every possible instrument or groups of instruments. It was adapted several times for ballet. It was used in a motion picture. Royalties from the sale of sheet music and records brought in a fortune. Through the years, it has never lost its popularity. It is still one of the most frequently performed American symphonic works. Its prime significance rests in the fact that it decisively proved that it was possible to produce good music within ambitious structures, utilizing idioms and techniques of American jazz. The Rhapsody in Blue was by no means the first composition to do so. It was preceded by works by Eric Satie, Stravinsky, and Mulhaude, among others. But due to its enormous popular appeal, it was the most influential composition of all in convincing the world's foremost composers that jazz could be used with serious intent. Undoubtedly, it was largely as a result of the triumph of the Rhapsody in Blue that world-famous composers like William Walton, Constant Lambert, Maurice Ravel, Kurt Weill, and Paul Hindemith, among many others, produced serious jazz music. Much has been said about its diffuseness of structure and the inept way its material is developed. But for all its faults, the Rhapsody in Blue remains a vital, dynamic, and at times an inspired piece of music. It is filled with wonderful lyricism. Its rhythmic cogency is irresistible. Its identity is completely American. The work opened with an ascending 17-note slide by the clarinet, which culminates in the saucy first theme. A transition in the wind instrument leads to another brisk, jaunty idea for piano. After some development and several ascending chords in the piano, we get to the heart of the Rhapsody and to one of the most famous melodies in all contemporary symphonic music, a spacious, rhapsodic song for the strings. The full orchestra repeats it. 2 earlier themes are now briefly recalled, the first theme by the full orchestra, the second by the piano. A brief, dramatic coda brings the Rhapsody to an exciting conclusion. For the Paul Whiteman concert of 1924, Ferd Graffet provided the orchestration from a two-piano version handed him by the composer. Gershwin later prepared his own orchestration, and it is this version that is now given by all the major symphonic organizations. The second Rhapsody for orchestra succeeded the more popular Rhapsody in Blue by 8 years. It was first performed by the Boston Symphony under Koussevitzky on January 29, 1932. Gershwin originally called this work Rhapsody in Rivets because the opening measures present a strongly rhythmic subject in solo piano suggesting riveting. This rivet theme is then taken over by the full orchestra, after which we hear a rumba melody. These ideas are then developed. A piano cadenza brings on a spacious melody, first in strings and then in brass. All this material is amplified before the Rhapsody is swept to an exciting end. This Rhapsody was the outgrowth of a 6-minute sequence written by the composer for the motion picture, Delicious. The sequence was intended to describe the sights and sounds of a city. In the picture, only one of the 6 minutes of this music was retained, but Gershwin liked the rest of it well enough to expand it into a major symphonic work. The variations on I Got Rhythm, for piano and orchestra, was written for a tour of one-night stands made by Gershwin throughout the United States in all Gershwin programs. Its first performance took place in Boston on January 14, 1934. The main subject is a famous Gershwin song, I Got Rhythm, which Ethel Merman made famous in the musical comedy Girl Crazy. The symphonic work begins with a 4-note ascending phrase from the first measure of the song's chorus, presented by solo clarinet. The theme is then taken over by solo piano, and after that by full orchestra, after which the entire chorus is presented by the piano. In the ensuing variations, the composer changes not only the basic structure of the song, melodically and rhythmically, but also its mood and feeling, traversing the gamut of emotion from melancholy to spirited gaiety. Still another remarkably effective symphonic adaptation of I Got Rhythm was made by Morton Good, and introduced by him with his orchestra over the CBS radio network in 1944. Gershwin wrote 2 marches, both with satirical overtones, which are often given at pop concerts. Each was meant for a musical comedy. Strike Up the Band comes from the musical comedy of the same name, produced on January 14, 1930, starring Clark and McCullough. This was a stinging satire on war and international diplomacy, with America embroiled in a conflict with Switzerland over the issue of chocolates. The march, Strike Up the Band, helps deflate some of the pomp and ceremony of all martial music. Wintergreen for President comes from Of the I Sing, the epoch-making satire on politics in Washington, D.C., first produced on December 26, 1931. Wintergreen for President is the music accompanying a political torchlight parade whose illuminated signs read, Even Your Dog Loves Wintergreen, and A Vote for Wintergreen is a Vote for Wintergreen, and so on. The march music carries over the satirical implications of this procession by quoting such tunes as Hail, Hail the Gang's All Here, Tammany, A Hot Time in the Old Town Tonight, and Stars and Stripes Forever. This music even carries a hasty recollection of Irish and Jewish music to suggest that Wintergreen is a friend of both these people. Gershwin's greatest songs are often performed in orchestral transcriptions at all Gershwin concerts and other pop performances, sometimes singly, and sometimes in various potpourris. Besides songs already mentioned in the first part of this section, Gershwin's greatest ones include the following: Bidin' My Time from Girl Crazy, I've Got a Crush on You from Strike Up the Band, Let's Call the Whole Thing Off from Shall We Dance, Lisa from Showgirl, The Man I Love, originally meant for Lady Be Good but never used there, Mine from Let 'Em Eat Cake, the title song from Of the I Sing, Soon from Strike Up the Band, That Certain Feeling from Tiptoes, and They Can't Take That Away From Me from Shall We Dance. Among those who have written orchestral medleys of Gershwin's songs are Nathan Van Cleve, Fred Von Epps, Claude Thornhill, David Broekman, Irving Brodsky, George B. Lehman, and Nathaniel Finston. Henry F. Gilbert. Henry Franklin Belknap Gilbert was born in Somerville, Massachusetts, on September 26, 1868. He attended the New England Conservatory and studied composition privately with Edward MacDowell, before playing the violin in various theaters. For many years, music was a secondary pursuit as he earned his living in a printing establishment, a real estate agent, factory foreman, and finally an employee in a music publishing firm. A hearing in Paris of Gustave Charpentier's opera, Louise, proved such an overpowering experience that it inspired him to devote himself henceforth to music alone. In 1902, he helped found in America the Wawan Press, which promoted nationalism in American music and published Gilbert's first works. In these, a strong emphasis was placed by the composer upon American folk music and American folk idioms. In 1903, he wrote humoresque on Negro minstrel tunes. After that came his famous comedy overture on Negro themes, 1905, the symphonic ballet The Dance in Place Congo, 1906, the Negro Rhapsody, 1913, and Indian Sketches, 1921. Here native elements were skillfully fused into a style that was romantic to produce music that remains appealing for its freshness and vitality. Towards the end of his life, Gilbert was an invalid. Nevertheless, in 1927, he traveled to Germany in a wheelchair to attend a performance of his Dance in Place Congo at the Festival of the International Society for Contemporary Music in Frankfurt. He died in Cambridge, Massachusetts, on May 19, 1928. The comedy overture on Negro themes, 1905, is one of Gilbert's most frequently performed compositions. It is made up of 5 sections played without interruption. The composer goes on to explain. The first movement is light and humorous, the theme being made from 2 4-measure phrases taken from Charles L. Edwards' book Bahama Songs and Stories. This is followed by a broader, and somewhat slower, phrase. I have here used the only complete Negro tune which occurs in the piece. Formerly used as a working song by roustabouts and stevedores on the Mississippi River steamboats in the old days. Next comes a fugue. The theme of this fugue consists of the first 4 measures of the Negro spiritual Old Ship of Zion. It is given out by the brass instruments and interspersed with phrases from the roustabouts, song. After this, a short phrase of 16 measures serves to reintroduce the comic element. There is a repetition of the first theme and considerable recapitulation, which leads finally to the development of a new ending or coda, and the piece ends in an orgy of jollity and ragtime. Dance in Place Congo, 1906, is both a ballet and a tone poem for orchestra. Its first version was a pantomime ballet, but soon thereafter the composer adapted his score into a composition for orchestra. The tone poem, describing the barbaric revels on a late Sunday afternoon of slaves in Place Congo, a section on the outskirts of New Orleans, opens in a dark mood, which achieves a climax with an outcry in the orchestra. At this point, a bambula melody is heard in full orchestra. It is permitted to gain in intensity until it acquires barbaric ferocity. When the passions are spent, a beautiful romantic section unfolds, occasionally interrupted by a recall of the bambula theme. Various Negro songs and dances are then presented over an insistent rhythm. The somber mood of the opening is brought back to conclude the composition. The Indian Sketches for Orchestra, 1921, presents several facets of American Indian life. They are, explains the composer, for the most part not musical pictures of definite incidents so much as they are musical mood pictures. There are 6 sections. The first, a prelude, is music of savage power. This is followed by the subjective music of the invocation, a prayer or supplication of the Great Spirit. Song of the World briefly develops a cry of the Kootenai Indians, and Camp Dance is a scherzo portraying the lighter side of Indian life. Nocturne is a romantic description of the dark forests alive with the distant sounds of birds and animals. The suite concludes with the Snake Dance, suggested by a prayer dance for rain of the Hopi Indians in Arizona. Don Gillies. Don Gillies was born in Cameron, Missouri, on June 17, 1912. He was graduated from Christian University at Fort Worth, Texas, in 1936, after having engaged in various musical activities including the direction of a band and a symphony orchestra, and the writing of 2 musical comedies produced at the university. Following the completion of his education, he became a member of the faculty of Christian University and Southwest Baptist Seminary, served as a trombonist and arranger for a Fort Worth radio station, and played the trombone in the Fort Worth Symphony. In 1944, he became a producer for the National Broadcasting Company in New York, taking charge of many important programs, including those of the NBC Symphony. As a composer of symphonies and other orchestral compositions, Gillies reveals a refreshing sense of humor as well as a delightful bent for whimsy, qualities which make some of his works ideal for programs of light music. He has often drawn inspiration and materials from American folk music and jazz, consistently producing music that combines sound musical values with sound entertainment. "My feeling," he has said, "is that music is for the people and the composer's final aim should be to reach them. And since the people whistle and sing, I should like them to whistle and sing my music." Thus Gillies aims for simplicity, sincere emotions, and sheer fun. "I have tried to write so that there will be a feeling of enjoyment in the fun of the thing." Portrait of a Frontier Town, a suite for orchestra, 1940, is a tuneful composition consisting of 5 short movements. The title of each of these provides the clue to the programmatic content of the music. The first, Chamber of Commerce, portrays the activities of such an organization in a typical American town. Where the West Begins tells of the opening of the West through 2 significant musical subjects, the first for strings, and the second for oboe, flute, and clarinet. Ranch House Party is described in the score as brightly in a gay manner. A jovial melody first given by the full orchestra gives prominent attention to percussion instruments. This is followed by a mood picture, Prairie Sunset, in which the English horn, answered by the clarinet, presents the main melody. The suite concludes with Main Street Saturday Night, in which gaiety and abandon alternate with suggestions of nostalgia. Symphony No. 5.5, 1947, is one of the composer's wittiest works, which he himself subtitled as a symphony for fun. It consists almost entirely of jazz melodies, some treated in burlesque fashion. The work also quotes some famous melodies in a facetious manner. The 4 movements have whimsical titles: Perpetual Emotion, Spiritual, Schizophrenia, and Conclusion. Alberto Ginastera. Alberto Ginastera was born in Buenos Aires, Argentina, on April 11, 1916. He was graduated with honors from the National Conservatory in his native city, where, in 1953, he became professor. In 1946, he visited the United States, remaining a year on a Guggenheim Fellowship. Ginastera's music combines musical elements native to Argentina with modern techniques and idioms, and includes ballets, chamber music, a pastoral symphony, and other works for orchestra, and pieces for the piano. The dances from the ballet, Estancia 1941, is among his most popular works. The ballet, choreography by George Balanchine, was first introduced by the Ballet Caravan. It describes life on an estancia, an Argentine ranch, tracing the activities of its principal character through a single day from dawn of one day to dawn of the next. The orchestral dances are rich in native melodies and rhythms, presenting the various dance sequences in stylized version. 2 dances are especially popular: Dance of the Wheat and Malambo. Alexander Glazunov. Alexander Glazunov was born in St. Petersburg, Russia, on August 10, 1865. As a boy, he studied music privately while attending a technical high school. At 15, he became a pupil of Rimsky-Korsakov in harmony, counterpoint, and orchestration. Such was his progress that only 1 year later, he completed a gifted symphony, which was performed in St. Petersburg in 1882 and acclaimed by several eminent Russian musicians. Between that year and 1900, Glazunov produced most of the works which won him renown not only in Russia but throughout the rest of the music world: symphonies, string quartets, numerous shorter orchestral works, and compositions in a lighter style. Here he was the traditionalist who placed reliance on palatable melodies, sound structures, and heartfelt emotion. For these reasons, much of what he has written falls gracefully into the light classic category. After 1914, he wrote little, nothing to add to his stature. Meanwhile, he achieved renown first as professor, then as director of the St. Petersburg Conservatory. He also made successful appearances as conductor following his debut at the Paris Exposition in 1899. His first appearance in the United States took place in Detroit on November 21, 1929. In 1928, Glazunov left his native land for good, and from then until his death on March 21, 1936, his home was in Paris. The Carnival Overture, or Carnaval, Op. 45, 1894, is a brilliant picture of a festival. It opens with a lively dance melody in violins and woodwind. This is followed by a more stately melody in woodwind and violins against a countermelody in cellos and bassoons. A brief transition leads to the main body of the overture, built out of two basic ideas. The first is a gay dance tune in flutes and clarinets. The second provides a measure of contrast through a more reflective subject for oboes, clarinets, horns, and cellos. From the Middle Ages, a suite for orchestra, Op. 79, 1902, evokes the settings and backgrounds of the Middle Ages in 4 sections. The first is a prelude, portraying a castle by the sea, the home of 2 lovers. Death plays the violin in the second movement, a scherzo. He urges the people to dance to his abandoned fiddling. In the third part, Serenade, a troubadour sings his tune. The suite ends with the Crusaders, in which soldiers are marching off to war, while priests chant a solemn blessing. The original title of Ouverture Solennelle, Op. 73, 1901, was Festival Overture. The music throughout has a festive character. After preliminary chords, woodwind and horns present a subject soon taken over and amplified by the strings. The main part of the overture begins with an expressive and soulful melody for the violins. The second theme is first given by the clarinets against a vigorous accompaniment. After the first theme receives elaboration, the overture concludes with a forceful coda. The orchestral suite Raymonde, Op. 57a, comes from the score to a ballet with choreography by Marius Petipa. It was introduced in St. Petersburg on January 17, 1898. The composer's first work for the stage, this ballet has for its central character the lovely Raymonde, betrothed to a knight. After the knight has gone off to join the crusade and fight the Saracens, Raymonde is wooed by a Saracen. When she rejects him, he makes an attempt to abduct her. Just then the knight returns and slays the culprit. The lovers, thus reunited, are now able to celebrate their nuptials. The orchestral suite is a staple in the light classical repertory. It consists of the following sections: Introduction, Raymonde's sorrow at the absence of her lover, a scene in Raymonde's castle where pages indulge in athletics, Roman II, La Traditrice, the dance of pages and maidens, Roman III, Moderato, fanfares announce the arrival of a stranger, joy and general animation. As Raymonde enters, girls throw flowers in her path, Roman IV, Andante. Raymonde is playing the lute outside the castle in the moonlight. Raymonde dances, Roman VI, Entr'acte, Valse Fantastique. Raymonde dreams she is in fairyland with her beloved, Roman VII. Grand pas d'action. At a feast given by Raymonde at her castle, the Saracen appears, woos her, and is spurned, Roman VIII. Variation. Raymonde defies the Saracen, who now tries to dazzle her with his wealth, Roman IX. Dance of the Arab Boys. Dance of the Saracens, X. Entr'acte. The triumph of love and the festivities attending the nuptials. Scenes de ballet, suite for orchestra, Op. 52, 1894, is made up of 8 parts. The first, Preamble, has an extended introduction to a main section in which the main subject is given by the violins. Marionettes offers a lively theme for piccolo and glockenspiel, with which this section opens and closes. Midway comes a trio with main theme in first violins. The third part is a mazurka for full orchestra. The fourth is a scherzo, its principal idea in muted strings and woodwind. An expressive melody for cellos and violins is the heart of the fifth section, pas d'action, while the sixth, Dame Orientale, is a sensuous, exotic dance melody set against the insistent beats of a tambourine. The ensuing valse begins with an introduction, following which the main waltz melody is presented by the violins. The suite concludes with a dashing polonaise for full orchestra. The orchestral suite, the Seasons, Op. 67, like that of Raymonde, comes from a ballet score. The ballet choreography by Marius Petipa was first performed in St. Petersburg in 1900. The scenario interprets the 4 seasons of the year in 4 scenes and an apotheosis. First comes Winter and her 2 gnomes. They burn a bundle of faggots whose heat causes winter to disappear. Spring now arrives with zephyr, birds, and flowers. All of them join in a joyous dance. When summer comes, he is in the company of the spirit of the corn. Various flowers perform a dance, then fall exhausted on the ground. Satyrs and fauns, playing on pipes, try to recapture the spirit of the corn who is protected by the flowers. In the autumn scene, Bacchantes perform a dance in the company of the seasons. The apotheosis presents an idyllic scene with stars shining brightly in the sky. The orchestral suite adapted from the ballet score by the composer for concert purposes is one of his best-known compositions. It consists of the following sections: I, Winter, Introduction, The Frost, The Ice, The Hail, The Snow, Roman 2. Spring, Roman 3. Summer, Waltz of the Cornflowers and Poppies, Barcarolle, Variation, Coda, Roman 4. Autumn, Bacchanale, Petit Adagio. Finale, The Bacchantes and Apotheosis. The Valse to Concert Nos. 1 and 2, D major and F major respectively. Op. 47 and 51 are among the composer's most delightful shorter pieces. The first waltz, written in 1893, begins with a brief introduction after which the principal waltz melody is heard first in violas and clarinets and subsequently in violins. A second theme is then offered by the clarinets against plucked strings, after which the first waltz reappears. The second waltz came 1 year after the first. This also has a short introduction in which the main waltz melody is suggested. This melody is finally given by the strings. While other thematic material occasionally intrudes, the main waltz subject dominates the entire composition. Reinhold Glier. Reinhold Glier was born in Kiev, Russia, on January 11, 1875. He was graduated from the Moscow Conservatory in 1900. After 2 years in Berlin, he returned to his native land to become professor of composition at the Kiev Conservatory. From 1914 to 1920, he was its director. After 1920, he was a member of the faculty of the Moscow Conservatory. Glier's most famous works are his Third Symphony, named Ilya Muromets, introduced in Moscow in 1912, and the ballet, The Red Poppy. But he wrote many other works, orchestral, chamber, and vocal, as well as ballets. On 2 occasions, he received the Stalin Prize, in 1948 for his 4th string quartet, and 2 years later for his ballet, The Bronze Horseman. He died in Moscow on June 23, 1956. 2 excerpts from the Soviet ballet, The Red Poppy, are perhaps the composer's best-known compositions. The ballet was first presented in Moscow on June 14, 1927, with extraordinary success. Its setting is a port in China where coolies are exploited. When a Soviet ship comes to port, its captain falls in love with a Chinese girl, Tai Hao. She is ultimately killed by the port commander while she is trying to escape from China on the Soviet ship. Her last words urge the Chinese to fight for their liberty, and she points to a red poppy as a symbol of their freedom. The most celebrated single excerpt from this ballet is the Russian Sailor's Dance, for orchestra, with which the third act comes to a whirlwind conclusion. The main melody is a simple Russian tune that appears first in lower strings. It is then subjected to a series of variations, and is permitted to gain momentum through acceleration of tempo and expanding sonorities until an orgiastic climax is reached. Less popular, but still often performed, is the Dance of the Chinese Girls from the same ballet. A repeated descending interval leads to an oriental dance in the pentatonic scale. In this dance, percussion instruments and the xylophone are used prominently and with telling effect. Michael Glinka. Michael Glinka was born to prosperous landowners in Novosibirsk, in Smolensk, Russia, on June 1, 1804. His academic education took place at a private school in St. Petersburg, while he studied music with Karl Mayer, Karl Boehm, and John Field. From 1824 to 1827, he worked in the office of the Ministry of Communications in St. Petersburg. Further music study then took place in Italy and Germany. After returning to his native land in 1834, he was fired with the ambition of writing a national Russian opera. That opera was A Life for the Tsar, produced in 1836, an epoch-making work since it is the foundation upon which all later Russian national music rests. Glinka's second national opera, Ruslan and Ludmilla, produced in 1842, successfully carried on the composer's national ideals further. In the last years of his life, Glinka traveled a great deal, spending considerable time in Paris, Warsaw, and Spain. He died suddenly in Berlin, Germany, on February 15, 1857. It is impossible to overestimate Glinka's significance in Russian music. His national operas were the source from which the later nationalists, the Russian Five, derived their direction and inspiration. In Hoda Aragonesa, a caprice brilliant for orchestra, 1845, Glinka is stimulated by Spanish rather than Russian folk music. This is the first Russian composition to make serious use of Spanish folk idioms. It was written during the composer's visit to Spain in 1845, where he was fascinated by Spanish folk songs and dances. Within a fantasy form, Glinka poured melodies and dance rhythms closely modeled after the Spanish, in which the background, culture, and geography of that colorful country have been fixed. Kamarinskaya, 1848, also for orchestra, is a fantasy in the field in which Glinka was both an acknowledged master and a significant pioneer, Russian folk music. This composition is based on two Russian folk songs heard by the composer in Warsaw. Over the Hills, the High Hills, which appears in strings following a brief introduction, and a dance tune, Kamarinskaya, first heard in violins. The most popular excerpts from Glinka's national opera, A Life for the Tsar, are the overture and the mazurka and waltz for orchestra. The opera, libretto by Baron von Rosen, was first performed in St. Petersburg on December 9, 1836. The action takes place in Poland and Russia in 1612. During the struggle between Russia and Poland, Romanov becomes the new Tsar of Russia, and Ivan Susanin, a peasant, is the hero who saves Russia and the Tsar. The love interest involves Ivan's daughter, Antonita, and Bogdan Sabinin. The overture opens with a stately introduction dominated by a melody for the oboe. A spirited melody brings on the main section. After this melody is developed, a second theme is offered by the clarinets. Both ideas are discoursed upon briefly, and they are given further amplification in the coda. The mazurka and waltz appear at the close of the second act, climaxing a festive celebration held in the throne room of Sigismund Roman III of Poland in his ancient castle. The waltz comes first. Two principal waltz melodies are given by the woodwind and repeated by strings. A third waltz tune is then heard in brass and soon taken over by the strings. The waltz is immediately followed by the mazurka. After a dignified introduction, a vigorous mazurka melody unfolds. This leads to a second dance tune, first heard in the woodwind and cellos, but the first mazurka melody soon reappears in the full orchestra. A third lively dance melody is then presented by the strings. Ruslan and Ludmilla also contributed a lively overture to the orchestral repertory. This opera, with libretto by the composer and several others based on a Pushkin poem, was first heard in St. Petersburg on December 9, 1842. Ruslan is a knight who is a rival of Ratmir for the love of Ludmilla. Ludmilla is abducted by the dwarf T-Chernammer, and after Ruslan has saved her, Ludmilla's father blesses his future son-in-law. Vigorous chords lead to a dashing melody in violins, violas, and woodwinds. A more lyrical second theme, almost folk song in character, is then heard in violas, cellos, and bassoons. Both themes are given a vigorous development in which the sprightly character of the overture is never allowed to lose its brisk pace or vitality. Christoph Willibald Gluck. Christoph Willibald Gluck was born in Erasbach, Upper Palatinate, on July 2, 1714, the son of a forester on the estate of Prince Lobkowitz. Gluck received his early music instruction in his native country from local teachers. He then earned his living playing the violin and cello in rural orchestras. In 1736, he came to Vienna, where soon thereafter he began to serve as chamber musician for Prince Lobkowitz. After a period of study and travel in Italy, he returned to Vienna, now to become one of its most influential musicians. In Vienna, he had produced several of his early operas, all of them in the traditional Italian style of that period. But he soon drew away from the stilted conventions of the Italian opera to achieve a fusion of music and drama new to opera, as well as dramatic truth, simplicity, and directness of emotional appeal. His works in this new style, with which a new epic in opera was launched, included Orpheus ed Eurydice in 1762, Alceste in 1767, and Iphigenie and Aulide in 1774, the last written for the Paris stage. After living in Paris from 1773 to 1779, Gluck returned to Vienna to remain there the rest of his life. During his last years, he was an invalid. He died in Vienna on November 15, 1787. Gluck was a giant in the early history of opera. With Rameau, he was a pioneer in establishing music drama as opposed to formal Italian opera. Orpheus ed Eurydice, produced in Vienna on October 5, 1762, with which Gluck first set forth his new ideas and theories about opera, is the earliest opera to have survived in the permanent repertory. A delightful ballet suite, adapted by Felix Model from various orchestral dances from several of Gluck's greatest operas, is an orchestral work by which the composer is most often represented on semi-classical as well as symphonic programs. This suite includes the following: Dance of the Blessed Spirits from Orphy ed Eurydice, Ergai and Lento from Iphigenie and Aulide, and two old Baroque dances, the Musette and Sicilian from Armide. The Dance of the Blessed Spirits is one of the loveliest of all Gluck's melodies, and one of the most famous from 18th century opera. This is a beatific song mainly for flute solo and strings, describing Elysium, to which Orphy has come in search of his wife, Eurydice. Fritz Kreisler's transcription for violin and piano is entitled Melody. S. Gambatti arranged it for piano solo, and Grunfeld for cello and piano. Benjamin Goddard. Benjamin Louis Goddard was born in Paris on August 18, 1849. After attending the Paris Conservatory, he received in 1878 a municipal prize for an orchestral work, besides having his first opera produced. He wrote several operas after that, winning fame with Jocelyn in 1888. He also wrote a considerable amount of chamber and orchestral music, in which his fine, sensitive lyricism is evident. He died in Cannes, France on January 10, 1895. Among his more familiar works is the Adagio Pathétique. This started out as a piece for violin and piano, the third of a set of compositions in Op. 128. It was orchestrated by Ross Youngnickel in 1910 and is most popular in this version. This is music notable for its expressive emotion. Its lyricism at times has a religious stateliness. The most famous single piece of music by Goddard, however, is the Berceuse from his opera Jocelyn, with libretto by Paul Armand and Sylvester and Victor Kappel, based on a poem by Lamartine. Jocelyn was introduced in Brussels on February 25, 1888. The setting is France during the French Revolution and concerns the love of Jocelyn, a young priest, for the daughter of a nobleman. After many inner struggles, Jocelyn decides to remain true to his calling and give up his beloved. They meet for the last time at her deathbed, to which Jocelyn has been summoned to administer absolution. The Berceuse is a tender aria by Jocelyn, Cachet's Dan's Cet Asile, in which he calls upon angels to protect his loved one. Leopold Godowsky. Leopold Godowsky was born in Sośli, near Vilna, Poland, on February 13, 1870. A prodigy pianist, he attended the Berlin High School for Music, after which he made his American debut in Boston in 1884. Additional study took place in Paris with Saint-Saëns. Godowsky then launched his career as a mature concert pianist with performances throughout the world of music. He achieved international renown not only as a virtuoso, but also as a teacher of the piano at the Chicago Conservatory and the Vienna Academy. His concert career ended in 1930 when he was stricken by a slight paralysis of the hand. As a composer, Godowsky was most famous for his suites for the piano, the most famous being Triacontamarine, Java, and Renaissance. He also produced a library of remarkable transcriptions for the piano. He died in New York City on November 21, 1938. Though Godowsky was a sophisticated composer of highly complex piano works, he did succeed in producing at least one number that became an international hit. It was the Alt Wien, Old Vienna, a sentimental, nostalgic piece of music on whose title page appears the following quotation: "Whose yesterdays look backwards with a smile through tears." Alt Wien is the 11th number in Triacontamarine, 1920, a suite in 6 volumes described by the composer as 30 moods and scenes in triple measure. The immense popularity of Alt Wien is proved by its many and varied transcriptions for salon orchestra, band, violin and piano by Heifetz, 3-part woman's chorus, dance orchestra, marimba and piano, and even a popular song adapted by David Saperton to lyrics by Stella Ungar. Edwin Franco Goldman. Edwin Franco Goldman was born in Louisville, Kentucky, on January 1, 1878. He came from a distinguished musical family. His uncles were Sam Franco and Nahan Franco, both prominent in New York as conductors, violinists, and pioneers in the presentation of free concerts. Goldman attended the National Conservatory in New York, specializing in the cornet. After completing his training with Jules Levy, he served for 10 years as solo cornetist of the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra. In 1911, he organized his first band. 7 years later, he founded the famous Goldman Band, which from then on gave free concerts in New York and Brooklyn public parks and elsewhere on tour. Under his direction, it became one of the outstanding musical organizations of its kind in the country, presenting a remarkable repertory of popular music, light classics, and band transcriptions of symphonic and operatic compositions. Goldman conducted his band until his death, which took place in New York on February 21, 1956. He was succeeded by his son, Richard Franco Goldman, who for many years had served as his father's assistant. For his concerts, Goldman wrote over 100 marches which have won him recognition as John Philip Sousa's successor. The best of the Goldman marches won immediate success for their robust tunes and vigorous beat. These include Central Park, Children's March, On the Campus, On the Farm, and On the Mall. The Children's March is actually an adaptation for band of several children's tunes including Three Blind Mice, Jingle Bells, and Here We Go Round the Mulberry Bush, presented in March time. Karl Goldmark. Karl Goldmark was born in Keszthely, Hungary on May 18, 1830, the son of a cantor. Demonstrating unusual talent on the violin, he was sent to Vienna in 1844. There he studied with Leopold Jansa, then attended the Vienna Conservatory. His musical education was brought to an abrupt halt by the Revolution of 1848. For many years after that, Goldmark earned his living by teaching music, playing in theater orchestras, and writing criticisms. He first came to the fore as a composer with a concert of his works in Vienna on March 20, 1857. Success followed 8 years later with the premiere of his concert overture, Sakuntala. From then on, Goldmark occupied an esteemed position in Viennese music by virtue of many distinguished works that included the opera The Queen of Sheba, the Rustic Wedding Symphony, and various shorter works for orchestra, as well as numerous compositions for chorus, the piano, and chamber music groups. He died in Vienna on January 2, 1915. Throughout his life, he remained true to the Germanic Romantic tradition on which he was nurtured. His writing was always vital with emotion, at times to the point of being sensual. It overflowed with luxurious melody and harmony. Most of the works by which he is remembered, while of the serious concert hall variety, are light classics because of their charm and grace and pleasing melodic content. The Bacchanale for orchestra is in Goldmark's identifiable sensual style. This is an episode from his most famous opera, The Queen of Sheba, Die Königin von Saba, libretto by Solomon Hermann Mosenthal, based on the Old Testament story of the love of the Queen of Sheba for Assad. The opera was successfully introduced in Vienna on March 10, 1875. The Bacchanale takes place at the beginning of Act 3, in which a sumptuous reception honors the Queen of Sheba. This dynamic piece of music is especially interesting for its oriental melodies and lush orchestral colors. In spring, I Am Frühling, Op. 36, 1889, is a concert overture for orchestra echoing the composer's emotional reaction to the vernal season. The first main theme, in first violins accompanied by other strings, is given without any preliminaries. The second theme in violins is more bucolic, the woodwind suggesting bird calls in the background. Both themes are discussed, and stormy episodes ensue. After the return of the two main themes, the overture ends with a brilliant coda. The Rustic Wedding Symphony, Ländliche Hochzeit, Op. 26, 1876, is a programmatic composition for orchestra in 5 movements. The first is a wedding march, in which the main melody, given in fragments in the lower strings, is subjected to 13 variations. The second movement is a bridal song, a lovely tune mainly for oboe in which the first movement march subject occasionally intrudes in the background in the basses. This is followed by the third movement, serenade, its main subject being a spacious melody mainly for the violins. The fourth movement, in the garden, depicts the walk of two lovers in a garden as they exchange tender sentiments. The symphony ends with a vital dance, in which the main theme receives fugal treatment. The Concert Overture for Orchestra, Sakuntala, Op. 13, 1865, with which the composer achieved his first major success, and which is still one of his most popular works, was based on the celebrated story of Kalidasa. Sakuntala is the daughter of a water nymph who is raised by a priest as his own daughter. The king falls in love with her and marries her, giving her a ring which will always identify her as his wife. A powerful priest, seeking revenge against Sakuntala, effects a loss of memory in the king, who now no longer recognizes her as his wife. To complicate matters further, Sakuntala has lost her ring while washing clothes in a sacred river. After being repudiated by the king as a fraud, Sakuntala returns to her water nymph mother. The king's memory is restored when the ring is found, and he is overwhelmed with grief at his loss of Sakuntala. A somber introduction is highlighted by a rippling subject in lower strings and bassoons suggesting the water which was Sakuntala's original abode, and to which she finally returns. After a change of tempo, clarinets and cellos in unison offer a beautiful love melody. This is followed by a hunting theme in first violins and oboes, while the second violins and violas present a fragment of the love song as a counter-subject. After this material has been amplified into a loud and dramatic climax, there comes still a third idea, in oboes and English horn against chords in harp and arpeggios in strings. In a free fantasia section, some of this material is reviewed, after which the coda offers the hunting theme, and after that, the love melody. A climax is realized with the hunting theme, bringing the overture to a dramatic ending. Reuben Goldmark. Reuben Goldmark, nephew of Karl, was born in New York City on August 15, 1872. After studying music with private teachers in New York, he attended first the Vienna Conservatory in Austria, and after that the National Conservatory in New York, where one of his teachers was Antonin Dvorak. His primary energy was directed to teaching. For 6 years, he was the director of the Colorado College Conservatory, and from 1924 until his death, head of the composition department at the Juilliard School of Music in New York. As a composer, Goldmark is most often remembered for the Negro Rhapsody and the Requiem for Orchestra, the latter inspired by Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Goldmark died in New York City on March 6, 1936. It is with the Negro Rhapsody, 1923, that Goldmark is most often represented on concert and semi-classical concerts, as its title suggests. The work is made up of Negro melodies. After a slow introduction, the cellos and violas in unison offer the strains of "Nobody Knows de Trouble I'd Seen." Before long, the basses are heard in "O Peter, Go Ring Dem Bells." The main section of the Rhapsody begins with a variation of "Nobody Knows de Trouble I'd Seen" and a repeat of "O Peter." The violins then engage "O Religion, I See Fortune," and the English horn is heard in "Sometimes I Feel Like a Motherless Child." After the solo cello quotes 2 measures of "O, When I Come to Die," the last Negro melody of the Rhapsody appears. This melody comes from an untitled song found by Goldmark in a magazine, a tune sung by Tennessee Negroes while working on the river. Francois Gossec. Francois Joseph Gossec was born in Vergnes, Belgium, on January 17, 1734. After receiving some music instruction in his native town, he came to Paris in 1751, and 3 years after that was attached to the musical forces employed by La Pouplinière. For these concerts, Gossec wrote many symphonies and chamber music works. He later worked in a similar capacity for the Prince de Conti. In 1770, he founded the Concerts des Amateurs, in 1773 became director of the Concert Spirituel, and from 1780 to 1785 was conductor at the Paris Opéra. When the Paris Conservatory was established in 1795, Gossec became inspector and professor of composition. In the same year, he also became a member of the newly founded Institut de France. During the French Revolution, he wrote many works celebrating events growing out of that political upheaval, allying himself with the new regime. He lived to a ripe old age, spending the last years of his life in retirement in Passy. He died in Paris on February 16, 1829. Gossec was a significant pioneer of French orchestral and chamber music, though little of his music is remembered. What remains alive, however, is a graceful trifle, the gavotte, one of the most popular pieces ever written in that form. This music comes from one of his operas, Rossini, 1786. A transcription for violin and piano by Willy Burmeister is famous. Louis Gottschalk. Louis Moreau Gottschalk was born in New Orleans on May 8, 1829. His music study took place in Paris, where he specialized in the piano. He gave many successful concerts as pianist in France, Switzerland, and Spain before returning to the United States in 1853. He then began the first of many tours of the country to become the first significant American-born piano virtuoso. At his concerts, he featured many of his own works. His reputation as a composer was second only to that as virtuoso. He was on tour of South America when he was stricken by yellow fever. He died in Rio de Janeiro on December 18, 1869. Gottschalk was the composer of numerous salon pieces for the piano, enormously popular in his day, a favorite of young pianists everywhere. One of these pieces is the banjo, familiar on semi-classical programs in orchestral arrangements. In his music, Gottschalk often employed either Spanish or Native American idioms. The contemporary American composer, Ulysses Kay, used several of Gottschalk's piano pieces for a ballet score, Cakewalk. This ballet, with choreography by Ruthanna Boris based on the minstrel show, was introduced by the New York City Ballet in New York on June 12, 1951. The dancers here translate the routines of the old minstrel show into dance forms and idioms. An orchestral suite derived from this ballet score has 5 sections. Grand Walkaround, in which the performers strut around the stage led by the interlocutor. Wallflower Waltz, music to a slow, sad dance performed solo by a lonely girl. Sleight of Feet, a rhythmic specialty accompanying feats of magic performed by the interlocutor. Perpendicular Points, a toe dance performed by the 2 end men, one very tall, the other very short. And Freebie, an exciting dance performed by the girl, as other performers accompany her dance with the rhythm of clapping hands. Morton Good. Morton Good was born in New York City on December 10, 1913. He received a comprehensive musical education at the Institute of Musical Art in New York, at New York University, and privately piano with Abby Whiteside. After completing these studies, he played the piano in motion picture theaters and vaudeville houses and served as the staff pianist for the Radio City Music Hall. He was only 18 when the Philadelphia Orchestra under Stokowski introduced his chorale and fugue in jazz, his first successful effort to combine classical forms and techniques with modern popular American idioms. In his 21st year, he started conducting an orchestra for radio and making brilliant transcriptions of popular and semi-classical favorites for these broadcasts. During the next 2 decades, he was one of radio's outstanding musical personalities, his programs enjoying important sponsorship. During this period, he wrote many works for orchestra which have been performed by America's foremost symphony orchestras. He also wrote the scores for several successful ballets, including Interplay and Fall River Legend, as well as music for Broadway musical comedies and motion pictures. Like Gershwin, Good has been a major figure in helping make serious music popular by writing ambitious concert works which make a skillful blend of serious and popular musical elements. Gershwin came to the writing of serious concert works after apprenticeship in Tin Pan Alley. Good, on the other hand, came to popular writing after an intensive career in serious music. Thus, he brings to his more popular efforts an extraordinary technique in composition, advanced thinking in orchestration, harmony, counterpoint, and rhythm. Yet there is nothing pedantic about his writing. Many of his works are such consistent favorites with audiences because they are the creations of a consummate musician without losing popular appeal. Few have been more successful than Good in achieving such a synthesis between concert and popular music. American Salute, 1942, is a brilliant orchestral adaptation of the famous American popular song by Patrick Gilmore, When Johnny Comes Marching Home. Though written during the Civil War, this robust marching song became most popular during the Spanish-American War, with which it is today most often associated. Good prepared this composition during World War II for an all-American music concert broadcast over the Mutual Radio Network on February 12, 1942. "I have attempted," Good explained, "a very simple and direct translation in orchestral idiom of this vital tune. There is nothing much that can be said about the structure or the treatment because I think it is what you might call self-auditory. The American Symphonette No. 2 is one of several works for orchestra in the sinfonietta form in which Good made a conscious effort to fuse classical structure with elements of popular music. The composer's purpose, as he explained, was entertainment in the better sense of the term. The most famous movement is the middle one, a pavane, often played independently of the other movements. It is particularly favored by school orchestras and has also been adapted for jazz band. The old and stately classical dance of the pavane is here married to a spicy jazz tune jauntily presented by the trumpet. There are here overtones of a gentle sadness. The first and last movements of this symphonette abound with jazz rhythms and melodies, respectively marked moderately fast, with vigor, and racy. The Cowboy Rhapsody 1944 started out as a composition for brass band, but was later adapted by the composer for orchestra. This is a rhapsodic treatment of several familiar and less familiar cowboy tunes, including Old Paint, Home on the Range, Trail to Mexico, and Little Old Sod Shanty. The composer here attempted a program work that would effectively utilize the marvelous vigor and sentiment of these unusual songs. Family Album 1951 is one of two suites in which Good evokes nostalgic pictures of the American scene and holidays through atmospheric melodies. The other suite is Holiday Music, written in 1947. The composer explains that the music of both these suites is so simple and direct in its pictorial appeal that it requires no program other than the titles of the respective movements to be understood and appreciated, nor is any analysis of the music itself called for. Family Album for brass band is made up of 5 brief movements: Outing in the Park, Porch Swing on a Summer Evening, Nickelodeon, Old Romance, and Horseless Carriage Gallop. Holiday Music for orchestra also has 5 movements: Home for Christmas, 4th of July, Easter Morning, The First Thanksgiving, and Halloween. Interplay is a ballet with choreography by Jerome Robbins introduced in New York in 1945. The score is an adaptation of the composer's American Concertet for piano and orchestra, written for the piano virtuoso José Iturbay. The text of the ballet contrasts classic and present-day dances. Good's music is a delightful contrast between old forms and styles and modern or popular ones. Interplay, as the concert work is now called, has 4 movements, each of popular appeal. The first, with drive and vigor, was described by the composer as brash. It has 2 sprightly main themes and a brief development. This is followed by a gavotte in which the composer directs a sly glance to the classical mode. The third movement is a blues, a very simple and in spots, dirty type of slow, nostalgic mood. The finale, very fast, brings the composition to a breathless conclusion through unrelenting motor energy. Latin American Symphonette for orchestra 1941 is the 4th of Good sinfoniettas using popular idioms. The 3 earlier ones exploit jazz, while the 4th consists of ideas and idioms indigenous to Latin America. Each of the 4 movements consists of a stylized Latin American dance form: rumba, tango, guaracha, and conga. In Minstrel Show 1946, Good tried to bring to orchestral music some of the flavor of old-time minstrel show tunes and styles. There are no borrowings from actual minstrel shows. All the melodies are the composer's own, but they incorporate some of the stylistic elements of the original product. The composition, Good goes on to say, alternates between gay and nostalgic passages. There are characteristic sliding trombone and banjo effects, and in the middle of the piece, the sandpaper blocks and other percussion convey the sounds and tempo of a soft shoe dance. The score ends on a jubilant note. Yankee Doodle Went to Town, like the American Salute, is the presentation of a popular American tune in modern orchestration and harmony. The tune in this case is, to be sure, Yankee Doodle, probably of English origin, which made its first appearance in this country in 1755. The general belief is that it was used by a certain Richard Shuchburgh, a British army soldier, to poke fun at the decrepit colonial troops. For 2 decades after that, the tune was frequently heard in the colonies as the means by which British soldiers could taunt colonials. Once the Revolution broke out, however, the colonists used Yankee Doodle as its favorite war song, and it was sung lustily by them when Cornwallis surrendered at Yorktown. Good's orchestration emphasizes some of the humorous elements in the song, while giving it some freshness and vitality through his fine sense for orchestral color and striking harmonizations. Charles Gounod. Charles-François Gounod was born in Paris on June 17, 1818. He received his academic education at the Lycée Saint-Louis and his musical training at the Paris Conservatory with Halévy and Lesueur, among others. In 1839, he won the Prix de Rome. During his stay in Italy, he became interested in church music and completed several choral works. He turned to opera after returning to Paris, his first work for the lyric stage being Sappho, successfully produced at the Paris Opéra in 1851. From then on, for many years, he concentrated mainly on opera, winning world renown in 1859 with Faust. In 1870, he visited London, where he conducted orchestral and choral concerts. During the last years of his life, he devoted himself for the most part to the writing of religious music. Gounod died in Paris on October 18, 1893. He is most famous for his operas, and most specifically for Faust, though Mireille 1864 and Romeo et Juliet 1867 have also been highly acclaimed and frequently given. Gounod was a composer who conveyed to his music sensitive human values. He was a melodist of the first order, his lyricism enhanced in its expressiveness through his subtle feeling for orchestral and harmonic colors. The Ave Maria, while originally a song, is famous in transcriptions for solo instruments and also for orchestra. The interesting feature of this work is the fact that Gounod wrote this spiritual, deeply moving melody to the famous prayer in Latin, against an accompaniment comprising the music, without any change whatsoever, of Bach's Prelude in C major from the Well-Tempered Clavier. The marriage of melody and accompaniment is so ideal, it is difficult to realize that each is the work of a different composer from a different generation. Gounod's masterwork, the opera Faust, is surely one of the most celebrated works of the French lyric theater. Many of its selections are deservedly popular. The opera, libretto by Jules Barbier and Michel Carré, based on the poetic drama of Goethe, was first performed in Paris on March 19, 1859. Strange to report, it was originally a failure with both audience and critics. Not until it was revived in Paris in 1869 did the opera finally win favor. From this point, it went on to conquer the world. One of the reasons for this permanent, if somewhat belated, success is the sound theatrical values of the libretto. The opera is consistently excellent theater, rich with emotion, pathos, drama, pomp, and ceremony. The story, of course, is that of the celebrated Faust legend. Faust makes a pact with the devil, Mephistopheles, to trade his soul for the return of his youth. As a young man, Faust makes love to Marguerite. When she becomes a mother, she kills her child. Faust comes to her prison cell to entreat her to escape, but she does not seem to understand him. After her punishment by death, Faust is led to his own doom by Mephistopheles. Perhaps the most famous single excerpt from the opera is the rousing soldiers' chorus, Gloire immortelle des nos aïeux, from Act 4, Scene 3. The soldiers, returning from the war, sing out their joy on coming home victorious. This episode is celebrated in transcriptions either for orchestra or for brass band. Almost as popular is the captivating waltz in Act 2. In the opera, it is sung and danced by villagers during a celebration in the public square, Ainsi que la brise lager. This excerpt is also familiar in transcription. The Walpurgis Night ballet music from Faust, though generally omitted from the performances of the opera itself, has become a concert favorite. This music is given in Paris during the first scene of the last act. The classic queens, Helen, Phryne, and Cleopatra, and their attendants are called upon to dance to distorted versions of several of the opera's beloved melodies. There are here 7 dances, of which 6 appear in the score only with tempo markings: waltz, adagio, allegretto, moderato maestoso, moderato con modo, allegretto, and allegro vivo. When an orchestral potpourri from the opera is given by semi-classical orchestra, it includes some other beloved excerpts: Marguerite's Jewel Song, G risque de m'ivoire, in which she speaks her joy in finding the casket of jewels secretly placed for her in her garden by Faust, the rousing kermesse or fair music that opens the second act, Vin ou bière, Mephistopheles' cynical comment on man's greed for gold, Le Veau d'Or, Faust's hymn of love for Marguerite, O belle enfant. Je t'aime, the chorus of swords, De l'enfer qui vint emouser, a vibrant exhortation by the young men of the village who, sensing they are in the presence of the devil, raise their swords in the form of a cross to confound him. The Funeral March of a Marionette, Marche funebre d'une marionnette, is a delightful piece originally written for the piano in 1873, and after that transcribed by the composer for orchestra. Gounod had hopes to make it the first movement of a piano suite. When he failed to complete that suite, he issued the march as a separate piece of music in the now famous orchestral version. The opening march music tells of the procession of pallbearers to a cemetery as they carry a dead marionette. A brighter spirit is induced as the pallbearers stop off at an inn. Then the procession continues. The funereal atmosphere of the closing measures speaks of the ephemeral nature of all life, even the life of a marionette. The opera Meyeril, libretto by Barbier and Caillet based on Mistral's poem, Meyerio, is not often performed. But this is not true of its overture. The opera was first performed in Paris on March 19, 1864. The story revolves around the tragic love affair of the Provencal girl, Meyeril, and the basket weaver, Vincent. The overture opens with a slow introduction in which a stately idea is offered by the woodwind. In the main body, the principal melody is heard in the strings, while the subsidiary theme is first presented by the violins. After both ideas are amplified, a crescendo section leads to the triumphant reappearance of the first theme in the full orchestra. The overture ends with a short but spirited coda. Out of the opera Romeo et Juliet comes a most charming waltz. The opera was introduced in Paris on April 27, 1867. The libretto, once again by Barbier and Caillet, was based on the Shakespeare tragedy. The waltz opens the first act, a ballroom scene in the Capulet Palace honoring Juliet. Against the lilting strains of this music, the guests perform an eye-filling dance. Percy Grainger. Percy Aldridge Grainger was born in Melbourne, Australia on July 8, 1882. After receiving some piano instruction from his mother, he was sent to Germany in his 12th year to continue his music study with James Quast and Ferruccio Busoni. In 1900, he made his debut as concert pianist in London, following which he made an extended tour of Great Britain, New Zealand, Australia, and South Africa. A meeting with Grieg, in 1906, was a significant influence in Grainger's artistic development. Grieg infected the young man with some of his own enthusiasm for folk music. The result was that Grainger now began to devote himself to research in the English folk music of the past. His orchestral and piano arrangements of many of these folk tunes and dances, between 1908 and 1912, were responsible for bringing them to the attention of the music world. In 1915, Grainger made his debut as pianist in the United States. He has lived in America since that time, devoting himself to concert work, lecturing, and teaching, besides composition. Grainger died in White Plains, New York, on February 20, 1961. In his own music, Grainger reveals the impact that his studies in English music made upon him, in his partiality to modal writing, to the contrapuntal technique, to placid lyricism. But it is in his fresh arrangements of old English songs and dances that Grainger is most famous. Even when he keeps the folk songs within their original dimensions, says Cyril Scott, he has a way of dealing with them which is entirely new, yet at the same time never lacking in taste. Brig Fair is a plaintive melody of pastoral character from the district of Lincolnshire. It was used by the contemporary British composer, Frédéric Chopin, as the basis for his orchestral rhapsody of the same name, dedicated to Grainger. The bucolic and ever-popular Country Gardens is a mock morris. The mock morris, being an Old English dance popular during the reign of Henry Roman VII, and since then associated with festivities attending May Day. Grainger's original transcription was for piano solo, and only later did he adapt it for orchestra. Handel in the Strand is a lively clog dance. Irish tune from County Derry is better known as the Londonderry Air, a poignant melody now known to us through numerous versions other than that originally made famous by Grainger. The piece, designated as a mock morris, is one of a series in a collection entitled Room Music Titbits. No folk music tunestuffs at all are used herein, says the composer. The rhythmic cast of the piece is Morris-like, but neither the build of the tunes nor the general layout of the form keeps to the Morris dance shape. The lively Molly on the Shore was first written for piano before being adapted by the composer for orchestra. Shepherd's Hay is a mock Morris and consists of 4 tunes, 2 fiddle tunes, and 2 folk songs. Of Granger's own compositions, 3 are of general interest. The Children's March, 1917, was written during World War I for the United States Army Band. This march, says the composer, is structurally of a complicated build, on account of the large number of different themes and tunes employed and of the varied and irregular interplay of many contrasted sections. Tonally speaking, it is a study in the blend of piano, wind, and percussion instruments. Passacaglia on Green Bushes has 2 versions. One is for small orchestra, and the other for a large one. This composition is built around the folk melody, Green Bushes, which remains unchanged in key, line, and rhythm throughout the work, except for 8 measures of free passage work near the beginning and 40 measures at the end. Against this melody move several folk-like melodies of Granger's own invention. Youthful Suite for Orchestra is made up of 5 sections. Part of this work was completed in 1902 and part in 1945. The first movement, Northern March, derives its character from the melodic and rhythmic traits of the folk music of North England and Scotland. The main melody here acquires its folk song character through the use of the flat 7th minor scale. Rustic Dance achieves an exotic quality through the employment of an unusual variant of the F major chord. Norse Digger is a somber lament in which is mourned the passing of a dead hero, possibly from an Icelandic saga. Eastern Intermezzo has an oriental cast. The repeated use of drum beats and the virile rhythms were inspired by a reading of a description of the dance of the elephants in Tumult of the Elephants from Kipling's Jungle Book. This suite ends with a formal English waltz. Enrique Granados. Enrique Granados was born in Lerida, Spain, on July 27, 1867. After completing his music study at conservatories in Barcelona and Madrid, and privately with Charles de Berriot in Paris, he earned his living playing the piano in Spanish restaurants. In 1898, his first opera was produced in Madrid, Maria del Carmen. The national identity of this music was to characterize all of Granados' subsequent works and place him among the most significant of Spanish national composers. His most famous composition is Goyescas, a remarkable series of piano pieces inspired by the paintings of Goya. The composer later adapted this music for an opera, also called Goyescas, which received its world premiere in New York at the Metropolitan Opera on January 28, 1918. Granados came to the United States to attend this performance, after which he visited Washington, D.C. to play the piano for President Wilson at the White House. He was aboard the ship Folkestone, sailing from Folkestone to Dieppe, when it was torpedoed by a German U-boat during World War I on March 24, 1916, bringing him to his death. In their rhythmic and harmonic vocabulary, Granados' best music is unmistakably Spanish. Perhaps his most famous single piece of music is an orchestral, intermezzo, from the opera Goyescas. He wrote it after he had fully completed his score to the opera because the directors of the Metropolitan Opera filled the need of an instrumental interlude. This sensual Spanish melody is as famous in various transcriptions, including one for cello and piano by Gaspar Casado, as it is in its original orchestral version. 12 Spanish dances for piano, Op. 37, 1893, are also popular. The most frequently performed of these is the 5th in E minor named Andaluza or Playera. Fritz Kreisler transcribed it for violin and piano, one of numerous adaptations. The 6th in D major is also familiar, Rondella Aragonesa, a Hoda, transcribed for violin and piano by Jacques Thibaud. Edvard Grieg. Edvard Hagerup Grieg, Norway's greatest composer, was born in Bergen on June 15, 1843. Revealing unusual talent for music as a boy, he was sent to the Leipzig Conservatory in 1858. He remained there several years, a pupil of Plaidy, Moscheles, and Rieneck among others. In 1863, he returned to his native land where several of his early compositions were performed. He then lived for several years in Copenhagen. There he met and became a friend of 2 musicians who interested him in Scandinavian music and musical nationalism, Niels Gade and Richard Nordrock. Under their guidance and stimulation, Grieg began writing music in a national style, beginning with the humoresques for piano, Op. 6, which he dedicated to Nordrock. Grieg also became a sponsor of Scandinavian music and composers by helping Nordrock organize a society for their benefit. In 1866, Grieg helped arrange in Oslo the first concert ever given over entirely to Norwegian music. A year later, he helped found the Norwegian Academy of Music. He also served as a conductor of the Harmonic Society, an important influence in presenting Scandinavian music. After marrying Nina Hagerup in 1867, Grieg settled in Oslo to assume an imperial position in its musical life. He also achieved worldwide recognition as a composer through his violin sonata in F major, through a major piano concerto, and the incidental music to Ibsen's Peer Gynt. He was the recipient of many honors both from his native land and from foreign countries. His 60th birthday was honored as a national Norwegian holiday. From 1885 on, Grieg lived in a beautiful villa, Troldhagen, a few miles from Bergen. Music lovers made pilgrimages to meet him and pay him tribute. His remains were buried there following his sudden death in Bergen on September 4, 1907. Its national identity is the quality that sets Grieg's music apart from that of most of the other romanticists of his day. Though he rarely quoted folk melodies or dance tunes directly, he produced music that is Norwegian to its core. In his best music, he speaks of Norway's geography, culture, people, backgrounds, holidays, and legends in melodies and rhythms whose kinship with actual folk music is unmistakable. The Hallberg Suite for String Orchestra, Op. 40 1885, or to use its official title of From Hallberg, S-Time, was written to honor the bicentenary of Ludwig Hallberg, often called the founder of Danish literature. The composer also adapted this music for solo piano. Bearing in mind that the man he was honoring belonged to a bygone era, Grieg wrote a suite in classical style and with strictly classical forms, but his own romantic and at times national identity is not sacrificed. The first movement is a prelude, a vigorous movement almost in march time. This is followed by 3 classical dances, saraband, gavotte, and musette. The fourth movement temporarily deserts the 17th and 18th centuries to offer a graceful air in the manner of a Norwegian folk song. But the classical era returns in all its stateliness and grace in the concluding Rigauden. In autumn, a concert overture for orchestra, Op. 11 1865, revised 1888, was Grieg's first effort to write symphonic music. This composition is a fresh and spontaneous expression of joy in nature's beauties. The principal melody is a song written by Grieg in 1865, Autumn Storm. This material is preceded by an introduction and followed by a coda in which a happy dance by harvesters is introduced. The Lyric Suite for Orchestra, Op. 54 1903, is an adaptation by the composer of 4 numbers from his lyric pieces. For piano, a set of 66 short compositions gathered in 10 volumes, each a delightful miniature of Norwegian life. The first of the 4 episodes in the Lyric Suite is Shepherd Lad, scored entirely for strings, music in a dreamy mood whose main romantic melody has the character of a nocturne. Rustic March, or Peasant March, for full orchestra, has for its principal thought a ponderous, rhythmic theme first given by the clarinets. The third movement is a poetic nocturne, whose main melody is presented by the first violins. The suite ends with the popular March of the Dwarfs in the grotesque style of the composer S. in the Hall of the Mountain King from Peer Gynt. This movement alternates a sprightly fantastic march tune, first heard in the violins, with an expressive melody for solo violin. The Norwegian Dance No. 2 is the second of a set of 4 folk dances originally for piano 4 hands and later transcribed by the composer for orchestra, Op. 35 1881. This second dance, in the key of a minor, is probably the composer's most famous composition in a national idiom. It is in 3 parts, the flanking section consisting of a sprightly rustic dance tune, while the middle part is faster and more vigorous contrasting music. The other somewhat less familiar, but no less beguiling, Norwegian dances are the first in D minor, the third in G major, and the fourth in D major. The Peer Gynt Suite No. 1, for orchestra, Op. 46 1876, consists of 4 numbers from the incidental music for the Ibsen drama, Peer Gynt, produced in Oslo in 1876. Ibsen's epic is a picaresque drama about a capricious and at times spirited Norwegian peasant named Per, and his fabulous adventures, some of them amatory. He abducts the bride, Solveig, then deserts her. As an outlaw, he roams the world. When he returns home, he finds Solveig still believing in him, and through that belief he comes upon salvation. The first movement of Suite No. 1 is a bucolic picture, Morning, in which a barcarolle-type melody is prominent. This is followed by a tender elegy for muted strings, Ass, Death, Ass being Peer Gynt's mother. A capricious, sensual dance follows, Anatra's Dance, a mazurka-like melody with an oriental identity. The final movement, In the Hall of the Mountain King, is a grotesque march built from a four-measure phrase which grows in volume and intensity until it evolves into a thunderous fortissimo. Grieg prepared a second suite from his incidental music for Peer Gynt, Op. 55. Only one movement from this set is popular, Solveig's Song, a haunting Norwegian song for muted strings portraying Solveig, the abducted bride who thereafter remains forever faithful to Peer Gynt. This is the final movement of a suite whose preceding movements are Ingrid's Lament, Arabian Dance, and Peer Gynt's Homecoming. Sigurd Jorsalfar, a suite for orchestra, Op. 56, 1872, revised 1892, also comes from the incidental music to a play, in this case a historical drama of the same name by Bjornstjerne Bjornson, produced in Oslo in 1872. The central character is the 12th century Norwegian king, Sigurd, who joins the Crusades to fight heroically against the Saracens. There are 3 movements to this suite. The first prelude is subtitled In the King's Hall and has 3 distinct sections. In the first of these, the main thought is a theme for clarinets and bassoons against plucked strings. In the second, a trio. The most prominent melody is that for flute imitated by the oboe. The third part repeats the first. The second movement is intermezzo, or Borgild's Dream. This is serene music alternated by an agitated mood. The finale is March of Homage, in which trumpet fanfares and a loud chord for full orchestra set the stage for the main theme in 4 cellos. This same theme is later proclaimed triumphantly by the full orchestra. Midway there appears a trio in which the first violins offer the main melody. 2 elegiac melodies for string orchestra, Op. 34, 1880, are adaptations of 2 of the composer's most famous songs found in Op. 33, Heartwounds, and The Last Spring, lyrics by A. O. Vinge. Both melodies are for the most part in a somber mood. The first is in a comparatively fast time, while the second is in slow tempo. 2 northern melodies for string orchestra, Op. 63, 1895, is, as the title indicates, in 2 sections. The first, in the style of a folk song, offers its main melody in the cellos after a short introduction. The second, the Cowherd's Tune, begins with a slow, simple tune and ends with a delightful peasant dance. The Broadway operetta, Song of Norway, was not only based upon episodes in the life of Grieg, but also makes extensive use of Grieg's music. The book is by Milton Lazarus based on a play by Homer Curran, and the lyrics and music are by Robert Wright and George Forrest. The operetta opened on Broadway on August 21, 1944. Lawrence Brooks played Grieg, and Helena Bliss his wife, Nina, to accumulate the impressive run of 860 performances. Since the operetta has become something of a classic of our popular theater through frequent revivals, and since its music is sometimes heard on concerts of semi-classical music, it deserves consideration. The story centers mainly around the love affair of Grieg and Nina Hagerup and their ultimate marriage. It also carries the composer from obscurity to world fame. Wright and Forrest reached into the storehouse of Grieg's music for their songs. Strange Music, which became a popular song hit in 1944 and 1945, is based on one of Grieg's lyric pieces for piano, Wedding Day in Troldhagen. I Love You is based on Grieg's famous song of the same name, Ich lieb dich, which he actually wrote to express his love for Nina. The lyric was by Hans Andersen, and the song appeared in a set of 4 collected in Op. 5, 1864. Musical episodes from Grieg's G major violin sonata, the Peer Gynt Suite, Norwegian Dance No. 2, the Minor Piano Concerto, and some of the piano pieces provided further material for popular songs and ballet music. Ferd Greffé. Ferd Greffé was born Ferdinand Rudolf von Greffé in New York City on March 27, 1892. He began to study the violin and piano early. During his adolescence, he became a member of the viola section of the Los Angeles Philharmonic. While engaged in serious music, he started playing with jazz ensembles. Before long, he formed one of his own, for which he made all the arrangements, and whose performances attracted considerable interest among jazz devotees. Paul Whiteman was one of those who was impressed by Greffet's brand of jazz. In 1919, he hired Greffet to play the piano in, and make all the arrangements for, the Paul Whiteman Orchestra. Greffet worked for Whiteman for a dozen years, a period during which he prepared most of the arrangements used by Whiteman, including that of George Gershwin's historic Rhapsody in Blue at its world premiere in 1924. In 1924, Greffet wrote his first symphonic composition in a jazz style, Broadway at Night. 1 year later came the Mississippi Suite, his first success. In 1931, he scored a triumph with the Grand Canyon Suite, still his most celebrated composition. After 1931, Greffet toured the country as conductor of his own orchestra, making numerous appearances in public and over the radio. From 1939 to 1942, he taught orchestration at the Juilliard School of Music in New York, and in 1941, he began an 8-year contract with the Standard Oil Company of California to conduct the San Francisco Symphony over the radio. Greffet has also written music for motion pictures and special works for industry. With Gershwin, Greffet has been an outstanding composer of symphonic music utilizing jazz and other popular styles and idioms. He is distinguished for his remarkable skill at orchestration, which frequently employs non-musical devices for special effects. For example, a typewriter in tabloid pneumatic drills in Symphony in Steel, a bicycle pump in Free Air, shouts and door banging in Hollywood Suite, and the sound of bouncing bowling balls in Hudson River Suite. The Grand Canyon Suite, 1931, Greffet's most significant composition as well as the most famous, is an orchestral description in 5 movements of one of America's natural wonders. The first movement, Sunrise, opens with a timpani roll to suggest the break of dawn over the canyon. The main melody depicting the sunrise itself is heard in muted trumpet against a chordal background. As the movement progresses, the music becomes increasingly luminous, until the sun finally erupts into full resplendence. The Painted Desert is an atmospheric tone picture. Nebulous chords suggest an air of mystery before a sensual melodic section unfolds. On the Trail is the most popular movement of the suite, having for many years been expropriated as the identifying theme signature for the Philip Morris radio program. An impulsive, restless rhythm brings us a picture of a jogging burro. A cowboy tune is then set contrapuntally against this rhythm. In Sunset, animal calls precede a poignant melody that speaks about the peace and serenity that descend on the canyon at sunset. Cloudburst is the concluding movement in which a violent storm erupts, lashes the canyon with its fury, and then subsides. Tranquility now returns, and the canyon is once more surrounded by breathless and quiet beauty. The Hudson River Suite, 1955, was written for Andrei Kostelanetz, the conductor, who introduced the work in Washington, D.C. This music provides 5 different aspects of the mighty river in New York and its associations with American history. The river itself is described in the opening movement, The River. This is followed by a portrait of Henry Hudson. The colonial times and the land of Rip Van Winkle are discussed in the third movement, Rip Van Winkle, while in Albany Night Boat. A delightful account is given of New York in years gone by, when a holiday trip on the boat was a favorite pastime of New York couples. The suite ends with New York, a graphic etching of the metropolis along the Hudson. The Mississippi Suite, 1925, like its eminent successor, the Grand Canyon Suite, was written for Paul Whiteman, who introduced it in Carnegie Hall. The first movement, Father of the Waters, has a melody of an American Indian identity representing the river. In Huckleberry Finn, the character of the boy is suggested by a jazz motive in the tuba, later amplified into a spacious jazz melody for strings. Old Creole Days highlights a Negro melody in muted trumpet, soon taken over by different sections of the orchestra. The closing movement is the suite's best-known section and the composer's own favorite among his compositions. Called Mardi Gras, it is a lively and colorful picture of carnival time in New Orleans. A rhythmic passage with which the movement opens serves as the preface to an eloquent melody for strings. David Guion. David Wendell Fentress Guion was born in Ballinger, Texas, on December 15, 1895. He received his musical training at the piano with local teachers and with Leopold Godowsky in Vienna. After returning to the United States, he filled several posts as teacher of music in Texas, and from 1925 to 1928 taught piano at the Chicago Music College. Early in the 1930s, he appeared in a cowboy production featuring his own music at the Roxy Theater in New York, and soon thereafter made weekly broadcasts over the National Broadcasting Company network. A David Guion Week was celebrated throughout Texas in 1950. He is best known for his skillful arrangements and transcriptions of Western folk songs and Negro spirituals, some of which first became famous in his versions. His orchestral adaptation of the Arkansas Traveler has long been a favorite on pop concerts. A familiar legend helped to dramatize this American folk song to many. A traveler caught in the rain stops outside an Arkansas hut where an old man is playing part of a folk tune on his fiddle. Upon questioning him, the traveler learns that the old fiddler does not know the rest of the song, whereupon the stranger takes the fiddle from him and completes it. The two then become devoted friends. Even more famous is David Guion's arrangement of Home on the Range in 1930. It is not quite clear who actually wrote this song. It was discovered by John A. Lomax, who heard it sung by a Texan saloon keeper, recorded it, and published it in his 1910 edition of Cowboy Songs. Only after Guion had arranged it did it become a national favorite over the radio. Its popularity, no doubt, immensely enhanced by the widely circulated story that this was President Franklin D. Roosevelt's favorite song. Guion's concert arrangement for full orchestra of Turkey in the Straw is also of interest. This folk tune, sometimes known as Zip Coon, first achieved popularity on the American musical stage in the era before the minstrel show. It was published in Baltimore in 1834 and first made popular that year by Bob Farrell at the Bowery Theater. After that, it was a familiar routine of the black-faced entertainer, George Washington Dixon. Several have laid claim to the song, but it is most likely derived from an English or Irish melody. Other arrangements and transcriptions by Guion include Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen, Oh, Bury Me Not on the Lone Prairie, Ride Cowboy Ride, Shortenin' Bread, and Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Guion has also written several compositions of his own in which the folk element is pronounced. One of these is named Alley Tunes, 3 musical scenes from the South. Its most famous movement is the last, the harmonica player, but the earlier two are equally appealing for their homespun melodies and vigorous national identity, Brudder Sinkler and His Flock of Sheep, and The Lonesome Whistler. Another pleasing orchestral composition by Guion is a waltz suite entitled Southern Nights. Johan Halvorsen. Johan Halvorsen was born in Drammen, Norway, on March 15, 1864. After attending the Stockholm Conservatory, he studied the violin with Adolf Brodsky in Leipzig and César Thompson in Belgium. In 1892, he returned to his native land. For many years, he was the distinguished conductor of the Oslo National Theatre. His admiration of Grieg, whose niece he married, directed him toward musical nationalism, a style in which many of his most ambitious works were written. He was the composer of 3 symphonies, 2 rhapsodies, a festival overture, several suites, and a number of peasant dances, all for orchestra. He died in Oslo on December 4, 1935. The Andante Religioso, in G minor, for violin and orchestra, is a richly melodious and spiritual work which has gained recognition with semi-classical orchestras. But Halvorsen's most popular composition is the triumphant entry of the Boyars, for orchestra. The boyar or boyard was a military aristocrat of ancient Russia, a tyrant as notorious for his cruelty as for his extravagant way of life. Halvorsen's vigorous, colorful march has an oriental personality. It opens with a stirring march subject for clarinet against a drone bass in cellos and double basses, and it highlights a fanfare for trumpets and trombones. George Frederick Handel. George Frederick Handel was born in Halle, Saxony, on February 23, 1685. After studying the organ in his native city, he settled in Hamburg, where he wrote, and in 1705 had produced, his first operas, Almira and Nero. A period of travel and study in Italy followed, during which he was influenced by the Italian instrumental music of that period. In 1710, he was appointed Kapellmeister in Hanover. In 1712, he settled permanently in England, where in 1727 he became a British subject and anglicized his name. He became one of England's giant figures in music, first as a composer of operas in the Italian style, and after that, when the vogue for such operas died out, as a creator of oratorios. For several years, he was the court composer for Queen Anne and royal music master for George I. In 1720, he was appointed artistic director of the then newly organized Royal Academy of Music. In the last years of his life, he suffered total blindness, notwithstanding which fact he continued giving public performances at the organ, conducting his oratorios and writing music. He died in London on April 14, 1759, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Handel was a prolific composer of operas, oratorios, orchestral music, concertos for solo instruments and orchestra, sonatas, compositions for harpsichord and chamber works. He was greatest in his religious music, in the deservedly world-famous oratorio Messiah, and in such somewhat less familiar but no less distinguished works as Judas Maccabeus, Samson, Solomon, and Israel in Egypt. His greatest music is on such a consistently high spiritual plane, is filled with such grandeur of expression, and reveals such extraordinary contrapuntal skill that it does not easily lend itself to popular consumption. But one passage from the Messiah is particularly famous, and especially popular with people the world over. It is probably the most celebrated single piece of music he ever wrote, and while originally for chorus and orchestra, is familiar in innumerable transcriptions for orchestra or for band. It is the sublime Hallelujah Chorus, about which the composer himself said when he finished writing it, "I did think I did see all heaven before me, and the great God himself." This grandiose choral passage, a miracle of contrapuntal technique, is undoubtedly the climactic point of the entire oratorio. When the Messiah was first heard in London on March 23, 1743, a little less than a year after its world premiere, which took place in Dublin, Ireland, on April 13, 1742, the awesome immensity of this music made such an impression on King George Roman II, in the audience, that he rose spontaneously in his seat and remained standing throughout the piece. The audience followed their king in listening to the music in a standing position. Since then, it has been a custom in performances of Messiah for the audience to rise during the singing of the Hallelujah Chorus. The Harmonious Blacksmith is Handel's best-known composition for the harpsichord. This is the fourth movement of a harpsichord suite, number 5 in E major, which the composer wrote in 1720, but most frequently it is played apart from the rest of the movements as a self-sufficient composition. The title Harmonious Blacksmith was created not by the composer, but by a publisher in Bath, England, when in 1822 he issued the fourth movement of the suite as a separate piece of music. There happened to be in Bath a blacksmith who often sang this Handel tune and who came to be known in that town as the Harmonious Blacksmith. The Bath publisher recognized the popular appeal of a title like Harmonious Blacksmith and decided to use it for this music. The story that Handel conceived this tune while waiting in a blacksmith's shop during a storm is, however, apocryphal. The Harmonious Blacksmith begins with a simple two-part melody, which then undergoes 5 equally elementary variations. The Largo, so familiar as an instrumental composition in various transcriptions, is really an aria from one of Handel's operas. It was a tenor aria, Ombre mai fu, from Circe, 1738, in which is described the beauty of the cool shade of a palm tree. In slower tempo it has become, in its instrumental dress, a broad, stately melody of religious character, with the simple tempo marking of Largo as its title. The Water Music, 1717, is a suite for orchestra made up of charming little dances, airs and fanfares written for a royal water pageant held on the Thames River in London on July 19, 1717. A special barge held the orchestra that performed this composition while the musicians sailed slowly up and down the river. The king was so impressed by Handel's music that he asked it be repeated 3 times. In its original form, this suite is made up of 20 pieces, but the version most often heard today is an adaptation by Sir Hamilton Hardy in which only 6 movements appear. overture, air, bourrée, hornpipe, air, and fanfare. Joseph Haydn. Franz Joseph Haydn was born in Rohrau, Austria, on March 31, 1732. From 1740 to 1749, he was a member of the choir of St. Stephen's in Vienna, attending its school for a comprehensive musical training. For several years after that, he lived in Vienna, teaching music and completing various hack assignments while pursuing serious composition. In 1755, he was appointed by Baron Karl Joseph Feuenberg to write music for and direct the concerts at his palace. It was in this office that Haydn wrote his first symphonies and string quartets, as well as many other orchestral and chamber music works. From 1758 to 1760, he was Kapellmeister to Count Ferdinand Maximilian Morzin. In 1761, Haydn became second Kapellmeister to Prince Paul Anton Esterhazy at Eisenstadt, rising to the post of first Kapellmeister 5 years after that. Haydn remained with the Esterhazys until 1790, a period in which he arrived at full maturity as a composer. His abundant symphonies, quartets, sonatas, and other compositions spread his fame throughout the length and breadth of Europe. After leaving the employ of the Esterhazys, Haydn paid 2 visits to London, in 1791 and again in 1794, where he directed orchestral concerts for which he wrote his renowned London symphonies. At the dusk of his career, Haydn produced 2 crowning masterworks in the field of choral music: the Oratorios The Creation, 1798, and the Seasons, 1801. Haydn died in Vienna on May 31, 1809. Haydn was an epical figure during music's classical era. He helped to establish permanently the structures of the symphony, quartet, sonata, to arrive at a fully realized homophonic style as opposed to the contrapuntal idiom of the masters who preceded him, and to arrive at new concepts of harmony, orchestration, and thematic development. He helped pave the way for the giants who followed him, most notably Mozart and Beethoven, who helped carry the classical era in music to its full flowering. To his musical writing, Haydn brought that charm, grace, stateliness, beauty of lyricism that we associate with classicism, and with it a most engaging sense of humor, and at times even a remarkable expressiveness. Most of Haydn's music belongs to the serious concert repertory. He did write some music intended for the masses, mainly the contradances, German dances, and minuets, which, after all, was the dance music of the Austrian people in Haydn's time. Haydn's German dances and minuets are especially appealing. The former was the forerunner of the waltz, but its melodies and rhythms have a lusty peasant quality and an earthy vitality. The latter was the graceful, sedate dance of the European court. 12 of Haydn's German dances and 12 of his minuets, the latter called Catherine Menuet, were written in the closing years of his life and published in 1794. They were intended for the court ball held at the Redoutensaal in Vienna, where they were introduced on November 25, 1792. The German dances here have sobriety and dignity, and are often filled with Haydn's remarkable innovations in melodic and harmonic writing. The minuets are consistently light and carefree in spirit. The Gypsy Rondo, often heard in various transcriptions, including one for violin and piano by Fritz Kreisler, comes from the Piano Trio No. 1 in G major, Op. 73 No. 2, 1795, where it is the concluding movement, Rondo all Angers. It is in Hungarian style, vivacious in rhythmic and melodic content. It is for this reason that Haydn himself designated this music in a gypsy style, and Kreisler's transcription bears the title of Hungarian Rondo. Of Haydn's more than 100 symphonies, the one occasionally given by pop orchestras is a curiosity known as the Toy Symphony. Actually, we now know that Haydn never really wrote it, but it was the work of either Mozart's father, Leopold, or Haydn's brother, Michael. But it was long attributed to Joseph Haydn, and still is often credited to him. This little symphony in C major, which is in 3 short movements, was long believed to have been written by Haydn during his visit to Berchtesgaden, Bavaria, in 1788, where he became interested in toy instruments. The symphony uses numerous toy instruments: penny trumpet, quail call, rattle, cuckoo, whistle, little drum, toy triangle, and so forth, together with 3 orthodox musical instruments, 2 violins, and a bass. Joseph Haydn was also the composer of Austria's national anthem, Gott erhält Franz den Kaiser. He was commissioned to do so in 1797 by the Minister of the Interior to help stir the patriotic ardor of Austrians. It was first performed in all Austrian theaters on the Emperor's birthday on February 12, 1797. The Emperor was deeply impressed by the anthem. "You have expressed," he said, "what is in every loyal Austrian heart, and through your melody Austria will always be honored." Haydn himself used the same melody in one of his string quartets, as the slow second movement in which it receives a series of variations. It is for this reason that this quartet, in C major, Op. 76, No. 3, is popularly known as the Emperor Quartet. Victor Herbert. Victor Herbert was born in Dublin, Ireland, on February 1, 1859. He received a sound musical training at the Stuttgart Conservatory, following which he studied the cello privately with Bernhard Kossmann in Baden-Baden. For several years after that, he played the cello in many German and Austrian orchestras. His bow as a composer took place with two ambitious works, a suite and a concerto, both for cello and orchestra. They were introduced by the Stuttgart Symphony, the composer as soloist, in 1883 and 1885 respectively. After marrying the prima donna, Therese Forster, in 1886, Herbert came to the United States and played the cello in the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra, his wife having been engaged by that company. He soon played the cello in other major American orchestras, besides conducting symphonic concerts, concerts of light music, and performances at important festivals. In 1893, he succeeded Patrick S. Gilmore as bandleader of the famous 22nd Regiment Band, and from 1898 to 1904, he was principal conductor of the Pittsburgh Symphony. After 1904, he was the conductor of his own orchestra. Herbert won world renown as a composer of operettas, for which he produced a wealth of melodies that have never lost their charm or fascination for music lovers. His first produced operetta, Prince Ananias, in 1894 was a failure. But 1 year later came The Wizard of the Nile, the first of a long string of stage successes Herbert was henceforth to enjoy. From then on, until the end of his life, Herbert remained one of Broadway's most productive and most significant composers. Many of his operettas are now classics of the American musical stage. Among these are The Fortune Teller, 1898, Babes in Toyland, 1903, Emil, Modiste, 1905, The Red Mill, 1906, and Naughty Marietta, 1910. A facile composer with an extraordinary technique at orchestration and harmonization, and a born melodist who had a seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of beautiful tunes, Herbert was a giant figure in American popular music and in the music for the American Popular Theater. He died of a heart attack in New York City on May 26, 1924. Victor Herbert produced a considerable amount of concert music, concertos, symphonies, suites, overtures, most of which has passed out of the more serious repertory. A few of these concert works have enough emotional impact and melodic fascination to enjoy a permanent status in the semi-classical repertory. Potpourris from the scores of his most famous operettas and orchestral transcriptions of individual songs from these productions are, of course, basic to any pop or semi-classical orchestra repertory. For Herbert's greatest songs from his operettas are classics, as pure in outline as the melodies of Schubert and Mozart, according to Deems Taylor. Al fresco is mood music, which opens the second act of the operetta. It happened in Nordland, 1904. Herbert had previously written and published it as a piano piece, using the pen name of Frank Rowland, in order to test the appeal of this little composition. It did so well in this version that Herbert finally decided to include it in his operetta, where it serves to depict a lively carnival scene. The American Fantasia, 1898, is a brilliantly orchestrated and skillfully contrived fantasy made up of favorite American national ballads and songs. It is the composer's stirring tribute to the country of his adoption. The ballads and songs are heard in the following sequence: Hail Columbia, Swanee River, The Girl I Left Behind Me, Dixie, Columbia the Gem of the Ocean. This composition comes to an exciting finish with the Star-Spangled Banner in a Wagnerian-type orchestration. The operetta Babes in Toyland, which opened in New York on October 13, 1903, was an extravaganza inspired by the then-recent success on Broadway of The Wizard of Oz. Herbert's operetta drew its characters from fairy tales, Mother Goose, and other children's stories, placing these characters in a rapid succession of breathtaking scenes of spectacular beauty. The complicated plot concerned the escape of little Jane and Alan from their miserly uncle to the garden of Contrary Mary. They then come to Toyland, where they meet the characters from Fairy Tales and Mother Goose, and where toys are dominated by the wicked toymaker, whom they finally bring to his destruction. Principal musical numbers from this score include the delightful orchestral march, March of the Toys, and the songs Toyland and I Can't Do the Sum. Dagger Dance is one of the most familiar pieces in the semi-classical repertory in the melodic and rhythmic style of American Indian music. It comes from Herbert's opera Natoma, whose premiere took place in Philadelphia on February 25, 1911. This spirited Indian dance music appears in the second act, at a climactic moment in which Natoma, challenged to perform a dagger dance, does so. But during the performance, she stabs and kills the villain, Alvarado. The Fortune Teller, whose New York premiere took place on September 26, 1898, is an operetta that starred Alice Nielsen in the dual role of Musette, a gypsy fortune teller, and Irma, a ballet student. Against a Hungarian setting, the play involves these two girls in love affairs with a Hungarian hussar and a gypsy musician. Hungarian characters and a Hungarian background allowed Herbert to write music generously spiced with Hungarian and gypsy flavors, music exciting for its sensual appeal. The most famous song from the score is Gypsy Love Song, sometimes also known as Slumber On, My Little Gypsy Sweetheart, sung by Sandor, the gypsy musician, in tribute to Musette. Indian Summer, An American Idol 1919, is a tone picture of nature which Herbert wrote in two versions, for solo piano and for orchestra. 12 years after the composer's death, Gus Kahn wrote lyrics for its main melody, and for 14 weeks it was heard on the radio hit parade, twice in the #1 position. The Irish Rhapsody for Orchestra, 1892, is one of several concert works in which Herbert honored the country of his birth. This work is built from several familiar Irish ballads found by the composer in Thomas Moore's Irish Melodies, published in 1807. Believe Me If All These Endearing Young Charms comes immediately after a harp cadenza. This is followed by a variation of the Rocky Road to Dublin, To Lady's Eyes, Thamahulla, Erin, O Erin, and Rich and Rare Were the Gems She Wore. An oboe cadenza then serves as the transition to St. Patrick's Day. The rhapsody ends with Gary Owen, set against Erin, O Erin in the bass. Emile, Modiste, introduced in New York on December 25, 1905, is the operetta in which Fritzi Scheff, once a member of the Metropolitan Opera, became a star of the popular musical theater. This is also the operetta in which she sang the waltz with which, for the rest of her life, she became identified, Kiss Me Again. Fritzi Scheff was cast as Fifi, an employee in a Parisian hat shop. Her lowly station precludes her marriage to the man she loves, Capt. Etienne de Bouvray. An American millionaire becomes interested in her and provides her with the funds to pursue her vocal studies. Fifi then becomes a famous opera star, thereby achieving both the fame and the fortune she needs to gain Capt. Etienne as a husband. Early in this operetta, Fifi tries to demonstrate her talent as a singer by performing a number called If I Were on the Stage, in which she offers various types of songs, including a polonaise, a gavotte, and a waltz. The waltz part was originally intended by Herbert as a caricature of that kind of dreamy, sentimental music, and consisted of the melody of Kiss Me Again, which he had written some time earlier, in 1903. On opening night, the audience liked this part of the number so well, and was so noisy in its demonstration, that Herbert decided to feature it separately and prominently in his operetta, had new sentimental lyrics written for it, and called it Kiss Me Again. This, of course, is the most celebrated single number from this operetta, but several others are equally appealing, notably one of Herbert's finest marches, the mascot of the troupe, another waltz called The Nightingale and the Star, and a humorous ditty, I Want What I Want When I Want It. The operetta, Naughty Marietta, first New York performance on November 7, 1910, was set in New Orleans in 1780 when that city was under Spanish rule. The noble lady Marietta, starring the prima donna Emma Trentini, had come to New Orleans from Naples to avoid an undesirable marriage. There she meets, falls in love with, and after many stirring adventures wins, Captain Dick Warrington. A basic element of this story is a melody, a fragment of which has come to the heroine in a dream. Marietta promises her hand to anybody who could give her the complete song of which this fragment is a part, and it is Dick Warrington, of course, who is successful. This melody is one of Herbert's best loved, sweet mystery of life. Other favorites from Naughty Marietta are I'm Falling in Love with Someone, Italian Street Song, The Serenade, Neath the Southern Moon, and the march, Tramp, Tramp, Tramp. Pan Americana, 1901, is a composition for orchestra described by Herbert as a morceau caractéristique. He wrote it for the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo in 1901, where President McKinley was assassinated. The three sections are in three different popular styles, the first in American Indian, the second in ragtime, and the third in Cuban or Spanish. Punchinello and Yesterthoughts, 1900, are two evocative tone pictures originally for piano from a suite of pieces describing the natural beauties of scenes near or at Lake Placid, New York. Herbert orchestrated both these numbers. The Red Mill, which came to New York on September 24, 1906, was an operetta starring the comedy team of Fred Stone and David Montgomery in a play set in Holland. They are two Americans stranded and penniless at an inn called The Sign of the Red Mill. When they discover that little Gretchen is in love with Capt. Doris Van Dam and refuses to marry the governor to whom she is designated by her parents, they come to her assistance. After numerous escapades and antics, they help her to win her true lover who, as it turns out, is the heir to an immense fortune. The following are its principal musical episodes: the main love duet, The Isle of Our Dreams, Moonbeams, and the comedy song, Every Day is Ladies' Day for Me. The Suite of Serenades, for orchestra, 1924, was written for the same Paul Whiteman Concert of American Music at Yolian Hall on February 12, 1924, in which Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue was introduced. This is a four-movement suite, which represented Herbert's only attempt to write directly for a jazz orchestra, and parts of it are characterized by jazz scoring and syncopations. Herbert wrote a second version of this suite for symphony orchestra. In the four movements, the composer skillfully simulates four national styles. The first is Spanish, the second Chinese, the third Cuban, and the fourth Oriental. Another familiar orchestral suite by Herbert is the Suite Romantique, 1901. Herbert's vein for sentimental melody is here generously tapped. The four movements are mood pictures named as follows: Visions, Aubade, a beautiful solo for the cellos, Triomphe d'amour, a glowing love duet, and Fête nuptial. The Woodland Fancies for orchestra, 1901, also consist of four evocative and pictorial mood pictures, this time inspired by the Adirondack Mountains, where Herbert maintained a summer home and which he dearly loved. Here the four movements are entitled Morning in the Mountains, Forest Nymphs, Twilight, and Autumn Frolics. There are individual songs from several other Herbert operettas that are part of the semi-classical repertory in orchestral transcriptions. Among these are The Angelus and the title song from Sweethearts, 1913, I Love Thee, I Adore Thee, which recurs throughout the Serenade, 1897, A Kiss in the Dark from Orange Blossoms, 1922, Starlight, Star Bright, a delightful waltz from The Wizard of the Nile, 1895, and Thine Alone from the Irish operetta Eileen, 1917. Ferdinand Harold. Louis-Joseph Ferdinand Harold was born in Paris on January 28, 1791. He began to study music when he was 11. From 1805 to 1812, he attended the Paris Conservatory, where his teachers included Adam and Mayhol. In 1812, he received the Prix de Rome. Following his 3-year stay in Rome, he settled in Naples, where he was pianist to Queen Caroline and had his first opera, La Gioventù di Enrico, produced in 1815. After returning to his native city, he completed a new opera, Charles de France, which was successfully produced in 1816 at the Opéra Comique in Paris, where from this time on, all his operas were given. Harold wrote many serious operas before turning to the field in which he earned his importance and popularity, the Opéra Comique. His first work in this genre was Marie in 1826, his most successful, Zampa, in 1831. He also enjoyed a triumph with his last Opéra Comique, Le Pré aux Clercs, produced in 1832. Harold died of consumption in Paris on January 19, 1833, before reaching his 42nd birthday. About all that has survived from Harold's most famous opera, Zampa, is its overture, a semi-classical favorite everywhere. Zampa, libretto by Malesville, was introduced at the Opéra Comique in Paris on May 3, 1831. The hero Zampa is the leader of a band of pirates who invade an island. He meets Camille and compels her to desert her lover and marry him. During the marriage festivities, the pirate leader mockingly tries to place a ring on the finger of a statue. The statue suddenly comes to life and brings Zampa to his doom by drowning. The overture opens with a robust subject for full orchestra, derived from the pirates' chorus of the first act. A brief pause separates this section from a slower one in which timpani rolls and loud chords in the wind precede a stately melody for wind instruments. After some development, in which the mood becomes dramatic, two new subjects are heard. The first is a sensitive melody for clarinet against plucked strings, and the second is a soaring song for the violins. Gino Hubert. Gino Hubert was born in Budapest, Hungary, on September 15, 1858. His father, a professor of the violin at the Budapest Conservatory, gave him his first violin lessons. Gino made his public debut as violinist when he was 11, then completed his violin studies with Joachim in Berlin and with Vieuxtemps in Belgium. In 1886, he was appointed professor of the violin at the Budapest Conservatory, and from 1919 to 1934, he was its director. Hubert was one of Europe's most eminent violinists, violin teachers, and performers of chamber music, the last with the Hubert Quartet which he founded. He died in Vienna on March 12, 1937. Hubert was the composer of several operas, 4 symphonies, 4 violin concertos, and many pieces for the violin. He was at his best when he drew both his inspiration and materials from Hungarian folk music. Perhaps his best-known work is a set of 14 pieces for violin and orchestra, collectively known as Scenes de la Czarda, or Hungarian Czarda scenes. The czardas is a popular Hungarian folk dance in duple time characterized by quick syncopations and exploiting alternating slow and rapid passages. These scenes are often presented as orchestral compositions. The fourth, Hegyarkati, is the most popular of the group, a piece of music electrifying for its rhythmic momentum. The second, known as Hungarian Rhapsody, and the fifth, Waves of Balaton, are also familiar. Besides their rhythmic vitality, these compositions are of interest for their sensual melodies and dramatic contrasts of tempo and mood. From Hubert's most famous opera, The Violin Maker of Cremona, comes a sensitively lyrical intermezzo for orchestra. Hubert wrote this one-act opera in 1894, and it was introduced in Budapest the same year. The text by Francois Capet and Henry Beauclerc concerns a violin-making contest in Ferrari, Italy, in which the prize is the beautiful girl Giannina. A hunchback, Filippo, makes the best violin, but he generously permits Giannina to marry Sandro, the man she really loves. A transcription of the intermezzo for violin and piano is popular in the repertory and bears the title of the opera. The intermezzo had also been adapted by Stoll as a composition for voice and orchestra under the name Lonely Night. Engelbert Humperdinck. Engelbert Humperdinck was born in Cyberg, Germany, on September 1, 1854. He attended the Cologne Conservatory, where his teachers included Hiller, who was the first to recognize his talent, Jensen and Gernsheim. After winning the Mozart Scholarship of Frankfurt in 1876, Humperdinck continued his music study in Munich with Franz Lachner and Reinberger. In Munich, he published his first important composition, a Humorsk for Orchestra, 1880. In 1881, he received the Meyerbeer Prize, and in 1897, the Mendelssohn Prize, both for composition. Between 1885 and 1887, he was professor of the Barcelona Conservatory in Spain, and in 1890 he became professor at Hoch's Conservatory in Frankfurt and music critic of the Frankfurter Zeitung. He achieved his greatest success as a composer with the fairy opera, Hansel and Gretel, produced in Weimar in 1893. After 1896, Humperdinck devoted himself exclusively to composition, and though he wrote several fine operas, none was able to equal the popularity of his fairy opera. He died in Neustrelitz, Germany, on September 27, 1921. Hansel and Gretel scored a sensational success in its own day, and in ours, it is the only opera by which Humperdinck is remembered. Following its premiere in Weimar, Germany, on December 23, 1893, it was performed within a year in virtually every major German opera house. In 1894, it came to London, and in 1895 to New York. The text by Adelheid Wet, Humperdinck's sister, is based on the Ludwig Grimm fairy tale familiar to young and old throughout the world. The overture and 2 orchestral episodes are often performed outside the opera house. The overture is made up of several melodies from the opera, beginning with the so-called prayer melody, a gentle song for horns and bassoons. A rhythmic passage then describes the spell effected by the witch on the children. After this comes the lovable third-act melody in which the children are awakened by the daemon. The happy dance of the children from the close of the opera leads back to the opening prayer, with which the overture comes to a gentle conclusion. The dream pantomime comes in the second act and is an orchestral episode in which is described the descent of the fairies who provide a protective ring around the children, alone and asleep in the deep forest. The gingerbread waltz Nusperwalzer, from Act 3, is the joyous music expressing the children's delight after they have succeeded in pushing the witch inside the oven and burning her to a crisp. Among Humperdinck's many works for symphony orchestra, one is occasionally performed by semi-classical or pop orchestras. It is the Moorish Rhapsody, 1898, written for the Leeds Festival in England. The first movement, Tarifa Elegy at Sunrise, reflects the sorrow of a shepherd over the decay of the Moorish people. Tangiers, A Night in a Moorish Café, is a coffeehouse scene highlighted by the sensual chant of a café singer. The suite concludes with Tetuan, a rider in the desert, depicting a desert ride with a view of paradise in the distance. To carry into his music an oriental atmosphere, Humperdinck modeled some of his principal themes after actual Moorish melodies, such as the second theme of the first movement for English horn and the main melody for woodwind in the second movement. Jacques Ibert. Jacques Ibert was born in Paris on August 15, 1890. He attended the Paris Conservatory between 1911 and 1919, with a hiatus of several years during World War I when he served in the French Navy. In 1919, he won the Prix de Rome. While residing in the Italian capital, he wrote a symphonic work with which he scored his first major success, the Suite Esquelles, introduced in Paris in 1924. From 1937 to 1955, he was director of the Academy of Rome. During this period, he also served for a while as director of the combined management of the Paris Opéra and Opéra Comique. Ibert has written many works in virtually every form, which have placed him in the front rank of contemporary French composers. Many of these compositions are in a neoclassical idiom. Occasionally, however, he has made a delightful excursion into satire. It is with one of the latter works, the Divertissement for Orchestra, 1930, that he has entered the semi-classical repertory, though to be sure this composition is also frequently given at symphony concerts. The divertissement begins with a short introduction in which the prevailing mood of levity is first introduced. Then comes the cortege. A few introductory bars suggest 2 march themes, the first in strings and the second in trumpet. After that appears a loud quotation from Mendelssohn's Wedding March from his A Midsummer Night's Dream suite. The nocturne is a dreamy little melody which precedes a delightful waltz and a breezy parade. The finale is in the style of an Offenbach cancan, with the piano interpolating some impudent dissonant harmonies. Michael Ippolitov Ivanov. Michael Ippolitov Ivanov was born in Gatchina, Russia, on November 19, 1859. He was graduated from the St. Petersburg Conservatory in 1882, where he was a pupil in composition of Rimsky-Korsakov. From 1882 to 1893, he was associated with the Tiflis Music School, first as teacher, then as director. In 1893, he was appointed professor of composition at the Moscow Conservatory on Tchaikovsky's recommendation, and from 1906 to 1922, he served as its director. He also distinguished himself as a conductor of opera in Moscow. He died in that city on January 28, 1935. Ippolitov Ivanov's best music profited from his intensive researches into Caucasian folk music. his principal works have assimilated many of the Oriental melodic and rhythmic idioms of songs and dances from that region. His most popular work of all is the Caucasian Sketches for Orchestra, Op. 10, 1895. The first movement, In the Mountain Pass, brings up the picture of a mountain scene. Horn calls are here used prominently. In the Village opens with a cadenza for English horn and proceeds to a beautiful melody for viola set against a persistent rhythm. In the Mosque dispenses with the strings while describing an impressive religious ceremony. The suite ends with the stirring March of the Sirdar, a Sirdar being an Oriental potentate. Ivan Avicii. Neither Ivan Avicii's first name nor details of his life are known. He was born in Banat, Romania, in 1848, distinguished himself as a bandleader in his native country, and died in Bucharest on April 1, 1905. For his band concerts, he wrote many popular concert numbers. One of these is the concert waltz, The Waves of the Danube, Donauwellen, written in 1880 and achieving from the first phenomenal popularity throughout Europe. The main waltz melody of this set of waltzes was expropriated by Al Dubin and Dave Franklin for the American popular song, The Anniversary Song. Lyrics by Saul Chaplin, which was effectively used in the motion picture The Jolson Story in 1946, sung on the soundtrack by Jolson himself. Armas Jarnefelt. Armas Jarnefelt was born in Viborg, Finland, on August 14, 1869. He studied music in Helsingfors with Ferruccio Busoni and Martin Wegelius, in Berlin with A. Becker, and in Paris with Massenet. Beginning with 1898, and for several years thereafter, he conducted opera performances in Viborg and Helsingfors. In 1907, he settled in Sweden, where 3 years later he became a citizen. There he became court composer and the conductor of the Royal Opera. After returning to Helsingfors in 1932, he directed the opera for 4 years and the Helsingfors Municipal Theatre for 1. He also appeared as guest conductor of many important Finnish orchestras, distinguishing himself particularly in performances of music by Jean Sibelius, his brother-in-law. In 1940, Jarnefelt received the official title of professor. He died in Stockholm in June 1958. Jarnefelt wrote many works for orchestra, including suites, overtures, and shorter works. One of the last is Berceuse for 2 clarinets, 1 bassoon, 2 horns, violin solo and strings, 1905, a moody and sensitive piece of music. The romantic main melody appears in solo violin after 4 introductory bars for muted strings. His most popular composition is the Preludium for Chamber Orchestra. It opens with a 3-measure introduction for plucked strings. This is followed by a brisk march subject for oboe, which is soon discussed by other winds, and after that, by the violins over a drone bass. A passage for solo violin leads to the return of the march melody. Dmitri Kabailevsky. Dmitri Kabailevsky was born in St. Petersburg on December 30, 1904, and received his musical training in Moscow, at the Scriabin Music School and the Moscow Conservatory. He was graduated from the latter school in 1929, and in 1932 he was appointed instructor there. His first success as composer came in 1931 with his first symphony, commemorating the 15th anniversary of the Russian Revolution. This was followed in 1934 by his second symphony, which enjoyed an even greater triumph both in and out of the Soviet Union. In 1939, Kabailevsky was elected a member of the Presidium of the Organizing Committee of the Union of Soviet Composers. In 1940, he was given the Order of Merit, and in 1946, he received the Stalin Prize for the Second String Quartet. He has also written operas, concertos, additional symphonies, and piano music. A composer who has always been partial to the more conventional means and techniques, and has relied heavily on broad and stately melodies and subjective feelings, Kabailevsky has managed to produce several compositions that have wide appeal. One is the sprightly Kola's Brugnan Overture. Kola's Brugnan was an opera adapted by V. Bragen from a novel by Ramin Roland. It was first performed in Leningrad on February 22, 1938. The central character is a 16th-century craftsman, a jovial man who enjoys life and has a spicy sense of humor and a happy outlook on all things. The overture is essentially a study of that man, consistently gay and sprightly. There are two main melodies, both of them lively, and both derived from Burgundian folk songs. Another popular work by Kabalevsky is The Comedians, Op. 26, 1938, an orchestral suite made up of selections from the incidental music to a children's play, The Inventor and the Comedians. The play is about the varied and picaresque adventures of a group of wandering performers in various towns and at public fairs. There are 10 episodes in the suite, each in a light, infectious style that makes for such easy listening that this work is often given at children's concerts. The 10 sections are prologue, gallop, march, waltz, pantomime, intermezzo, little lyrical scene, gavotte, scherzo, and epilogue. Emmerich Kálmán. Emmerich Kálmán was born in Siafok, Hungary, on October 24, 1882. He studied composition in Budapest. In 1904, one of his symphonic compositions was performed by the Budapest Philharmonic, and in 1907, he received the Imperial Composition Prize. After settling in Vienna, he abandoned serious composition for light music. From this time on, he devoted himself to and distinguished himself in writing tuneful operettas. His first success came in 1909 with Ein Herbstmanöver, presented in New York as the Gay Hussars. Subsequent operettas made him one of Europe's leading composers for the popular theaters. The most famous are Sari, 1912, The Gypsy Princess, 1915, Countess Maritza, 1924, and The Circus Princess, 1926. In 1938, he left Vienna, and after a period in Paris, he came to the United States where he remained until 1949. He completed his last operetta, The Arizona Lady, a few days before his death in Paris on October 30, 1953. It was presented posthumously in Bern, Switzerland, in 1954. Kálmán's forte in writing music for operettas was in combining the charm, Gemütlichkeit, and sentiment of Viennese music in general, and the Viennese waltz in particular, with the hot blood and sensual moods of Hungarian gypsy songs and dances. The Circus Princess, Die Zirkusprinzessin, first performed in Vienna in 1926 and in New York in 1927, was set in St. Petersburg and Vienna during the period immediately preceding World War I, when Fedora rejects the love of Prince Sergius by insisting she would sooner marry a circus performer. He seeks revenge by engaging a famous circus performer to pose as a member of nobility and woo and win Fedora. After their marriage, Fedora discovers the true identity of her husband and leaves him. But she soon comes to the realization she is really in love with him and promises to come back if he in turn offers to give up his profession. A profession she now despises not from snobbery, but because of fears for his safety. Two delightful waltz melodies, Lies schwebt das Glück vorüber, I am Boudoir der schönsten Frau, and an intriguing little melody that recurs throughout the operetta, Zwei Märchenagen, are the principal selections from this operetta. Countess Maritza, Die Gräfin Maritza, is Kálmán's most popular and successful operetta. It was first produced in Vienna in 1924 and in New York in 1926. The setting is Hungary in 1922. An impoverished count, Tassilo, finds employment on the estate of Countess Maritza under the assumed name of Torok. He falls in love with her, but when she learns of his real background, she feels he is a fortune hunter interested only in her wealth. About to leave the employ of the Countess and to bid her permanent farewell, Tassilo's fortune suddenly takes a turn for the better when his aunt, a princess, comes to inform him that Tassilo is a wealthy man after all, due to her manipulations of his tangled business affairs. Now convinced that he loves her for herself alone, the Countess Maritza is only too happy to accept him as her husband. This score contains some of Kálmán's finest and most beguiling music in a Hungarian gypsy style. The most famous song is in this sensual, heartwarming idiom: Play gypsies, dance gypsies, komm singen, spiel mir was vor. This number begins with a languorous, romantic melody that soon lapses into a dynamic Hungarian gypsy dance. Austrian waltz music in a more sentimental manner is found in 3 winning songs: Give My Regards to the Lovely Ladies of Fair Vienna, Grüß mir die Reisenden Frauen im Schönenwien, I Would Like to Dance Once More, Einmal möcht ich wieder tanzen, and Say Yes, Sag ja, mein Lieb. The Gypsy Princess, Die César des Fürsten, was first performed in Vienna in 1915 and produced in New York in 1917 under the title of The Riviera Girl. The heroine is Sylvia Verscu, a performer in a Budapest cabaret, who is loved and pursued by Prince Edwin. But the prince's father insists that he marry the Countess Stasi. Eventually, the father's heart is softened, and he becomes more tolerant towards having Sylvia as a daughter-in-law when he is discreetly reminded that once he, too, had been in love with a cabaret singer. The principal selections from his score include two soaring waltz melodies, Mädchen wers den Schwalben nach and Tausend kleine Engel singen hab mich lieb. The score also includes a dynamic zardas and a pleasing little tune in Ganz ohne Weiber geht die Chose nicht. Sari was introduced in New York in 1914. Polly is a gypsy violinist who has grown old and is eclipsed at one of his own concerts by his son, Laxi. Polly throws his beloved Stradivarius into the flames. Since both father and son have fallen in love with the same girl, the older man also renounces her. He wants Laxi to have her as well as his musical success. A bountiful score includes such delights as Love Has Wings, Love's Own Sweet Song, My Faithful Stradivari, and Softly Through the Summer Night. Keller Bela. Keller Bela was born Albert von Keller in Bartfeld, Hungary, on February 13, 1820. He studied law and worked as a farmer before turning to music in his 25th year. After studying in Vienna with Sechter and Schlesinger, he played the violin in the orchestra of the Theater an der Wien. In 1854, he went to Berlin, where he became conductor of Gungel's orchestra. He was soon back in Vienna to take over the direction of the famous Joseph Lanner Orchestra. From 1856 to 1863, he conducted an army band, and from 1863 to 1873, an orchestra in Wiesbaden. He died in that city on November 20, 1882. Keller Bela wrote about 130 compositions in the light Viennese style of Lanner and the two Johann Strausses. His works include waltzes, galops, and marches, a representative example of each being the Waltz Hoffnungsturm, the Herausturm Gallop, and the Friedrich Karl March. His most popular work is the Hungarian comedy overture, Lustspiel Overture. It opens in a stately manner with forceful chords and a sustained melody in the woodwind. But the comedy aspect of this overture is soon made evident with two lilting tunes for the woodwind, separated by a dramatic episode for full orchestra. These two tunes receive extended enlargement. The overture ends with a succession of emphatic chords. Jerome Kern. Jerome David Kern was born in New York City on January 27, 1885. He first studied the piano with his mother. After being graduated from Barringer High School in Newark, New Jersey, he attended the New York College of Music, where he was a pupil of Alexander Lambert, Albert von Donhoff, Paolo Gallico, and Austin Pierce. He received his apprenticeship as composer for the Popular Theatre in 1903 in London, where, with P.G. Wodehouse as his lyricist, he wrote a topical song, Mr. Chamberlain, that became a hit. After returning to the United States, he worked in Tin Pan Alley and immediately became a prolific contributor of songs to the musical stage. In 1905, his song, How'd You Like to Spoon With Me, was interpolated into The Earl and the Girl and became an outstanding success. From that time on, and up to the end of his life, he wrote over 1,000 songs for more than 100 stage and screen productions, thereby occupying an imperial position among American popular composers of his generation. His most famous Broadway musicals were The Girl from Utah, 1914, Very Good, Eddie, 1915, Oh Boy, 1917, Leave It to Jane, 1917, Sally, 1920, Sunny, 1925, Showboat, 1927, The Cat and the Fiddle, 1931, Music in the Air, 1932, and Roberta, 1933. His most significant motion pictures were Swingtime with Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, You Were Never Lovelier and Cover Girl, both with Rita Hayworth, and Centennial Summer. Over a dozen of his songs sold more than 2 million copies of sheet music, including All the Things You Are, They Didn't Believe Me, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, and Look for the Silver Lining. Two of his songs received the Academy Award, The Way You Look Tonight from Swingtime and The Last Time I Saw Paris, interpolated into Lady Be Good. Kern died in New York City on November 11, 1945. Kern wrote 2 compositions for symphony orchestra, which have entered the semi-classical repertory, even though they are also performed by major symphony orchestras. These were his only ventures into the world of music outside the popular theater. One was Mark Twain, a portrait for orchestra which he wrote on a commission from Andrei Kostelanetz, who introduced it with the Cincinnati Symphony in 1942. This is a four-movement suite inspired by the personality and life of Kern's favorite author, Mark Twain. The first movement, Hannibal Days, describes a sleepy small town on a summer morning a century ago. The cry, "Steamboat Common," pierces the silence. The town suddenly awakens. In the second movement, Gorgeous Pilot House, Mark Twain leaves home to become a pilot's assistant on the Mississippi steamboat. This period in Mark Twain's life, which spans about 9 years, ends with the outbreak of the Civil War. In Wandering Westward, Twain meets failure as a Nevada prospector, after which he finally turns to journalism. The suite ends with Mark in Eruption, tracing Twain's triumphant career as a writer. Kern's second and only other symphonic work is Scenario, in which he drew his basic melodic materials from his greatest and best-loved musical production, Show Boat. Kern prepared Scenario at the behest of Artur Rudzinski, conductor of the Cleveland Orchestra, who felt that the music of Show Boat had sufficient artistic validity to justify its use in a major symphonic work. Rudzinski introduced Scenario in Cleveland with the Cleveland Orchestra in 1941, and since that time, it has been performed by most of the major American orchestras. A discussion of Show Boat is essential before Scenario can be commented upon. The libretto and lyrics are by Oscar Hammerstein Roman II, based on the famous novel by Edna Ferber. Show Boat, in a lavish Florence Ziegfeld production, was introduced in New York in 1927 and was an instantaneous box office and artistic triumph. It has, to be sure, become a classic of the American stage, continually revived in all parts of the country, 3 times adapted for motion pictures, and has been given by an American opera company in its regular repertory. It proved a revolution in the American musical theater by avoiding the usual stilted routines and patterns of musical comedy, chorus girls, production numbers, synthetic humor, set dances, and so forth, and arriving at an integrated musical play filled with authentic characterizations, backgrounds, atmosphere, and dramatic truth. The story opens and closes on Cotton Blossom, a show boat traveling along the Mississippi to give performances at stops along the river. The principal love action involves Magnolia, daughter of Cap'n Andy, owner of the boat, and the gambler Gaylord Ravenel. They run off and get married, but their happiness is short-lived. Magnolia, though pregnant, leaves her irresponsible husband. After the birth of Magnolia's daughter, Kim, the mother earns her living singing show boat songs in Chicago, where she is found by her father and brought back to Cotton Blossom. Eventually, Magnolia and Ravenel are reconciled, and their daughter Kim becomes the new star of the showboat. The most famous songs from this incomparable Kern score are Only Make Believe and Why Do I Love You? Both of them love duets of Magnolia and Ravenel, 2 poignant laments sung by the half-caste Julie, a role in which Helen Morgan first attained stardom as a torch song performer, Can't Help Lovin' That Man, and Bill, the latter with lyrics by P.G. Wodehouse, and a hymn to the Mississippi which has acquired virtually the status of an American folk song, All Man River. Scenario makes extended use of these songs in an integrated piece of music. It opens with a sensitive passage for muted strings and continues with a theme for horn. Both subjects are intended to portray the Mississippi River and are the motto subjects of the entire work. The main melody of this tone poem is All Man River, first given softly by violas and bass clarinet. Other major songs of the musical play follow, among them being Only Make Believe and Why Do I Love You? After which, All Man River is heard for the last time. Many of Kern's more than 1,000 popular songs are now classics in the popular repertory. They are so fresh and spontaneous in their lyricism, so inventive in the harmonic background, so filled with charm and grace that their survival seems assured. 2 symphonic compositions by Robert Russell Bennett are constructed from one or more of Kern's best-known songs. One is Symphonic Study, a tone poem introduced in 1946 by the NBC Symphony under Frank Black. This work presents several Kern songs in correct chronological sequence, beginning with They Didn't Believe Me. After that come Babes in the Wood, The Siren's Song, Left All Alone Again Blues, Who, All Man River, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, and All the Things You Are. The second of Bennett's symphonic compositions is the Variations on a Theme by Jerome Kern, written in 1934 and soon after that introduced in New York by a chamber orchestra conducted by Bernard Herrmann. The theme here used for an effective series of variations is Once in a Blue Moon, from the Broadway musical Stepping Stones. Albert Kettleby. Albert William Kettleby was born in Birmingham, England, in or about 1885. Precocious in music, he completed a piano sonata when he was only 11. For 6 years, he attended the Trinity College of Music in London, where he captured every possible prize. When he was 16, he became a church organist in Wimbledon, and at 21, he conducted a theatre orchestra in London. He later distinguished himself as a conductor of some of London's most important theatre orchestras, besides appearing as a guest conductor of many of Europe's major symphonic organizations, usually in performances of his own works. For many years, he was also the music director of the Columbia Gramophone Company in England. He died at his home on the Isle of Wight on November 26, 1959. A facile composer with a fine sense for atmospheric colors and for varied moods, Kettleby produced a few serious compositions, among which were a caprice and a Concertstück, each for piano and orchestra, an overture and suite de ballet, both for orchestra, and a quintet for piano and woodwind. He is, however, most famous for his lighter compositions, 2 of which are known and heard the world over. In a Monastery Garden opens with a gentle subject describing a lovely garden populated by chirping birds. After that comes a religious melody, a chant of monks in a modal style. In a Persian Garden is effective for its skillful recreation of an exotic background through Oriental-type melodies, harmonies, and brilliant orchestral colors. Kettleby wrote several other compositions in an Oriental style, the best of which is in a Chinese temple garden. Aram Khachaturian. Aram Khachaturian was born in Tiflis, Russia, on June 6, 1903. He was of Armenian extraction. He came to Moscow in 1920 and enrolled in the Nisan School of Music. From 1929 to 1934, he attended the Moscow Conservatory. He first achieved recognition as a composer in 1935 with his first symphony, and in 1937 he scored a major success throughout the music world with his first piano concerto, still a favorite in the modern concert repertory. As one of the leading composers in the Soviet Union, he has been the recipient of numerous honors, including the Order of Lenin in 1939 and the Stalin Prize in 1940 and 1942. In 1954, he visited London, where he led a concert of his own music, and early in 1960, he toured Latin America. Khachaturian's music owes a strong debt to the folk songs and dances of Armenia and Transcaucasia. It is endowed with a sensitive and at times exotic lyricism, a compulsive rhythmic strength, and a strong feeling for the dramatic. The most popular single piece of music by Khachaturian comes from his ballet, Gain or Gaine, first performed in Moscow on December 9, 1942, and the recipient of the Stalin Prize. The heroine of this ballet is a member of a collective farm where her husband, Jiko, proves a traitor. He tries to set the farm afire. The farm is saved by a red commander who falls in love with Gain after Jiko has been arrested. Khachaturian assembled 13 numbers from his ballet score into 2 suites for orchestra. It is one of these pieces that has achieved widespread circulation. The Sabre Dance, a composition whose impact comes from its abrupt barbaric rhythms and vivid sonorities. Midway, relief from these rhythmic tensions comes from a broad folk song in violas and cellos. Sabre Dance has become popular in numerous transcriptions, including an electrifying one for solo piano. In 1940, 8 Vic Scone made a foxtrot arrangement that was frequently played in the United States. 2 other excerpts from these Gain suites are also familiar. Dance of the Rose Girls presents a delightful oriental melody in oboe and clarinet against a pronounced rhythm. Lullaby has a gentle swaying motion in solo oboe against a decisive rhythm in harp and bassoon. Flutes take up this subject, after which the melody grows and expands in full orchestra and then subsides. Masquerade is another of Khachaturian's orchestral suites, this one derived from his incidental music to a play by Mikhail Lermontov produced in 1939. Each of the 5 numbers of this suite is appealing either for sensitive and easily assimilable melodies or for rhythmic vitality. Gentle lyricism, of an almost folk song identity, characterizes the second and third movements, a nocturne and romance. The first and the last 2 movements are essentially rhythmic: waltz, mazurka, and polka. George Kleinsinger. George Kleinsinger was born in San Bernardino, California, on February 13, 1914, and came to New York City in his 6th year. He was trained for dentistry, and only after he had left dental school did he concentrate on music. His first intensive period of music study took place with Philip James and Marion Bauer at New York University, where he wrote an excellent cantata, I Hear America Singing, performed publicly and on records by John Charles Thomas. Kleinsinger then attended the Juilliard Graduate School on a composition fellowship. In 1946, he scored A major success with Tubby the Tuba. He later wrote several other works with humorous or satiric content, often filled with unusual instrumental effects. Among these are his Brooklyn Baseball Cantata, a concerto for harmonica and orchestra, and the musical Archie and Mehetable, Shinbone Alley, which was produced for records on Broadway and over television. In a more serious vein are a symphony and several concertos. Tubby the Tuba, for narrator and orchestra, 1942, belongs in the class of Prokofiev's Peter and the Wolf. It serves to familiarize children with the instruments of the orchestra, but because of its wit and simple melodies, it also makes for wonderful entertainment. It tells the story of a frustrated tuba who complains that he must always play uninteresting oompas, while the violins are always assigned the most beautiful tunes. In the end, Tubby happily gets a wonderful melody of his own to enjoy and play. All the characters in this tale are instruments of the orchestra. In 1946, a recording of Tubby the Tuba sold over 250,000 albums. Paramount made a movie of it, and major orchestras throughout the country presented it both at children's concerts and in its regularly symphonic repertory. Fritz Kreisler. Fritz Kreisler, one of the greatest violin virtuosos of his generation, was born in Vienna, Austria, on February 2, 1875. He was a child prodigy at the violin. From 1882 to 1885, he attended the Vienna Conservatory, a pupil of Leopold Auer, winning the gold medal for violin playing. In 1887, as a pupil of Massart at the Paris Conservatory, he was recipient of the Grand Prix. In 1888, he toured the United States in joint concerts with the pianist Morris Rosenthal, making his American debut in Boston on November 9. Upon returning to Vienna, he suddenly decided to abandon music. For a while, he studied medicine at the Vienna Academy. After that, he entered military service as an officer in a Uhlan regiment. The decision to return to the violin led to a new period of intensive training, from which he emerged in March 1899 with a recital in Berlin. From 1901 on until his retirement during World War II, he occupied a magistral place among the concert artists of his time. As a composer, Kreisler produced a violin concerto and a string quartet, but his fame rests securely on an entire library of pieces for the violin now basic to that repertory, and which are equally well-loved in transcriptions for orchestra. The curious thing about many of these compositions is that for many years Kreisler presented them as the genuine works of the old masters, works which he said he had discovered in European libraries and monasteries, and which he had merely adapted for the violin. He had recourse to this deception early in 1900 as the expedient by which a still young and unknown violinist could get his own music played more frequently, besides extending for his own concerts the more or less limited territory of the existing violin repertory. His deception proved much more successful than he had dared to hope. Violinists everywhere asked him for copies of these pieces for their own concerts. Publishers in Germany and New York sold these transcriptions by the thousands. As the years passed, it became increasingly difficult for Kreisler to confess to the world that he had all the while been palming off a colossal fraud. Then, in 1935, Alan Downs, the music critic of the New York Times, tried to trace the source of one of these compositions, Pugnani's Preludium and Allegro, now a worldwide favorite with violinists. Downs first communicated with Kreisler's New York publishers, who were suspiciously evasive. After that, Downes cabled Kreisler, then in Europe. It was only then that the violinist revealed that this piece was entirely his, and so were many others which he had been presenting so long as the music of Vivaldi, Martini, Couperin, and Francoeur, among others. It was to be expected that musicians and critics should meet such a confession with anger and denunciation. We wish to apply the term discreditable to the whole transaction from start to finish, one American music journal said editorially. In England, Ernest Newman was also devastating in his attack. It is as though Mr. Yeats published poems under the name of Herrick or Spencer, he said. Yet, in retrospect, it is possible to suggest that musicians and critics should not have been taken altogether by surprise. For one thing, as Kreisler pointed out, numerous progressions and passages in all of these compositions were in a style of a period much later than that of the accredited composers, a fact that should have inspired at least a certain amount of suspicion. Also, when Kreisler presented his own Liebesfreude, Liebeslied, and Scone Rosmarin as transcriptions of posthumous pieces by Joseph Lanner in a Berlin recital, and was vigorously assailed by a Berlin critic for daring to include such gems with tripe, like Kreisler's own Caprice Viennois. Kreisler replied with a widely published statement that those pieces of Lanner were of his own composition. The reasonable question should then have arisen that, if the three supposedly Lanner items were by Kreisler, how authentic were the other pieces of old masters played by the virtuoso? Besides all this, Kreisler himself provided a strong clue to the correct authorship in the frontispiece of his published transcriptions. It read, "The original manuscripts used for these transcriptions are the private property of Mr. Fritz Kreisler and are now published for the first time. They are, moreover, so freely treated that they constitute, in fact, original works." The furor and commotion caused by the uncovering of this fraud has long since died down. It has had no visible effect on Kreisler's immense popularity either as a violinist or composer. Since then, all this music has been published and performed as Kreisler's without losing any of its worldwide appeal. Among the compositions by Kreisler which he originally ascribed to other masters in imitation of their styles were Andantino Martini, Abid Provençal Couperin, Chanson Louis Roman XIII et Pavane Couperin, Minuet Porpora, Preludium and Allegro Pugnani, La Précieuse Couperin, Scherzo Dittersdorf, Sicilian et Rigaudin Francoeur, Tempo di Minuto Pugnani. Perhaps the best-loved pieces by Kreisler are those in the style of Viennese folk songs and dances in which are caught all the grace and Gemütlichkeit of Viennese life and backgrounds. Some he originally tried to pass off as the works of other composers, as was the case with the already mentioned Liebesfreude, Liebeslied, and Scone Rosmarin, attributed to Lanner. Some were outright transcriptions. The old refrain is an adaptation of a song, Du alter Stephanturm, by Joseph Brandl taken from his operetta, Der liebe Augustin, produced in Vienna in 1887. Still others were always offered as Kreisler's own compositions and are completely original with him. Caprice Viennois, for example, and the Marquet Miniature Viennese. Among other original Kreisler compositions which he always presented as his own are the following: La Gitana, which simulates an Arabian Spanish song, Polichinelle, a serenade, Rondino, based on a theme of Beethoven, Shepherd's Madrigal, Slavonic Fantasia, based on melodies of Dvorak, Tambourine Chinois, and Toy Soldier's March. Édouard Lalo. Édouard Lalo was born in Lille, France, on January 27, 1823. After receiving his musical training at conservatories in Lille and Paris, he became a member of the Armand-Jacquard Quartet, a renowned French chamber music ensemble. In 1848-1849, he published some songs. In 1867, he received third prize in a national contest for his opera, Fisque. And in 1872, he was acclaimed for his divertimento, for orchestra introduced in Paris. Two major works written for the noted Spanish violinist, Pablo de Sarasate, added considerably to his reputation: a violin concerto in 1872 and the celebrated Symphonic Espagnol for violin and orchestra 2 years after that. One of his last major works was the opera, Leroy Anderson, introduced at the Opéra Comique in Paris on May 7, 1888. In that same year, he was made Officer of the Legion of Honor, and sometime later, he received the Prix Monbin from the Académie des Beaux-Arts. In the last years of his life, he was a victim of paralysis. He died in Paris on April 22, 1892. A composer of the highest principles and aristocratic style, Lalo is essentially a composer for cultivated tastes. One of his works, however, makes for easy listening. It is the Norwegian Rhapsody, Rhapsodie Norvégienne, for orchestra, 1875. There are two sections. The first begins slowly and sedately, its main melody appearing in the strings. Here the tempo soon quickens and a sprightly passage ensues. The second part of the Rhapsody, ushered in by a stout theme for trumpets, is vigorous music throughout. Joseph Lanner. Joseph Lanner, the first of the great waltz kings of Vienna, was born in the Austrian capital on April 12, 1801. When he was 12, he played the violin in the band of Michael Paymer, a popular Viennese composer of that day. In 1818, Lanner formed a trio which played in smaller cafes and at the Prater. In 1819, the trio grew into a quartet with the addition of the older Johann Strauss, father of the composer of the Blue Danube, then only 15 years old. Soon afterwards, the quartet was expanded into a quintet. By 1824, Lanner's ensemble was a full-sized orchestra popular throughout Vienna, heard in such famous café houses as the Goldenen Rebun and the Grünen Jäger, as well as at leading balls and other gala social events in Vienna. The call for Lanner's music was so insistent that to meet the demand it soon became necessary to create two orchestras, one led by Lanner and the other by the elder Strauss. Lanner remained an idol of Vienna until his death, which took place in Oberdobling, near Vienna, on April 14, 1843. For his various ensembles and orchestras, Lanner produced a wealth of popular Viennese music: quadrilles, polkas, galops, marches, and more than 100 waltzes. It is in the last department that Lanner was most important, for he was one of the first composers to carry the waltz to its artistic fulfillment. With composers from Mozart to Schubert, the waltz was only a three-part song form with a trio. Johann Hummel and Carl Maria von Weber suggested a more spacious design by assembling several different waltz tunes into a single integrated composition. Lanner extended this form further. He prefaced each series of waltzes with an introduction in which the theme of the main melody was often suggested. After the waltz melodies had been presented, Lanner brought his composition to completion with a coda, which served as a kind of summation of some of the ideas previously stated. Between the introduction and the coda came the succession of lilting, lovable, heartwarming waltz melodies so remarkable for their grace, elegance, freshness, and poignancy that Lanner has sometimes been described as the Mozart of the dance. Nevertheless, Lanner always emphasized soaring lyricism where the elder Strauss was more partial to rhythm. The Viennese used to say, "With Lanner, it's pray dance, I beg you. With Strauss, it's you must dance, I command you." The form which Lanner finally crystallized and the style with which his waltz music unfolded were adopted by the two Johann Strausses, father and son, who were destined to bring this type of Viennese music to its ultimate development. Thus, Lanner was the opening chapter of a musical epoch. He was the dawn of Vienna's golden age of waltz music. Lanner's most famous waltz is Die Schoenbrunner, Op. 200, his swan song. Other outstanding Lanner waltzes are Die Pesther, Op. 93, Die Werber, Op. 103, Hofbultines, Op. 161, Die Romantiker, Op. 167, and a Benstern, Op. 180. With Lanner, wrote H. E. Jacob, the romantic epic began for the waltz, and the flower gardens and green leaves of spring penetrated into the ballroom. Lanner's compositions are unsophisticated and unpretentious, but his waltzes could no more be commonplace than could a flower. Charles Lecocq. Charles Lecocq was born in Paris on June 3, 1832. For 4 years he attended the Paris Conservatory where, as a pupil of Bazin and Halévy, he received prizes in harmony and fugue. For a while he earned his living teaching the piano and writing church music. In 1857, he shared with Bizet the first prize in a competition for one-act operettas sponsored by Offenbach. This winning work, Le Docteur Miracle, was successfully introduced in Paris that year. After that, Lecocq wrote several light operas which were failures, before he enjoyed a major success with Fleur de Thay in 1868, first in Paris and subsequently in England and Germany. His greatest successes came with two crowning works in the French light opera repertory, La Fille de Mme. Angot in 1872 and Giroflée Giroflée in 1874. Between 1874 and 1900, he wrote over 30 more operettas. He died in Paris on October 24, 1918, after enjoying for almost half a century a place of signal honor among France's composers for the popular theater. Lecoq is remembered today mainly for La Fille de Mme. Angot and Giroflée Giroflée. The first of these was introduced in Brussels on December 4, 1872. In Paris, where it was given on February 23, 1873, it enjoyed the formidable run of more than 500 consecutive performances. The book, by Suridin, Clairville, and Koning, was set in Paris during the French Revolution. Claire, daughter of Mme. Angot must marry the barber Pomponnet even though she loves the poet Pitou. To avoid an undesirable marriage, even at the risk of arrest, Claire sings a daring song by Pitou about an illicit affair between Emile Lange, reputed a favorite of Barras, head of the Directory, and a young lover, when Pitou proves fickle and is discovered in the boudoir of Emile Lange. Claire stands ready to forget him completely and to take Pomponnet as her husband. The sprightly overture, filled with vivacious tunes and dramatized by energetic rhythms, is a favorite of semi-classical orchestras. So are several dances from the operetta, including an electrifying can-can, and a sweeping grand valse with which the second act comes to an exciting close. The main vocal excerpts are Pomponnet's passionate avowal of Claire's innocence, L.S. Tellement innocent, and the duet of Emile Lange and Claire, Jours fortunés de notre enfance, both from Act 2. Giroflée Giroflée, book by Vanloo and Leterrier, was introduced in Brussels on March 21, 1874. Giroflée and Giroflée are twin sisters. Giroflée is pressured by her parents to marry the banker, Marisquin. Giroflée is in love with an impoverished fire-eating Moor, Merzouk. When Giroflée is secretly abducted by pirates, the Moor comes to her home demanding to see her, only to mistake Giroflée for Giroflée. The complicated situation ensuing becomes resolved only after Giroflée is rescued and brought back home. The most frequently heard excerpts from this gay score are the Pirates' Chorus, Parmi les Choses, the rousing drinking song, Le Punch Scintille, the ballad, Lorsque la journée est finie, and the love duet, O Ciel. Ernesto Lecuona. Ernesto Lecuona was born in Havana, Cuba, on August 7, 1896. As a boy of 11, he published his first piece of music, an American two-step still popular with some Cuban bands. While attending the National Conservatory in Cuba, from which he was graduated in 1911 with a gold medal in piano playing, he earned his living as a pianist in cafes and movie theaters. In 1917, he paid the first of several visits to the United States, at that time making some records and giving a piano recital. He then made concert tour throughout America and Europe playing the piano and conducting semi-classical and popular orchestras. His performances were largely responsible for popularizing in America both the conga and the rumba in the 1920s. He also made some successful appearances at the Capitol Theater in New York, where he introduced his own music, including such outstanding successes as Maligna, Andalusia, and Siboney, the last originally entitled Canto Siboney, which became an American popular song hit in 1929. These and similar pieces made Lecuona one of the most successful exponents of Latin American melodies and dance rhythms in the United States. Lecuona has written over 500 songs, 40 operettas, and numerous compositions both for orchestra and for piano solo. From a piano suite entitled Andalusia come two of Lecuona's best-known instrumental compositions. The first is also called Andalusia, a haunting South American melody set against a compulsive rhythm. It was made into an American popular song in 1955. Another movement from Andalusia is even more familiar, the Maligna. Since its publication as a piano solo in 1929, Maligna has sold annually over 100,000 copies of sheet music each year. It has become a favorite of concert pianists. It is also often performed by salon and pop orchestras everywhere in orchestral transcriptions, and it has been adapted into a popular song, At the Crossroads. It is in 3 sections, the first being in the Maligner rhythm dynamically projected in slowing expanding sonorities. A contrast comes in the middle part with a poignant Latin American melody. Andalusia, the single movement and not the suite as a whole, has been given a brilliant orchestral dress by Morton Good, who has also orchestrated two outstandingly popular Lecuona songs. One is La Comparsa, a picture of a traditional parade during the carnival season in which Negroes and muleteers play their native instruments and sing their sensual songs. The other is Gitanerias, haunting gypsy music. Franz Lehár. Franz Lehár was born in Komorn, Hungary on April 30, 1870. His father, a bandmaster, was his first music teacher. When Franz was 12, he entered the Prague Conservatory, where he remained 6 years specializing in the violin with Benowitz and theory with Foerster. His studies were completed in 1888, after which he played the violin in the orchestra of the Eberfeld Opera. He subsequently became an assistant bandleader of his father's ensemble and a director of Austria's foremost marine bands. In 1896, he realized his first success as a composer of operettas with Kukushka, produced in Leipzig. In 1902, he became conductor of the Theater an der Wien in Vienna, home of operettas. There, in the same year, he had produced Viennese Women, Wiener Frauen. The operetta after that was The Gypsy, Der Rastelbinder, seen in 1902 in one of Vienna's other theaters. With The Merry Widow Die Lustig Witwe, seen in 1905, Lehár achieved a triumph of such magnitude that from then on he was one of Austria's most celebrated operetta composers, and one of the wealthiest since Johann Strauss Roman II. He wrote about 30 more operettas, 3 of them in the single year of 1909-1910. The most famous were The Count of Luxembourg, Der Graf von Luxemburg in 1909, Gypsy Love, Zeigenerliebe in 1910, Frasquita in 1922, Paganini in 1925, Die Zerwitch, Der Zerwitch in 1927, and The Land of Smiles, Das Land des Lächelns in 1929. During World War II, Lehár lived in seclusion at his villa in Bad Ischl, Austria. After the war, he became embittered by the widely publicized accusation that he had been pro-Nazi, arising no doubt from the well-known fact that The Merry Widow was Hitler's favorite operetta. What was forgotten in this attack against Lehár was the fact that his wife had been classified by Nazis as non-Aryan, and that on one occasion both he and his wife were subjected by the Gestapo to house arrest. Lehár died in Bad Ischl, Austria, on October 24, 1948. He is one of the few composers to outlive the copyrights of some of his most famous works. Lehár's popularity in the early part of this century gave the Viennese operetta a new lease on life at a time when its heyday was believed over. It was through the influence of Lehár's immense popularity and success that composers like Oscar Strauss, Emmerich Kalman, and Leo Fall began writing their own operettas. Lehár's best stage works have been described as dance operettas because of the emphasis placed on dance music, the waltz specifically. The dance usually becomes the climax, the focal point, of the production. Stan Czech further points out that Lehár's waltzes are slower and sweeter than those of Johann Strauss, were definite prototypes of the modern slow waltz, and their Slav atmosphere gave them an exciting and individual character. The Count of Luxembourg, Der Graf von Luxemburg, text by Wilner and Robert Bodinsky, was first given in Vienna on November 12, 1909. This operetta opens in an artist's studio in Paris, where René, the impoverished Count of Luxembourg, is offered 500,000 francs by Prince Basil if René is willing to marry the singer Angèle and let her share his title. The reason for this peculiar arrangement is that the prince is himself in love with Angèle, wants to marry her, but prefers that his wife have a title. After they get married, René and Angèle discover they are in love with each other, a fact which eventually the prince is willing to accept since he is ordered by the Tsar to marry a legitimate countess. As in most Lehár's operettas, the high musical moment comes with a waltz, the infectious duet of René and Angèle, Bist du's Lachens Glück, which is also extremely popular in orchestral adaptations. Other appealing numbers are the second act duet, Lieber Freund, Man greift nicht, and the tenor aria, Mädel klein, Mädel fein. Frasquita, produced in Vienna on May 12, 1922, is remembered most often for one of Lehár's most beautiful vocal numbers, the nostalgic and romantic Frasquita serenade, Hab ein Blaues Himmelbild. Fritz Kreisler made a fine transcription for violin and piano, and Sigmund Spieth provided the melody with American lyrics. Gypsy Love, Zeigenerliebe had its world premiere in Vienna on January 8, 1910. The librettists Wilner and Bodinsky provided a romantic storybook setting of Romania and a romantic central character in the form of the gypsy violinist, Jossi. Zorica is ineluctably drawn to Jossi, though she is actually betrothed to his half-brother, Jonel. In A Dream, she gets a foretaste of what her life would be with one so irresponsible and fickle as a gypsy violinist, with the result that she is more than happy to marry Jonel. The main waltz melody, one of Lehar's greatest, is Nur der Liebe macht uns jung, and the most infectious Hungarian tune is Jossi's soaring entrance gypsy melody to the accompaniment of his violin. Ich bin ein Zeigener Kind. From the land of smiles, des Land des Lächelns, comes what is probably the best-loved and most widely sung of all of Lehar's vocal numbers, Dein ist mein ganzes Herz, Thine is my heart alone, which opened not in Vienna but in Berlin on October 10, 1929. This was actually a new version of an old Lehar operetta, originally called The Yellow Jacket, Die Gelbe Jackie, which had been introduced in Vienna in 1923. The romantic plot of both operettas involved a Chinese diplomat, Prince Souchong, and Lisa, daughter of an Austrian count. They marry and settle in Peking, in whose strange setting, Lisa's love for the prince soon turns to hate. With great magnanimity, even though this is in violation of ancient Chinese traditions and customs, he allows Lisa to leave him and return home. In The Yellow Jacket, Thine is my heart alone is sung by Lisa, and at that time this number made little impression. The famous tenor, Richard Tauber, fell in love with it and performed it so extensively in his recitals everywhere that he and the song became inextricably identified. When Lehar revised his operetta and renamed it The Land of Smiles, he cast the song, Thine is my heart alone, as a major second act aria for Prince Souchong, Richard Tauber playing the part of the prince. The Land of Smiles was a personal triumph for Tauber, who appeared in it over 2,500 times all over the world. Thine is my heart alone became with him something of a theme song. He rarely gave a concert anywhere without singing it either on the program itself or as an encore. When The Land of Smiles was given in New York City in 1946, with Tauber as the star, the operetta was renamed Yours is My Heart. In this production, Tauber sang the song 4 times in 4 different languages: French, Italian, German, and English. There can be little question but that The Merry Widow Die Lustige Witwe is one of the most famous operettas ever written. It was a sensation when first performed in Vienna on December 28, 1905. It came both to London and New York in 1907, a major success in both places. In Buenos Aires, it was performed simultaneously in 5 theaters in 5 different languages. Since 1907, there was hardly a time when The Merry Widow was not being performed in some part of the world. It has enjoyed in excess of 6,000 performances, 1,000 of these in Vienna alone. On several occasions, it has been adapted for the screen. Victor Léon and Leo Stein wrote the text. This is the usual operetta material involving a beautiful heiress from a mythical kingdom. She is Sonia from Varsovia, who is leading a gay life in Paris. Beautiful and wealthy, she is inevitably sought out by the most handsome men of Paris. The government of Varsovia is eager to get her to marry one of its native sons, the dashing Prince Danilo, thereby keeping her fortune at home. As she conducts her vivacious night life, she is zealously watched over by the Varsovian ambassador, Baron Popov, who never loses an opportunity to further the interests of Danilo. Eventually, Sonia has had her fling and is ready to settle down with the prince. The Merry Widow Waltz, Es flüstern Jagen, Lippenschwagen, an eye-filling climax to the 3rd act, is not only the most popular excerpt from this operetta, but also one of the most celebrated waltzes ever written. A secondary waltz, Vilja, is also highly beguiling, while a 3rd musical favorite from this score is De J. Ich zu Maxim, The Girl at Maxim's. What is one of Lehar's best waltzes, second in popularity only to that of The Merry Widow, does not come from any operetta. It is the Gold and Silver Waltzes, Gold und Silber Walzer, Op. 79, which he wrote as a concert number. Ruggiero Leoncavallo. Ruggiero Leoncavallo was born in Naples, Italy on March 8, 1858. He was graduated from the Bologna Conservatory, then spent several years traveling. He finally came to Paris, where he earned his living playing the piano, singing, and writing music hall songs. The powerful Italian publisher, Ricordi, commissioned him to write a trilogy of operas set in the Renaissance. Leoncavallo completed the first of these operas, I Medici, but it proved too expensive to mount and was shelved. This experience convinced him that he ought to write an opera of slighter dimensions, one which would not cost too much to produce, and which would be in the realistic style, verismo, just made so popular by Mascagni's Cavalleria Rusticana. In 4 months' time, Leoncavallo completed Pagliacci, the opera through which his name survives. It received a triumphant premiere in Milan in 1892, with Toscanini conducting. Though Leoncavallo wrote many operas after that, he never wrote one as good or as popular as the one that made him world famous. Only one of these later operas has retained interest, Zaza, introduced in 1900. A third opera, La Bohème, was well received when introduced in Venice in 1897, but was soon thrown into complete obscurity by a rival opera on the same subject, that of Puccini. In 1906, Leoncavallo toured the United States in performances of Pagliacci. The failures of his last operas made him a bitter, broken man in the last years of his life. He died in Montecatini, Italy, on August 9, 1919. The composer prepared his own libretto for Pagliacci, a play within a play. A troupe of strolling players headed by Canio arrives for performances in a Calabrian village. Canio's wife, Netta, falls in love with Silvio, one of the villagers, and she in turn is being pursued by the pathetic clown of the troupe, Tonio. Through Tonio, Canio discovers his wife has been unfaithful to him, but fails to learn the identity of his rival. At the troupe's evening performance, and in a play that closely resembles the actual happenings within the company, Canio kills Netta when she fails to tell him who her lover is. But Silvio, in the audience, reveals himself by rushing on the stage to help Netta. There Canio kills him. Many of the selections from this opera are famous, but the most famous of all is the tenor aria, in which Canio speaks his immense grief on discovering that his wife has a lover, Vesti la Giabba. The other familiar excerpts include the baritone prologue, Si Può, in which Tonio explains to his audience that the incidents in the play about to be presented are true to life, and that the players are not performers but human beings. Netta's delightful balletella, the bird song, Stridono lasciù, where she tries to forget about Tonio's initial response of jealousy by watching and describing the casual and carefree flight of birds overhead. The Harlequin's serenade in the play within the play sequence in the second act, O Columbina, and a melodious orchestral intermezzo, which separates the first and second acts, music which hints darkly at impending tragedy through a poignant recall of Tonio's prologue. Anatol Lyudov. Anatol Lyudov was born in St. Petersburg, Russia, on May 10, 1855, the son and grandson of eminent Russian conductors. He was a pupil of Rimsky-Korsakov at the St. Petersburg Conservatory, but was so derelict about attending classes that in 1876 he was expelled. Reinstated 2 years later, he now became fired with both ambition and industry, proved a brilliant student, and was graduated with highest honors. He was then appointed teacher of theory there, eventually becoming a renowned professor, a post he retained until the end of his life. He died in Novgorod, Russia, on August 28, 1914. Lyudov was at his best in his fairy tales for orchestra, The Enchanted Lake, Baba Yaga and Kikamora, in songs, and in smaller pieces for the piano. He was a student of Russian folk music of which he made numerous adaptations, and whose styles and idioms percolated into many of his compositions. The 8 Russian folk songs, A Suite for Orchestra, Op. 58, 1906, is one of Lyudov's adaptations. There are 8 movements. In the first, Religious Chant, the main song is that chanted by children in religious processions. It is heard in English horn and bassoons. This is followed by Christmas Carol, its main theme presented by oboes and clarinets. Plaintive Melody is a village song, and I Danced with a Mosquito, a humorous scherzo in which muted strings simulated buzzing mosquitoes. The 5th movement is Legend of the Birds, where the bird song is presented by the woodwind. Cradle Song is a tender melody for strings. This is followed by a lively rhythmic section, Round Dance. The suite ends with the Village Dance Song, music that usually accompanies the crowning of the May Queen. Lyudov is also the composer of a delightful trifle called the music box, in which the delicate little tune is the kind that lends itself gratefully to the tinkle of a music box. Lyudov wrote this piece for the piano, Op. 32, but it is better known in orchestral transcriptions. Paul Linke. Paul Linke was born in Berlin, Germany, on November 7, 1866. After completing his music study, he played the violin and bassoon in numerous theater orchestras. He later distinguished himself as a theater conductor. In 1897, he had his first operetta produced in Berlin. Thereafter, he wrote many operettas, all originally given in Berlin. He became one of the foremost exponents of the light musical theater in Germany of his time. The most famous were Frau Luna, 1899, Fridolin Lorley, 1900, Lysistrata, 1902, Prinzessin Rosin, 1905, and Casanova, 1914. His last operetta was Ein Liebestraum, produced in Hamburg in 1940. From 1918 to 1920, he was conductor at the Folies-Berger in Paris. He died in Klostl-Zellernfeld, Germany, on September 3, 1946. His most famous composition is a song from Lysistrata, 1902, The Glowworm, Glühwürmchen, which achieved phenomenal popularity throughout the world independent of the operetta. It is still famous both as a vocal composition and in orchestral transcriptions. A new vocal version, with amusing lyrics by Johnny Mercer, was published and popularized in the United States in 1952. Franz Liszt. Franz Liszt was born in Rading, Hungary, on October 22, 1811. A prodigy pianist who made an impressive debut in Hungary when he was 9, Liszt was financed by several Hungarian noblemen to study the piano with Czerny in Vienna. In 1822, Liszt made a sensational debut in that city, and in 1824, after a period of additional study in Paris, an equally momentous appearance in the French capital. For the next 3 years, Liszt concertized throughout Europe, becoming an idol of music audiences everywhere. Then, in 1827, he decided to abandon music for what he regarded as nobler pursuits. He devoted himself in turn to religion, politics, literature, and philosophy without finding the satisfaction he sought. Then, in 1830, he went back to music. For about 2 years, he worked industriously on his piano technique, reassuming an imperial position among the virtuosos of his generation, beginning with 1833. He combined profound musicianship and a phenomenal technique with such a flair for showmanship and self-aggrandizement that it can be said that the modern piano virtuoso, both in the best and worst sense of that term, was born with him. In 1848, Liszt came to Weimar to fulfill duties as Kapellmeister to the Grand Duke. The 11-year period of this office represented music-making of the highest order, as Liszt devoted himself to presenting the foremost operatic and symphonic music in the best possible performances. He was indefatigable in propagandizing the music of the avant-garde composers of his day, reviving Wagner's Tannhäuser and presenting the world premiere of that master's Lohengrin at a time when Wagner was in disrepute in Germany because of his revolutionary activities. Finding himself incapable of maintaining the high standards he had set, and disturbed by the prevailing antagonism to his espousal of new music, Liszt left Weimar in 1859. Once again, he sought refuge in a career outside music. In 1865, he submitted to the tonsure and entered the Third Order of St. Francis of Assisi as abbé. But music was not abandoned. He taught the piano to gifted pupils who came to him from all parts of the world, and he wrote an abundant amount of music, mainly for the piano. He died in Bayreuth, Bavaria, on July 31, 1886, still at the height of his powers and fame as composer, pianist, and teacher. Liszt left a vast repertory of music, including tone poems, symphonies, piano concertos, songs, and a library of works for the piano. At his best, he was a great innovator and a creator of vast dramatic and poetic concepts. At worst, he was a showman shamelessly wooing his public with superficial effects and trivial material. Most of his works belong to the concert hall, but some of it has enormous popular appeal as salon music. The most famous of the latter is the Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2 in C-sharp minor, 1847, originally for piano solo but subsequently orchestrated by the composer himself. This was one of 19 compositions in which Liszt developed the form of the Rhapsody and helped to make it popular, which he filled with strong national feelings and the individual traits of Hungarian folk music. One of the features of all these rhapsodies is their dynamic alternation of slow and sensual music, called lassen, with fast, dramatic, exciting passages, called frisken. The second Hungarian rhapsody opens with a lassen, a slow, stately declamation. Then, after a clarinet cadenza, the frisken appears, a spirited melody for violins and woodwind. After that, fast and slow passages, soft and loud dynamics, and rapidly changing meters and rhythm help to generate excitement and create drama. The drama and the excitement of this music never seem to lose their impact, however many times this rhapsody is listened to. Of Liszt's 12-tone poems for orchestra, the most famous is Les Preludes, 1850. The tone poem, or symphonic poem, is Liszt's creation in an attempt to bring to orchestral music the pictorial, dramatic, and programmatic qualities of Wagner's music dramas. Thus Liszt conceived a one-movement composition, flexible in form, in which a story is told, picture described, or poem interpreted. The inspiration for Les Preludes is the Meditations Poétiques of Lamartine, from which several lines are quoted in the published score to provide the music with its program. What is life but a series of preludes to that unknown song of which death strikes the first solemn note? Love is the magic dawn of every existence, but where is the life in which the first enjoyment of bliss is not dispelled by some tempest, its illusions scattered by some fatal breath, its altar consumed as by a thunderbolt? What soul, this cruelly hurt, but seeks to repose with its memories in the sweet calm of pastoral life? Yet no man is content to resign himself for long to the mild, beneficent charms of nature. And when the trumpet gives the alarm, he hastens to the post of danger, on whatever field he may be called to fight, so that once more he may find in action full consciousness of himself and the possession of all his powers. Les Preludes opens with a dignified subject in the basses, which is subjected to considerable change and amplification before the main melody is introduced. This melody is an elegiac song expressing the happiness of love. Its first entrance comes in 4 horns, strings, and harp. The music is carried to a climactic point, after which a frenetic mood is projected. Plaintively, the oboe recalls the main melody. A country dance tune is offered by the horn, and the main melody reappears with opulent treatment. Another section of storm and stress follows before the final majestic statement of the main melody. Of Liszt's voluminous writings for the piano, one composition above all others has won favor throughout the music world as a tender and sentimental expression of love. It is the Liebestraum, Love's Dream. Liszt actually wrote 3 Liebestraum, but it is the third of this set, in a flat major 1850, which is considered when we speak or hear of the Liebestraum. All of these 3 piano compositions are adaptations of songs by the same composer. The third Liebestraum originated as O Liebe, so lang du lieben kannst, words by Freiligrath. Frederick Loewe. Frederick Loewe was born in Vienna, Austria, on June 10, 1904. A musical prodigy, he began to study the piano when he was 5, started composition at 7, at 13 made a successful appearance as pianist with the Berlin Symphony, and at 15 was the composer of a hit song, Katrina, that sold over 1 million copies of sheet music in Europe. He received a thorough musical training from Busoni, Eugen d'Albert, and Emil Nikolaus Reznicek, winning the Hollander Medal for piano playing in 1923. 1 year after that, he came to the United States. Unable to make any progress in his musical career, he spent the next decade traveling around the country and filling all sorts of odd jobs. He punched cattle, mined gold, served as a riding instructor, and even boxed professionally. Eventually, he came back to New York, where he found a job in a Greenwich Village cafe playing the piano. In 1930, 4 of his songs were heard in a Broadway musical, Great Lady, a failure. A meeting with Alan J. Lerner, a young lyricist and librettist, brought him a gifted collaborator. They wrote a musical comedy that was produced by a stock company in Detroit, and another called What's Up that was seen on Broadway. Their first major success came with the Broadway musical, Brigadoon, in 1947. My Fair Lady, in 1956, was one of the greatest successes of the Broadway theater. They also helped make entertainment history further by writing songs for the motion picture musical, Jiggy, the first to win 9 Academy Awards, including one for Lerner and Loewe for the title song. In 1960, Lerner and Loewe wrote the Broadway musical Camelot, based on King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Brigadoon was a whimsical Scottish fantasy, which came to Broadway on March 13, 1947, book and lyrics by Lerner. Brigadoon is a mythical town in Scotland which comes to life for a single day once every 100 years. 2 American tourists happen to come to Brigadoon during its one day of existence. They become a part of its quaint life, and one of them falls in love with a Scottish lass. The musical highlights include a song that became a hit in 1947, Almost Like Being in Love, and several that have a charming Scottish flavor, including Come to Me, Bend to Me, The Heather on the Hill, and I'll Come Home with Bonnie Jean. My Fair Lady, produced on March 15, 1956, was Lerner's adaptation for the popular musical theater of Bernard Shaw's Pygmalion. Eliza Doolittle, an ignorant flower girl and daughter of a Cockney, is transformed by the phonetician, Professor Henry Higgins, into a cultivated lady who is successfully palmed off upon high English society as a duchess. Higgins falls in love with her, and though a long-confirmed bachelor, finds he can no longer live without her. My Fair Lady became one of the most highly acclaimed musical productions of recent memory. Brooks Atkinson called it one of the best musicals of the century. It achieved a fabulous Broadway run and was brought by many touring countries to all parts of the civilized world, including the Soviet Union. It captured 1/3 of the honors annually conferred on the theater by the Antoinette Perry Awards. The original cast recording sold over 3 million discs. The principal numbers from Loewe's captivating score include 3 romantic songs, 2 of the hit parade variety, I Could Have Danced All Night and On the Street Where You Live, and the third, I've Grown Accustomed to Her Face, 2 atmospheric numbers that evoke musically the place and setting of the play, the Ascot Gavotte and the Embassy Waltz, and the 2 Cockney ditties of Eliza's father, Get Me to the Church on Time and With a Little Bit of Luck. Albert Lortzing. Gustav Albert Lortzing was born in Berlin on October 23, 1801. His parents were actors compelled to lead an itinerant life, which made it impossible for Albert to obtain any systematic education. His mother taught him music, the study of which he later continued briefly in Berlin with Rungenhagen. His first effort at composition consisted of some songs, but in 1824 he completed his first opera, Ali Pasha von Janina. From 1833 to 1844, he was employed as a tenor at the Municipal Theater in Leipzig, for which he wrote the comic opera Die beiden Schuetzen, successfully produced in 1837. He achieved his greatest success the same year with the comic opera Czar und Zimmermann, which within a few years' time became a favorite among theater audiences throughout Europe. His later operettas included Der Waldschütz, The Poacher, in 1842, and Der Waffenschmied, The Armorer, in 1846, while one of his finest romantic operas was Undine in 1845. Lortzing also filled several engagements as conductor of operas and operettas in Leipzig, Vienna, and Berlin, and as an opera impresario. He died in Berlin on January 21, 1851, one day after his last opera, Die Opernprobe, the opera rehearsal, was introduced in Frankfurt. Lortzing was one of the earliest and most successful exponents of German national comic opera, and Czar and the Carpenter, Czar und Zimmermann, was his masterwork. It was first produced in Leipzig on December 22, 1837. The music is consistently light and tuneful, frequently in the style of German folk songs. The libretto, by the composer, is a delightful comedy based on an actual historic episode, the escapade of Peter the Great of Russia and Holland, where he worked as a carpenter. In the Lortzing comic opera, Peter the Great is a carpenter on a ship at Sardam where he meets a compatriot, also named Peter, who is a deserter. Temporarily, they become rivals for the affection of Mary. After the arrival of the ambassadors from France and England to seek out the emperor, the latter quietly departs for his homeland, leaving behind him both money and an official pardon for the other Peter. The gay spirit of the comic opera as a whole is magically caught not only in its vivacious overture, but in several familiar excerpts. The most notable are the burgomaster's comic entrance song, O Sancta Justa. In the second act, the wedding chorus and the French ambassador's beautiful air, Lieb wohl mein Flandrisch Mädchen. In the third act, the vigorous clog dance, Halsschuhtanz, and the very famous air of Tsar Peter, Sonst spielt ich mit Zepter. Alexander Luigini. Alexander Luigini was born in Lyon, France, on March 9, 1850. He was the son of the distinguished conductor of the Théâtre Italien in Paris, after attending the Paris Conservatory, where he was a pupil of Massenet and Massart, among others. The younger Luigini played the violin in his father's orchestra. In 1870, he began a successful career as ballet composer with Leroy Anderson, given in Lyon. His greatest success came with the Ballet Egyptian, first seen in Lyon in 1875. For 20 years, Luigini was the conductor of the Grand Theatre in Lyon and professor of harmony at the Lyon Conservatory. Until the end of his life, he was the conductor of the Opéra Comique in Paris. He died in Paris on July 29, 1906. An orchestral suite, derived from some of the most attractive pages of the Ballet Egyptian score, is a favorite of bands and salon orchestras everywhere. This is music striking for its Oriental-type melodies and harmonies, and for its colorful orchestral hues. The first two movements are particularly popular. The first begins with a strong and stately theme, but midway comes a gayer section in an exotic Oriental style. The second movement highlights a capricious subject for the woodwind, once again in a recognizable Oriental style. Hans Christian Lumby. Hans Christian Lumby was born in Copenhagen, Denmark on May 2, 1810. As a young man, he played in military bands. He then formed an orchestra of his own which achieved extraordinary fame throughout Copenhagen, specifically at the Tivoli, with light musical programs. For these concerts, Lumby produced a library of light music, waltzes, gallops, polkas, marches, and so forth. This music is so filled with infectious tunes and pulsating rhythms, and they are so light in heart and spirit, that they have won for their composer the sobriquet of the Johann Strauss of the North, and the status of Denmark's foremost creator of semi-classical music. He died in Copenhagen on March 20, 1874. Lumby's dance pieces are played wherever there is a salon, pop, or café house orchestra. Among his best waltzes are Amélie, Hesperus, and Sophie. Other successful Lumby compositions are the Columbine Mazurka, the Champagne Gallop, Concert Polka, Dream Pictures, An Evening at the Tivoli, King Frederick Roman VII Homage March, and the Railway Gallop. Edward MacDowell. Edward Alexander MacDowell, one of America's most significant 19th-century composers, was born in New York City on December 18, 1861. After preliminary music study with private teachers, he attended the Paris Conservatory from 1876 to 1878, and the Frankfurt Conservatory in Germany from 1879 to 1881. Maintaining his home in Germany, MacDowell joined the faculty of the Darmstadt Conservatory in 1881, and in 1882 he made an official bow as a composer by introducing his first piano concerto in Zurich and his modern suite for piano in Germany. He returned to the United States in 1888, settling in Boston, where a year later the Boston Symphony under Jarich introduced his now famous second piano concerto, the composer appearing as soloist. From then on, most of his important symphonic works were introduced by the Boston Symphony, placing him in the vanguard of American composers of that period. In 1896, he filled the first chair of music created at Columbia University in New York. At that time, he was described as the greatest musical genius America has produced. MacDowell resigned in 1904 after sharp differences with the trustees of the university over the way a music department should be run. The bitterness and frustrations suffered by MacDowell during this altercation with the university undermined and finally broke his always delicate health. His brain tissues became affected. From 1905 on, he was a victim of insanity, spending his time in an innocent, childlike state, until his death in New York City on January 23, 1908. Shortly after his death, the MacDowell Memorial Association was founded to establish a retreat for American creative artists on MacDowell's summer residence in Peterborough, New Hampshire, which MacDowell's widow had deeded to the association. A composer whose artistic roots lay deep in the soil of German Romanticism, MacDowell was a composer who filled his writing with noble poetic sentiments and the most sensitive emotions. His sense of style and his feeling for structure were the last words in elegance, and his lyricism and harmonic language were ever ingratiatingly inviting to the ear. The Indian Suite, Op. 48, 1892, is the second of MacDowell's suites for orchestra. It is one of several works in which MacDowell uses melodic and rhythmic material of the American Indian, blending this idiom with his usual sensitive and poetic style. This is one of MacDowell's most popular works for orchestra. The first movement, Legend, has a slow introduction in which the main melody is given by 3 unaccompanied horns in unison. The melody is taken over by other instruments and developed. Here the material comes from a sacred ceremony of Iroquois Indians. The second movement is Love Song, whose principal subject is immediately given by the woodwind. This melody is derived from the music of Iowa Indians. Wartime follows, a movement dominated by a melody to which Indians of the Atlantic coast ascribed supernatural origin. This melody is heard in the first 16 measures in 2 unison unaccompanied flutes. A subsidiary section follows. Dirge, the fourth movement, is a woman's song of mourning for an absent son, come from the Kiowa Indians. The mournful melody is heard in muted violins. The suite ends with Village Festival, in which 2 light and vivacious melodies from the Iroquois Indians are presented. The first is a woman's dance, and the second a war song. The most familiar pieces of music written by MacDowell, To a Water Lily and To a Wild Rose, come from the Woodland Sketches, Op. 51, 1896, a suite for solo piano made up of 10 sections, each a descriptive poem in tones. In this suite, MacDowell became one of the first American composers to interpret the beauty of American scenes and countrysides in delicate melodies. Both To a Water Lily and To a Wild Rose are exquisite tone pictures of nature, and both have enjoyed numerous transcriptions. The other 8 movements of the Woodland Sketches are Will O' the Wisp at an Old Trysting Place, in Autumn, from an Old Indian Lodge, from Uncle Remus, A Deserted Farm, by a Meadow Brook, and Told at Sunset. Albert Hay Mallott. Albert Hay Mallott was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on May 19, 1895. The son of a choirmaster, he himself was a boy chorister at the St. James Episcopal Church in his native city. After his music studies were completed in Paris and London, he served as organist in Chicago and London. In 1927, he opened a school for organists in Los Angeles, but when sound came to the screen, he gave up the school to write music for the films. He subsequently joined the music staff at the Walt Disney Studio, creating music for several of Disney's animated cartoons, including Ferdinand the Bull. He has written ballets, choral music, and songs, besides scores for motion pictures, having received early in his career as composer important advice, guidance, and encouragement from Victor Herbert. Mallott is most famous for his song, The Lord's Prayer, published in 1935, and since become a favorite of concert singers everywhere. Its deep religious sentiment and the exciting dramatic thrust of its concluding measures have an inescapable impact on audiences. Gabriel Marie. Gabriel Marie was born in Paris, France, on January 8, 1852. After completing his music study at the Paris Conservatory, he served for 6 years as chorus master of the Lamoureux Orchestra. Between 1887 and 1894, he conducted the concerts of the Société Nationale de Musique. He later led the orchestral performances in Bordeaux and Marseille, and during the summers at the Vichy Casino. He was traveling in Spain when he died there suddenly on August 29, 1928. Marie was a successful composer of light music for orchestra. The one composition which has survived is La Cinquantaine, a sentimental piece for orchestra, which is also famous in adaptations for violin and piano or cello and piano. Marie described this work as an air in the old style. It is in 3-part song form. The first and third parts consist of a light, delicate little air. The middle section is in a slower and statelier style. Martini il Tedesco. Jean-Paul Egide Martini, sometimes called Il Tedesco, or the German to distinguish him from Padre Martini, the famous 18th-century Italian composer and theorist, was born in Freystadt, in the Palatinate on September 1, 1741. His real name is Schwarzendorf. After completing the study of the organ and serving for a while as church organist, he won a prize for a military march for the Swiss Guard. For many years, he was an officer of a hussar regiment. During this military service, he completed an opera, El Amoureux de Quins, and successfully introduced in Paris in 1771, and a considerable amount of band music. After leaving the army, he served as music director for the Prince of Condé and the Comte d'Artois, as conductor at the Théâtre Feydeau in Paris, and as inspector and teacher of composition at the Paris Conservatory. He died in Paris on February 10, 1816. The composer of 12 operas, some church music and many songs, Martini is today remembered for a single song, the eloquent and tender love melody, Plaisir d'amour, written originally for voice and harp and arranged by Berlioz for voice and orchestra. Since Berlioz's time, it has enjoyed numerous instrumental adaptations. Effective use of the song as recurring theme music was made in the American motion picture starring Irene Dunne and Charles Boyer, Love Affair, 1939. Pietro Mascagni. Pietro Mascagni was born in Leghorn, Italy, on December 7, 1863. He studied music with private teachers in Leghorn, then for several years attended the Milan Conservatory. In 1884, he was appointed conductor of the municipal band in Cerignola. Meanwhile, in 1880, he had completed his first opera, Pinata. Success as composer came later in 1890 with the world premiere of the opera Cavalleria Rusticana in Rome. A sensation when first introduced, Cavalleria Rusticana made the rounds of the world capitals to enjoy a triumph experienced by few operas before or since. Mascagni wrote many operas after that. Though he enjoyed varying degrees of success with El Amico Fritz in 1891 and Iris in 1898, he never again duplicated the acclaim given Cavalleria Rusticana, and it is still the only one of his operas performed in the world's foremost opera houses. As he himself once said sadly, "It is a pity I wrote Cavalleria first. I was crowned before I became king." Mascagni made many tours as a conductor. He visited the United States in 1902 in performances of several of his operas, and South America in 1911. In 1929, he succeeded Toscanini as musical director of La Scala in Milan. Identifying himself closely with the fascist regime, even to the point of writing an opera, Nerone, glorifying Mussolini, Mascagni was subjected to considerable abuse and attack after World War II. He was deprived of his property and other assets. The last year of his life was lived in poverty and disrepute in a small hotel room in Rome, where he died on August 2, 1945. Cavalleria Rusticana is a one-act opera, libretto by Giovanni Donizetti and Guido Manasci, based on a short story by Giovanni Verga. The setting is Sicily in the latter part of the 19th century. Turiddu, a soldier, is in love with Lola, wife of Ulfio, a teamster. But he has also conducted an illicit affair with Santuzza. When Turiddu rudely rejects Santuzza, she finds revenge by revealing to Ulfio the love intrigue existing between Lola and Turiddu. In the duel that follows, Ulfio kills Turiddu. The most celebrated single excerpt from the opera is the melodious intermezzo for orchestra, which accompanies the departing townspeople as they leave church after the Easter services. This music is radiant with the holiness and serenity of the Easter holiday. Other popular excerpts include the lovely Siciliana, O Lola Bianca, a tenor aria which is sung off-stage and breaks into the middle of the opening orchestral prelude. This is a serenade by Turiddu to Lola, sung to harp accompaniment. Santuzza's passionate aria, Voi lo sapete, is the one in which she first discloses to Ulfio that his wife and Turiddu are lovers. Turiddu's deeply emotional aria, Addio alla Mater, is his poignant farewell to his mother just before he engages in the duel in which he meets his doom. Jules Massenet. Jules Massenet was born in Montaude in the Loire region of France on May 12, 1842. He entered the Paris Conservatory when he was 9, subsequently winning prizes in fugue and piano playing, and in 1863, the Prix de Rome. 4 years later, his first opera, La Grande Tante, was produced in Paris. During the Franco-Prussian War, he was a member of the National Guard. After the war, he achieved recognition as a composer with his incidental music to Les Irénées, an oratorio Marie Magdalene, and an opera Le Roi de Lahore. In 1878, he was elected to the Académie des Beaux-Arts, the youngest man ever to receive this honor, and was appointed professor of composition at the Paris Conservatory. He held the latter post until his death with outstanding distinction. His most significant operas appeared between 1880 and 1900 and included Héroïde 1881, Manon 1884, Le Cid 1885, Werther 1892, Thais 1894, and Sappho 1897. He died in Paris on August 13, 1912. A style that had lyrical charm, tender feelings, and poetic content placed Massenet with the foremost French composers for the lyric theater. The same qualities are found to a large degree in his instrumental compositions and endow them with their immense audience appeal. He had a vein of tenderness that was his uniquely, often contrasting this with striking passion and intensity. A master of many different moods and emotions, he was able to convey them in music that is suave and polished in the best French tradition. Alsatian Scenes Alsaciens, is one of Massenet's most popular orchestral compositions. It is the seventh of his suites for orchestra and was written in 1881. For each of its 4 movements, the composer provided an explicit program. About the first movement, Sunday morning, Dimanche matin, the composer writes, I recall with particular delight the Alsatian village Sunday morning at the hour of divine service, the streets deserted, the houses empty except for the elderly ones who sun themselves before their doors. The church is full, and the sacred hymns are heard at intervals in passing. The tavern, au cabaret, is described as the happy meeting place of his friends, with its little windows framed with lead, garlanded with hops and roses. Ho, Schmidt, some wine? And the songs of the forest rangers going to shooting matches. Oh, the joyous life and the gay companions. Under the linden trees, Suze Les Tilleuls depicts pictorially the edge of the fields on a Sunday afternoon, the long avenue of linden trees in the shadow of which, hand in hand, quietly talks a pair of lovers. The suite ends with Sunday evening, Dimanche soir, air Alsatian, retraite francaise. In the marketplace, what noise, what movement? Everyone at the doorsteps, groups of young gallants in the streets, and dances which embody in rhythm the songs of the country. 8 o'clock. The noise of the drums, the blare of the trumpets, 'tis the retreat, the French retreat. And when in the distance the sound of the drum died down, the women called their children in the street, the old men relighted their big old pipes, and to the sounds of violins, the dance is joyously recommenced in smaller circles, with couples closer. The ballet music for Le Cid is strikingly appealing for its exotic melodies and lambent orchestral colors. This opera, text by Louis Gallet and Edouard Blau, is based on Corneille's tragedy. Its premiere performance took place in Paris on November 30, 1885. The setting is 12th century Burgos, in Spain, where Rodrigo, called Le Cid, or the Conqueror, kills Chimine's father in a duel. She seeks vengeance but is unable to carry it out because she has fallen in love with him. The ballet music appears in the second scene of the second act. A public square is alive and colorful with dancing crowds, and 6 dances are performed in rapid succession, some with melodic and rhythmic material derived by Massenet from Spanish folk sources. These are the dances: Castellane, a highly rhythmic dance found in the Castile region of Spain; Andalaus, a sinuous gypsy-like dance from Andalusia; Aragonese, a dance popular in the Aragon district; Aubade, a gentle lyrical section; Catalane, a dance popular in Catalonia; Madrileñ, a 2-part dance from Madrid, the first quiet and introspective, the second dynamic; and Navarrese, a dance from Navarre. The popular Elegy, a plangent melody muted in its grief, comes from the incidental music to Les Arenas with which Massenet first won acclaim in 1873. The play, by Charles-Marie Leconte based on Aeschylus, was produced with Massenet's music at the Odeon in Paris. Here the Elegy appeared as Invocation, scored for string orchestra. Later on, Massenet arranged this section for cello and piano, and it was upon this occasion that he renamed the piece Elegy. It was later on also transcribed for violin and piano, and adapted into a song with lyrics by E. Gallet. 3 other sections from Les Arenas have almost as much emotional appeal as the Elegy, but in varied moods. The entr'acte is a passionate song for unison violins over a disturbed accompaniment. Grecian Dance begins with a vivacious dance tune for 2 flutes in thirds. A slow dialogue ensues between oboes and clarinets, in which the main subject has an oriental identity. A fast section brings this movement to a close. Scene religieuse is a graceful, at times solemn, minuet in which a solo cello provides the main melody. The famous opera Manon, 1884, has two delightful dance episodes that are particularly well known, a gavotte and a minuet. Manon was based on the famous tale of Abbé Prévost, L'Histoire du Chevalier d'Esgrilla et de Manon Lescaut, adapted by Henry Mailhac and Philippe Gilles. Its setting is France in the 18th century, and in the spirit of that place and time Massenet recreated two old-world dances, both of them appearing in the first scene of the third act, during a Festival Day celebration in Paris. Before the curtain goes up, the graceful music of the minuet is heard in the orchestra as an entr'acte. After the rise of the curtain and the appearance of Manon, she expresses her hedonistic philosophy of life in a gavotte, Obeisance quand leur voix appelle. This gavotte is often heard in an exclusively instrumental arrangement. The Feder Overture, 1876, is another of Massenet's frequently performed orchestral compositions. The music closely follows the action of the Racine tragedy, in which Feder, daughter of King Minos and wife of Theseus, falls in love with Theseus' son, Hippolytus, who fails to respond to her passion. The overture begins in a gloomy mood, forecasting ominously the imminent tragedy awaiting Feder and Hippolytus. Feder's grief over her unreciprocated love is suggested by a passionate subject for clarinet. A second equally passionate melody brings us the picture of Hippolytus sent to his doom by an irate father. Violins in unison now bring us a rapturous melody speaking of Feder's love, while a fiery dramatic section that follows tells of the doom awaiting Hippolytus at the hands of Neptune. Picturesque Scenes pittoresques is the fourth of Massenet's suites for orchestra, completed in 1873. There are four short tuneful sections: March, Marche, Air de Ballet, Angelus and Bohemian Festival, Fête Bohème. The religious music of the third movement, Angelus, with its solemn tolling of bells, is the most popular section of this suite, frequently performed separately from the other movements. Second only to the Elegy, in popularity among Massenet's best-loved melodies, is the Meditation which comes from the opera Thais. This excerpt is an orchestral entr'acte with violin obbligato heard just before the first scene of the second act. The opera, libretto by Louis Gallet based on the novel of Anatole France, describes the degradation of Athanael, a Cenobite monk, because of his unholy passion for Thais, a courtesan. The radiant music of the Meditation describes Thais, renunciation of a life of pleasure for one of the spirit. Robert McBride. Robert Guyn McBride was born in Tucson, Arizona, on February 20, 1911. As a boy, he learned to play the clarinet and saxophone. He later played both instruments in various dance orchestras. In 1933, he was graduated from the University of Arizona, and a year after that received there his master's degree. Having studied the oboe in college, he played that instrument with the Tucson Symphony for several years. Then, after additional study of the piano, composition, and voice, he joined the music faculty of Bennington College in Vermont in 1935, holding this post 11 years. During this period, he received a Guggenheim Fellowship. In 1942, the American Academy of Arts and Letters awarded him a prize for creating a new idiom in American music. McBride has made successful use of jazz, popular and folk elements in serious chamber music and orchestral compositions. The Mexican Rhapsody, 1936, is one of McBride's best-known works for orchestra. He wrote it in Arizona while studying at the university. It was first presented in Tucson in a two-piano arrangement, then in its definitive orchestral version, and finally as a choreographic presentation. McBride here makes a colorful and freshly conceived presentation of four Mexican folk songs familiar to many: El Rancho Grande, Jarab, or Hat Dance, Cuatro Milpas, and La Cucaracha. McBride has written several interesting compositions in a jazz style. One of the best is The Strawberry Jam, 1942. This is a caricature of a jazz band jam session, but with the utilization of modern harmonies and symphonic orchestration. Stuff in G for Orchestra, 1942, is in the racy, tuneful style of Tin Pan Alley, while Swing Stuff, 1941, brings to the symphonic orchestra the improvisational devices and techniques and the beat of swing music. Harry MacDonald. Harl MacDonald was born in Boulder, Colorado, on July 27, 1899. His music study took place in Redlands, California, and at the University of Southern California. The winning of prizes from the American Federation of Music Clubs for 2 orchestral works enabled him to go to Europe and attend the Leipzig Conservatory. In Germany, his symphonic fantasy, Mojave, was successfully introduced by the Berlin State Opera Orchestra. After returning to the United States, he was appointed in 1926 to the music faculty of the University of Pennsylvania, where he later became professor of music and finally head of the music department. At the university, he conducted various choral groups which appeared with the Philadelphia Orchestra. From 1939 until his death, he was manager of the Philadelphia Orchestra, which introduced many of his orchestral compositions. MacDonald wrote 4 symphonies, a 2-piano concerto, a violin concerto, and various suites and tone poems for orchestra. He died in Princeton, New Jersey on March 30, 1955. The Children's Symphony was a work intended to teach children something about symphonic form through melodies they knew and loved. The form of the symphony is adhered to in the presentation of 2 themes, their development and recapitulation. Simple and unsophisticated, this symphony makes ideal listening for children, but there is enough charm here to provide considerable enjoyment to older people as well. In the first movement, MacDonald uses for his 2 main themes, London Bridge and Ba Ba Black Sheep. In the second movement, we hear Little Bo Peep and Oh Dear, What Can the Matter Be? In the third, Farmer in the Dell and Jingle Bells. And in the finale, Honey Bee and Snow is Falling on My Garden. Rumba for Symphony Orchestra is the third movement of MacDonald's Symphony No. 2, 1935. But this movement, which in the symphony displaces the conventional scherzo, is so popular that it is often played apart from the rest of the work. The symphony itself was inspired by the turbulent 1930s, with its labor conflicts, breadlines, unemployment, and depression. Rumba injected a gay note into these somber proceedings, attempting to interpret the passionate search after good times and diversions, and the restless pursuit of intoxicated pleasures, as the composer explained. MacDonald goes on to say that he here used the rumba rhythm because he liked it, and because it seemed to him to be the pulse of those times.